You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to post-apocalyptic radio. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. This collection is full of classic old-time radio shows that envision dystopian futures, a world following a nuclear war, an America after a zombie invasion, and a country after the unleashing of a horrible plague on mankind. As always, each episode has been remastered and optimized by yours truly. Our first tale, The Scarlet Plague from Escape, aired April 8, 1954. It was based on the story by the same name by Jack London, which was published in London Magazine in June of 1912, and then as a novel in 1915. It is a post-apocalyptic story about a plague that almost wipes out all mankind. Unlike the book, this adaptation takes place in the 1950s in San Francisco, instead of the year 2073. And also unlike the book, it is a tale of epic disaster survival, with little of the hope and optimism that London wrote about. Vic Perrin, Parley Bear, John Dehner, Eleanor Tandon, John Larch, and Sam Edwards star. This is a really gripping and unnerving story. I love it. Our next tale is The Peoria Plague, a dramatic radio play produced by Peoria, Illinois' now defunct WHUN radio station around 1971, although the exact date and production details are not known today. It was written in the same breaking news style as the classic 1938 War of the Worlds broadcast, during a seemingly normal Peoria evening with the DJ reading some local news, playing some instrumental music, when reports start coming in about a freak power outage, then an apparent illness outbreak, which gets worse and worse and worse. The city spirals into chaos as the pandemic apparently causes people to turn into zombies, attacking anyone still uninfected. As someone who lives not far from Peoria, Illinois, this one has some special meaning to me. And I think it's a really well-done story and a really well-done production, albeit a tad predictable by today's standards. But remember, 54 years ago, zombie apocalypse stories were not all that common. I really like this one. I think you will too. Next is The Fifth Horseman, which aired in 1946 and was a series of 8 shows produced by NBC Radio to try and convince the public of the need to put all nuclear weapons under the control of the United Nations, which was apparently an actual idea at the time. Referring to the biblical story of the apocalypse, the writer and producer Arnold Marquis added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom. The Fifth Horseman sought to dramatize the horrors of atomic war, and they make it clear that in the future such weapons will not be used on military targets, but on civilian populations. Regardless of your feelings about the control or spread of nuclear weapons today, remember the context of the show. It was aired less than a year after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when the public was just starting to learn about the horrors of nuclear explosions and their aftermath. The first episode stars Henry Fonda and dramatizes events of nuclear bomb testing. By the third episode, Promise, there's a more positive spin, and Glenn Ford stars and is transported to the year 2050, where the peaceful use of atomic energy has made the Earth into a paradise. And then the fourth and fifth episodes once again delve into the negatives and the dangers of unregulated nuclear weapons, and in the sixth episode, Doomsday, a nuclear war between the U.S. and Nation X, dramatizes a possible future dominated by nations with their own atomic weapons. This was a really well-acted and well-produced series, and it invoked a lot of emotions and serious reflections in the listeners at the time about the subject, which is actually still relevant today. And then our last feature today is the radio adaptation of Brave New World, that great dystopian novel by Aldous Huxley, published in 1932, and broadcast by CBS Radio Workshop in 2 parts on January 27th and February 3rd, 1956. CBS Radio Workshop was a revival of the earlier Columbia Workshop program, and was one of the last attempts by radio to recapture some of the audience that they had lost to television. In this great adaptation of the novel, Aldous Huxley himself narrates, and it takes place in the year AF 632, that is, 632 years after Ford. It's a story of a possible future where man has replaced nature with science and even babies are manufactured instead of given birth to. Morality has been replaced with drugs and blissful ignorance, and all individuality and freedoms have been given up voluntarily. The sound effects were quite remarkable for the time. One particular sound became quite famous. You may have heard of this. The sound that depicted the manufacturing of babies. It took 3 radio soundmen, an engineer, and 5 hours of work to create this sound, which was only heard for 30 seconds in the broadcast. It consisted of a ticking metronome, bubbling water, a cow mooing, dripping water, an oscillator, a tom-tom, and 3 kinds of wine glasses clinking together. All these sounds were combined, and then the recording on tape was played backwards. That was the sound. Now, this adaptation, of course, leaves out a lot of the original novel, as all adaptations must, since there's no way to translate hundreds of pages into a 30 or 60 or even a 120-minute radio play or movie. But it is one of the best adaptations of any novel into a radio dramatization that I have ever heard. And I have to be honest, I had to do very little remastering of the audio on this one. The original audio files are in amazing shape for being almost 70 years old. Okay, I hope you enjoy these post-apocalyptic radio shows. Let me know if you did by giving it a thumbs up and a comment. I'm Greg, and I will see you on the next one.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are alone in a world of decay and desolation, looking down on what was once a great city, while coming slowly to meet you, her hand stretched out in greeting to you, is a beautiful girl whose very existence may be the cause of your death.
Listen now as Escape brings you Jack London's classic novel, The Scarlet Plague.
I am recording this only for myself, for my own sanity, perhaps even from some age-old sense of duty, for I have not the slightest hope that it will ever be heard by any living human being. I was at one time a professor of English literature in the great university at San Francisco. Professor James Smith, a man who believed in reason and intellect, and who abhorred the instincts of animal nature. But that was before the terror and the madness of the Scarlet Plague. This morning I killed a sheep with my bare hands. Then, squatting on the ground, I tore a haunch from my prey and ate it raw. It began simply on a Monday morning, as I recall. I was having breakfast at the counter in the campus cafeteria with Bill Dombey of the physiology department. He was glancing over the front page of the morning paper.
I don't know why I do it, Jim.
Do what?
Buy a paper every morning. Nothing changes but the date. Senator so-and-so back in Washington after whirlwind tour. Love nest killing in Omaha. New bomb tested into a talk scheduled for the...
What's that item down at the bottom?
Where?
Down the corner. New York fights Scarlet Plague.
Some news reporter's pipe dream, I suppose. 9 persons have died since last evening of a strange malady which has left doctors at Manhattan hospitals admittedly baffled. The disease, if it is a disease, strikes without warning and slays its victim in less than an hour. Apparently, the first symptoms are a feeling of well-being and lightheadedness, accompanied by a slight rise in temperature. A few minutes later, a fiery red rash appears on the hands and face and spreads rapidly over the entire body. Within 10 to 30 minutes, the victim goes into coma and dies. Ridiculous. There's no disease that acts like that. It's food poisoning, something of that sort.
Please, Bill, I'm eating.
Medical authorities are unanimously agreed, however, that no general danger exists and that there is no cause for public concern or alarm, which is double talk, for we don't know what it is yet.
What about a mutation?
Mutation of what?
Well, how do I know? You're the physiologist.
Oh, you're talking about those scare stories, I suppose. Harmless virus or bacteria mutates and throws down some new deadly type. Antibiotics won't touch it. Medical science helpless. 1 million people wiped out overnight.
It's a possibility, isn't it?
Oh, Jim, bacteria strains are always mutating. And usually the mutation is less harmful than the parent. That idea's been overworked for years. Pass the cream, please.
Oh. Bill? Is it a possibility or not?
Yes, it's a possibility. Hey, you're stalling, Jim. That rook's the only piece you can move, and you know it.
Don't rush me now. I still got the queen back here. Now, let's see.
And here is the latest development on the Scarlet Plague.
No, the Scarlet
The following
Plague.
statement was released a few minutes ago
I wouldn't
by
move
the
that if I
director
were
of
you.
the Bureau of Public Health. Up to this hour, the official death toll in greater New York is 321 persons. In Boston, 94. Washington, D.C., 111. Chicago, 181. Medical
Spreading
men
like
throughout the
wildfire,
nation are
yeah.
working around the clock. It is expected momentarily that the causative agent of the disease will be isolated and an effective treatment prescribed. Meanwhile, stay home and stay calm. We return you now to dance time.
Turn it off, Jim.
How can it spread so fast?
It's hard to tell, not knowing the period of incubation, whether it's airborne, contagious by contact, how long it's contagious before the symptoms show up, not even knowing what it is, in fact. One thing sure, though, something's got to be done fast.
I guess we can call ourselves lucky out here. There hasn't been a case reported in San Francisco.
No, not yet.
When all the breathers of this world are dead, you still shall live. Such virtue hath my pen, where breath most breathes, even in the mouths of men. Now, I did not choose this particular sonnet because of possible contemporary suitability, but because it does, I think, best keynote the transitional phase that later appears in the philosophies and the poetic... Is something wrong back there?
Mrs. Smith!
Yes, what's the trouble, Miss Baxter?
Please! It's the Scarlet Plague!
Oh, now wait. Morley, Everett, wait and give me a hand here. Miss Wilson.
Professor Smith, look at my hands. My arms all red.
Now, Miss Wilson.
I feel so strange. Cold and numb. I'm dying. Everyone who gets it dies. I'm only 19 and I'm dying.
There.
When all breathers of this world are dead, you...
Now it's in San Francisco. I sat for a long time in the empty classroom, paralyzed by shock, by a strange fear I'd never felt before, the fear of the unknown. The girl had walked into my class smiling and talking, and now she lay dead at the back of the room. Why? How could it happen so suddenly? What had caused the plague? Where had the terror started? And where would it end? I went to the faculty club. Bill Dombey was listening to the latest reports.
Latest reports from around the nation include the following figures. Greater New York, estimated 184,000 deaths. Philadelphia, estimated 150,000 deaths. St. Louis, estimated 83,000 deaths. Chicago, one moment, please. A bulletin has just been handed to me from London. The Scarlet Plague is raging in Europe. Unofficial reports from Russia estimate the death toll in Moscow at 180,000, with additional millions dead and dying throughout the Soviet Union and China. New bulletins will be broadcast whenever they are received for as long as our facilities last. And we...
No word of any cure yet?
Jim, I didn't hear you come in.
I just walked across the campus. It's completely deserted.
Yes. Guess the faculty club here is the only holdout. And at that, there are only 4.
4?
Counting you. Myra Blake of Graphic Arts. She went over to her room to pack some keepsakes. She'll be back. Dr. Barnes is out in the kitchen trying to rustle up something to drink.
Bill, that girl who died in my class a while ago, 1 minute she was all right, and a minute later she was dead.
Well, it's fast. That's one thing.
Can you get it from contact? I lifted her head. I put some books under it.
Nobody knows how you get it. I don't suppose contact matters much. It couldn't be all contact. Not millions of cases in less than 48 hours.
Well, why can't they find a cure? They've had 2 days now. What are they all doing?
Dying, Jim, like everybody else.
Zombie, Smith?
Oh, Dr. Barnes?
Here. Maybe this will help.
Scotch.
Why not? There's a whole case of it out there. I think it might be a good idea to keep that radio on.
Yes, you're probably right, Dr. Barnes. Technicians, engineers, they've died by thousands all over the country. How much longer can services like radio, telephones, transportation...
Minutes ago. All conveyances, regardless of ownership or occupancy, are being stopped and turned back at Army control points. Stay where you are. Do not attempt to travel. You are no safer in one place than in another. The plague is everywhere. Repeat, the plague
it won't
is
stop,
everywhere.
No, they'll still try to run.
Yes, anywhere, just as long as it's somewhere else.
Has not mutinied. Repeat, the Army has not mutinied.
It must be getting
Statement
rough out
signed by
there.
Edmund C. Dover, Senate member and acting President of the United States, and by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In a bulletin just handed to me, Johns Hopkins regretfully states that Dr. Theodore von Zwickler, who had earlier announced partial success in identifying the causative agent of the plague, has just died. Though Dr. Zwickler left no notes on his work, hospital personnel continued to...
What happened to the lights?
Power failure, I guess. It was bound to happen sooner or later.
Well, there's a flashlight in that desk drawer.
I got it.
There's a portable radio with batteries in the game room.
Oh, let's leave it for the moment, Dr. Barnes.
Yes, the liquor sounds better than the news.
Well, in that case, wonder what's keeping Miss Blake. She was coming right back.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's that light coming from?
It's like a fire. Maybe we can see from the windows.
Not one fire, 1,000 fires.
Down there, toward the bay. Berkeley, Oakland, and over in the city. Why? What started them?
Open! Can't you hear why, Jim?
Gunfire.
Yes, they're not waiting for the plague to do the job.
No. They're already out in force. The looters, the maimers, the robbers, people with a hate and a grievance.
If it started already, it'll get a lot worse.
Oh, yes. It'll get worse.
You are listening to The Scarlet Plague, tonight's presentation on Escape. Sunday afternoon, CBS Radio will bring you another of its successful on-the-scene reports gathered by its feature project team. This time, we'll take you to the United States wide-open back door, the Mexican border, the crossing point for 2 million illegal entrants last year alone. We call this report the Wetbacks, because that's what so many of these illegal entrants are called as they swim the Rio Grande into the United States. Hear the Wetbacks, Sunday on most of these same stations. And now, Escape, and the second act of The Scarlet Plague.
We stood at the window of the faculty club, looking out across the campus, down over the hills toward the bay, where fires lit up the growing night, and where even fiercer fires of greed and lust and hate burned in hearts that were beating their last hours or even seconds of life in this world. For a world was dying at our feet. And though we had so far been spared, we knew we too were dying with it.
Contact is still being maintained with Buenos Aires. And since London Overseas went silent a few minutes ago, this is now our only contact outside continental North America.
It makes you know you're
We
alone.
are at present able
Really
to maintain
alone.
contact
Yes, it
with
does.
only 2 stations in this country, Washington and Chicago. The West Coast has been silent for some 30 minutes, and we do not know whether we are being heard there at this time.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
At the
A
moment, we
crazy
are waiting
dream.
for word
It
from
can't be
Washington naming
happening.
the new president of the United States to replace Edmund C. Dover, who died on the Senate platform while attempting to conduct...
Yeah. What's the use?
Well, are we still agreed on leaving?
We must. If by some miracle we do survive, we'll be out of food here in 3 days. And tonight may be the last chance to find any. They're probably looting every store in the Bay Area.
Grocery stores, liquor stores, jewelers, fur shops.
More the reason to get started now, then.
Right. If we can make 3 or 4 trips with the station wagon tonight, we ought to be set here for quite a while. What about those pistols, Dr. Barnes? You said there were a couple in the safe.
Yes, I'll get them.
It's funny how things are changing. He was chancellor of this university. Now he's foraging for food.
Yes, well, I'll gas up the station wagon and get it over here so we can...
Is anybody here?
Well, Jim, turn that flashlight on the door.
Myra.
Jim, thank heaven you're still here.
Oh, Dr. Barnes was worried about you, Myra. He just went into the other room. I'll tell him you're here.
All right, Jim. I was afraid there might not be anybody here. I was hurrying to get back, and I caught my heel on the edge of the walk and fell. I think I hit my head.
Tripped and fell, the whole world dying, and you trip and fall.
I guess it is funny.
Myra? Bill.
What is it?
What's wrong?
Dr. Barnes is lying just outside. Dead.
Plague?
Yes. But he got the pistols. Here,
Thanks. Do you know how to use one of these, Jim?
in a general way. Well, we'd better get started, Bill. We shouldn't be too long, Myra.
You're not going to leave me here alone.
Well, she's right, Jim. I wouldn't want to be left alone either.
All right. Let's go. We tried the Oakland docks first, the big food warehouses along the railroad tracks. It was a dead end. From a mile away, we could see the blaze towering into the night sky. The whole dock area was in flames. We swung the station wagon back onto the ramp and headed across the Bay Bridge toward the city itself, fighting our way in and out of the jumbled traffic and the terrified crowds on foot, turning and twisting among the dead and dying.
We'd better go back, Bill. This is getting worse every block.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get a chance to turn around.
There's an alley there by the hotel. Maybe you can edge in there.
It's worth a try anyway.
Look out, Bill!
Hey, watch who you're bumping into.
Sorry?
I ain't taking a pushing around from nobody. Not anymore, you understand?
I told
That's on
you I
account of what I got. You take a look at a 45, wise guy.
Careful, Bill. He's drunk.
Look close, and you can see the bullet coming out. Watch now. I bet he saw it all right. I bet he got a real good look at
He's crazy, Myra. Come on, hurry. We've got to get out of here.
What about the other men?
We'll leave the car. Come on, out this side. This way, Myra. The hotel entrance. Out of the way. One side. Step aside. All right, come on.
What can we do, Jim? They saw us come in. They'll be after us any second.
The stairway there, next to the elevators. Hurry, Myra. Well, maybe we can find a room, someplace to hide in case they come up the stairs.
Try that one, Jim.
All right.
People.
Hey, look! We've got more guests.
Sorry.
Come on in and live. That's what all of us are doing. Living while we're dying.
A party.
Come on in. We got plenty to eat, plenty to drink. 50 pounds of diamonds, tons of money, lots of women, and not a worry in the world.
Come on, Myra, let's go.
Sore heads? Come on, let me open another bottle.
Jim, where can we go?
Well, the hotel's about 12 or 14 stories high. The elevators aren't working. I doubt if anybody'd bother us on one of the top floors. they wouldn't have any reason to climb up there. You want to try it?
All right, Jim.
Let's go. For 5 days, we stayed on the top floor of the hotel, and no one came up to bother us. Twice, with pistol in hand, I left Myra in the room and slipped down into the streets to forage for food and supplies. Gradually, over the 3 days, I saw the mobs diminish, thin out, as the Scarlet Plague continued to rage unchecked. Then finally, on the morning of the 6th day, I brought Myra down from the room to see what had happened to the city.
There's not a person in sight, Jim. No one but us. Not another living soul as far as you can see.
Listen. There's not a sound.
A dead world. But there must be others, Jim. Not just us. They're hiding. We'll take a car and drive and look for them. There must be others.
But she was wrong. We drove for 100 miles, all over the city and the countryside around it. And when we finally stopped on a hill above the bay, we knew that there was not another living soul in the whole city. We were the only human beings left alive in San Francisco. And most likely the only ones in the entire world.
But why, Jim? Why us and no one else?
I don't know why. I don't know why any of this. It's just too vast to begin to comprehend. But we're alive. That's the only thing that's certain. We're both alive. To be alone, to be the only living human in the world, would mean terror. Absolute terror and insanity.
I feel guilty somehow. Being alive when everyone else is dead.
There can't be any guilt when you don't have a choice. It was nothing we did. And besides, Myra, don't you see what it means? Since we've been spared, mankind itself has been spared, and civilization. We'll have children. We'll teach them. See that they remember and pass on the greatness of the past.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Together. Together we can do it. We can give mankind another chance. You and I, Myra. We can keep it from being lost forever. Together, everything's different. There's a new hope, something to live for and work for. And we...
What's wrong, Jim?
Myra.
What?
Your face. It's turning scarlet.
Under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, Escape has brought you The Scarlet Plague by Jack London, specially adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, starring Vic Perrin. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Virginia Gregg, and John Daner, with Eleanor Tannen, John Larch, Barney Phillips, and Sam Edwards. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are standing in the bedroom of an English inn, the sound of revelry coming faintly up the stairs. While in the shadows across the room from you, the gun in his hand already aimed at you, is an enemy agent whose success depends upon your death.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Ben Wright's story, Affair at Mandrake.
The following is a Radio 1 dramatization. The time is 9 p.m.
Now the late news from the WHUN newsroom. The Advisory Council for Radio Bradley, the Bradley University FM station, has been recommending that President Martin Abegg reactivate the station, move it to a new location, and find operating funds for the second semester. Two more endorsements for the upcoming 1972 state elections. The Lake County Central Democratic Committee has endorsed Governor Paul Simon, Lieutenant Governor, for the Democratic gubernatorial nomination. And the committee also picked State Representative Daniel Pierce of Highland Park for the Lieutenant Governor's berth on that ticket. Parochiate is finally law, as you know, but it has yet to meet the final test of legality. Governor Ogilvie signed the parochiate bill into law on Thursday. There will be a court test. Mr. Ogilvie, in signing the bill, said it would provide relief to taxpayers who, he said, are forced to bear the full burden of educating youngsters forced into public schools by the closing of private and parochial schools. Actually, the ink was hardly dry on the bill before Lawrence Klinger of Chicago filed suit to get State Auditor Michael Howlett to start issuing parochiate checks. Mr. Howlett is a supporter of parochiate, but is holding up the funds in order to force a court test of the constitutionality of the new parochiate program. Governor Ogilvie also says he plans to trim $76 million from the state's welfare budget, which will go into effect next Monday, because no one has come up with a better alternative. Thomas M. Murphy, the founder and president of the independent postal system, which was put into effect this past week in Peoria area, has announced that the firm will issue its first postage stamp on the 15th of November. It's to be used on second, third, and fourth class mail. These stamps range in price from 1 cent to 50 cents. 5-cent holiday stamps will be issued for use on Christmas cards, but those cards probably will not be delivered by the independent postal system this year because they just don't have the equipment at present time here in the Peoria area. However, the company does plan to provide that service of delivering Christmas cards next Christmas. This story just handed me. A wide portion of the northern part of the city has been struck by a complete power blackout. Power company officials say they have been unable to trace the source of the failure, but crews are working to rectify the difficulty. Thank you. In what seems to be a related development, some 20 persons have been admitted to doctors' hospitals suffering from what doctors say is apparently a respiratory disorder of undetermined origin. All those admitted are North Side residents. We'll keep you informed, of course, from the WHUN newsroom on this power blackout in the northern portion of the city. Whatever news we have, we'll pass along to you very quickly. We now return to Kaleidoscope. This is the WHUN newsroom. Further developments on the power blackout in the northern portion of the city are coming in now, and we're going to turn to newsman Robert Johns for this report from Doctors Hospital.
Doctors Hospital is within the area affected by the widespread power blackout in Peoria tonight. Power is being supplied by an emergency generating system. Hospital officials here declined to comment at this time on the nature of the disorder affecting at least 20 persons admitted for treatment within the past hour. Speaking off the record, one doctor told me that all of those admitted were unconscious and had encountered difficulty in breathing. There is speculation that the infection may be bacterial in origin or possibly the result of food poisoning. A driver for the Pace Ambulance Company told me that he had responded to emergency calls from several households and one restaurant within the power blackout area. At this time, there is little... Just a moment. All of the lights have been turned on earlier at Doctor's Hospital. And the Tony Field has been blocking slightly. There's a loud humming sound, and I can feel vibration on the floor. It's difficult at this time to say exactly what might be...
Robert Johns, with the latest report we have on the blackout north of the city, and in the northern portion of the city, too. A spokesman for the Peoria Electric Company says nearly all of the city is now without any electric service whatsoever. Milton Kramer says transformers at a power substation near the waterworks shorted out in a violent, fiery explosion about 40 minutes ago. City police report power lines fell on 2 automobiles in the 100 block of War Memorial Drive, and at least 2 persons were reportedly electrocuted. Motorists are urged to avoid War Memorial Drive in the area there at the foot of McCluggage Bridge. That's the latest we have on the situation. We'll keep you informed, of course. Stay tuned to this station. We return to music now on Kaleidoscope. We're back in the WHUN newsroom now. The reports are beginning to come in on this power failure in the area. We've been trying to locate newsman Warren LaSalle. Here, he's ready now. He's in a mobile unit near the disaster area. Warren, will you come in, please?
The situation here is considerably worse than original reports had indicated. There are hundreds, literally hundreds, of people jamming the area near the power substation at the waterworks. I can see the charred remains of 2 automobiles not far from where I am located near the tractor company building on War Memorial Drive. A mother and her 4 children were apparently burned to death when power lines fell onto the car in which they were riding. The bodies of 2 other persons remain in the other vehicle, also struck by falling power lines. A fire department rescue unit is at the scene now. The flames have been put out, but the bodies have yet to be removed from the scene. An eyewitness told me she heard a loud humming sound and saw a bright bluish-green light streak across the sky just an instant before the substation here apparently exploded, and the power lines adjacent to it fell onto the roadway. Many of those lining the street appear to be dazed, and several people told me they found it difficult to breathe.
Thank you, Warren. Peoria's 2 other major hospitals report that an increasing number of persons have been admitted for observation suffering from the effects of an unknown respiratory disorder. Hospital officials, we were in contact with them just a moment ago, say they are unable to cope with this situation. It has reached emergency proportions. The county coroner's office reports that the bodies of several youngsters clad in Halloween costumes have been discovered in residential areas around the city. The coroner says there were no indications of violence or foul play. Power company spokesman Milton Kramer says that all generators at the generating station on the river have ceased to function, and that the blackout now covers the entire city. Kramer says personnel at the plant say they heard a loud humming sound as the buildings began to vibrate. I should repeat that there is apparently no power in the city. Police say they're receiving a lot of calls about some sort of a bright light, blue or green, they're not quite sure, moving slowly to the northwest in the city over Peoria. Now, that's all we have at the moment. There is a power blackout. We caution everyone to remain calm and, use the most caution you possibly can, and we'll get back to you with further developments from the WHUN newsroom, and in the meantime, we'll go back to Kaleidoscope. We are back in the WHUN newsroom now. There is a power blackout in the area, and we are trying to get whatever reports we possibly can. Authorities in the control tower at the airport say they've been forced to close the airport to air traffic because of the disruption in communications caused by this massive power failure. We have another report now. From newsman Robert John at Doctor's Hospital.
Since my last report from this location, I've secluded myself within the administrative offices on the 3rd floor. I'm now behind a plate of glass and trying to make sense of what I'm about to report to you. According to interns I've talked with in the past few minutes, several of those persons admitted to the hospital tonight have savagely attacked 2 doctors and several other emergency room personnel. In an attempt to control the enraged patients, hospital staff members have completely closed off all corridors leading to and from the area, which is now concentrated with people no longer down with the disease, but rampaging through the halls of this medical institution. According to a hospital spokesman, the area that I'm reporting from is completely secure. There's no remote chance of an invasion by the animals who have commandeered the upper floors of the building. They've apparently lost all control of their bodily functions, and they've resorted to the simplest methods of protecting themselves from things they no longer seem to understand. One patient appeared to be dying from suffocation. He was immediately scheduled for a tracheotomy, and the doctor was at the point of incision when the man, who supposedly was under sedation, came alive with the power and the fury of an enraged ape. He wrenched the doctor's scalpel from the surgeon's hand and sliced his throat from front to rear. Other personnel in the room fled through doors and into the awaiting horde of the living dead. I find it hard to keep my thoughts organized. That's what I'm trying to do. I just can't believe such a horrid thing could happen in the same building. All flights above this level have been completely barricaded and reinforced with tables, cabinets, chairs, machines. All equipment that is movable has been removed and set up in an effort to stop any living thing that might possibly break through the primary barrier. People are rushing about in a frenzied determination to stop whatever might be on the other side of that wall. There's absolute bedlam here now. They've smashed the plate glass and... Oh, I've never seen anything like it. They don't even look human. Oh, my...
Well, I'm sorry about that. We seem to run into some sort of difficulty in that remote connection with newsman Robert Johns at Doctor's Hospital. While our engineer tries to reestablish contact, which he will do just as quickly as possible, we have this report from another reporter in town that the mayor has left his home to go to his office from City Hall. Nim Lorgan files this live report.
We expect the mayor to issue a statement momentarily regarding the now well-known state of emergency. I've received reports that the mayor has been in contact with the governor, but no one seems to know what's going on absolutely. But it's been rumored that the mayor will declare an official state of emergency within the hour. It's also rumored that he will ask for assistance from the National Guard. But until his speech is made available to the news media, all of this remains highly speculative. The mayor has just come down the marble staircase here at City Hall from his fifth-floor office. He's now approaching reporters. Along with the mayor are several other aldermen and other city officials. The mayor reportedly intends to confer with other government officials before making a statement.
Thank you, ma'am. While we were waiting for the mayor's statement, he'll be along in a moment, I understand. Let's take this report now from Radnor Clinic. Carl LaFong reports.
I have Dr. Dietrich with me. Doctor, has any progress been made in finding a cure?
Well, we've succeeded in isolating the bacteria, and since that time we've been trying to find something to destroy or even arrest the bacterial processes. But unfortunately, we have been unable to even stop its meiosis or reproductive process. It seems that these organisms, after destroying the branch cells, lodge themselves in the bone marrow, where each cell divides. This process continues quite rapidly, and each cell can reproduce and equal in approximately 90 seconds. Of course, the body manufactures red blood cells in the bone marrow. Since the bacteria destroys the marrow, the body cannot produce these oxygen-carrying cells. Now, without the cells to carry oxygen to the body, unconsciousness results shortly after infection, and with it, the brain damage follows.
Then, Doctor, oxygen tends to not affect it.
No, the oxygen can get into the lungs, but it's exhaled because there are no red blood cells to pass the oxygen along. We haven't been able to explain the things.
We're back at City Hall for the long-awaited statement from the mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, now, get on with it.
Citizens of Peoria, ladies and gentlemen of the press, has been in conference with city officials and the governor's office. I won't try to cover things up or give false hopes. We're confronted with a situation totally beyond our immediate control. However, officials at Doctor's Hospital have assured me that everything possible is being done to find a cure for the disease that is sweeping our city. I must emphasize that panic will only make things worse. I'm therefore enacting martial law throughout the city, and I'm ordering everyone to remain behind locked doors in their homes. The police commissioner has given his men the orders to shoot to kill. This is, of course, necessary to ensure control. Now, if you're not at home, you must either go home or locate your nearest civil defense shelter. We're doing everything possible to combat this dilemma. Please stay at home, etc., etc., etc.
What response have you had from the governor's office, sir?
Well, it seems as though our governor thought it more important to spend the weekend fishing in Wisconsin rather than sitting in his dingy office down in Springfield controlling the official business of the state of Illinois.
And that was the mayor's report on this, what has now grown to an emergency situation. We're here in the WHUN newsroom. We have an unconfirmed report of a light plane flying in the VFR mode. That is to say, the pilot was flying into the Peoria airport pattern by eyesight only, because the radio communications at the tower are completely without power. And it seems as though the pilot tried to radio the tower to report a shortage of fuel. because the tower is without electrical power, they're unable to receive the pilot's plea for some help. The pilot attempted a landing by eyesight, I'm told, and apparently mistook Harmon Highway for the landing strip. The plane was reportedly a multiple-engine crash, 3 persons on board. We do not know who they are, or were. The only plane in the area, according to the aviation officials, was a dual-engine craft, chartered. To sum up, the entire city of Peoria is without power at this time. The mayor has now declared the city under martial law and instructed residents to seek a place of safety, either in their own homes or one of the civil defense shelters. We've been unable to reestablish contact with newsman Warren LaSalle. We were speaking with him just a short while ago. He reported on the explosion of a power substation near the McCluggage Bridge. Newsman LaSalle filed this tape-recorded report from the scene about 20 minutes ago. If that's ready, all right, let's hear it.
Hey, Fred, are you rolling on this?
Yeah, Warren, go ahead.
Look, Fred, it's getting pretty tense here. I don't think I'm going to have time to file another report, but before I'll have to get out of here. But I wanted to make sure that somebody knows what's happening. I don't understand what happened to the people who were milling around here when we found the burned bodies in the cars. It's like we all went crazy at the same time. I first noticed people falling to the ground and gasping for breath. It looked like some of them died. I mean, they didn't move or anything. They were just lying there still. When I went back to the car to get a pack of smokes, there was an old guy, maybe 60 or 65, just killed across the hood like he was dead. I was going to move him and see if there was anything I could do to help him, but he looked dead, so I left him alone. I tried to open the glove compartment to get my cigarettes out, but it was locked. I remember I left the keys in my raincoat hanging over the fence down near the bridge. When I turned around to get out of the car, the old guy who had been lying across the hood was standing on his feet, breathing heavily. First I thought maybe he was going to get sick or something, and I noticed his skin. It wasn't a flesh tone anymore, but looked almost gray. What would really scare the hell out of me was his eyes. They were all red. I don't mean bloodshot. I mean roaring fire engine red. Without any provocation or warning, he lunged at me, grabbed my throat. It was at least twice as strong as you'd expect anyone that old to be. I mean, his hands around my throat were like a steel vice. He pulled my head toward his mouth and sunk his teeth into the flesh just above the right eyebrow. I want to tell you, he bit hard. So hard blood started running down my face immediately. I couldn't breathe at all and knew I was going fast. I had to do something, but he was so strong, Fred. You know, I couldn't move. Tried then to yank me away from the car and finish the job, I guess, but I must have lost his balance just a little. Car doors were still open. I felt him slip back my way. I reached up under his armpits, pulled him back toward the car, all the strength I could muster. As I pulled away, that bite on my head didn't loosen a bit, and I think he must have ripped a pretty big hunk of meat off. Fell into the car seat. When he came at me again, I reached outside, grabbed the door handle, slammed it on his head as hard as I could. The edge of the door caught to the side of his face and wedged it against the door jamb. He didn't make a sound, but collapsed on the pavement when I opened the door. And Fred, the really odd thing was when I looked at his face, despite how really ripped up it was, there wasn't any blood. No blood at all. I knew I had to get away from this area, so I ran back down toward the bridge, find my coat, so I could find the keys and get out of here. Those people, most of them had been lying, looking like they were dead in the street, and gotten up and were standing in a close-knit group, about 50 or 75. It looked like a pack of mad dogs. I was afraid they might attack me at any moment. Didn't want to try to get out of here on foot, so I knew I had to have those car keys from the coat. I ran around the outside of the mob, and they didn't seem to be paying much attention to me. So many other people in the street, my raincoat was still on the fence where I'd left it, so I grabbed the keys out of the pocket, started running back up the hill to where the car was. Still don't know where they came from, but 4 or 5 little kids, some of them wearing Halloween costumes, running in the same direction with me. They were scared, and they were screaming about being chased by a couple of these red-eyed creatures. I wanted to stop and see if I could help the kids, but I knew I had to get back here and tell you about this. When I was running toward the car, I saw one of them grab the little girl who had tripped and fallen. What he did to that little child, I don't think I can describe to you. Youngster couldn't have been more than 5, maybe 6 years old. And what that cemented creature grabbed her, he looked like a man in his 40s, picked the little kid up and held her in both arms over his head and threw her to the pavement absolutely as hard as he could. Then he started kicking. I just can't tell you. I mean, it was so horrible. I'm back in the car now, Fred, and I'm going to leave. Oh, my God. They're all around the car. Those red-eyed shells of men are all around me. Jesus. Gotta get the car into gear, and I'm holding the accelerator to the floor, but they're holding the back tires off the street, and I'm not moving. They're all around me. Hundreds of them. They're pounding on the grass. They're knocking the car so hard I'm seeing them roll over.
Now, we're back in the newsroom. That was a recorded conversation earlier between reporter Warren LaSalle and an engineer here at the studios. I'm sorry that the two-way got in there, but under the circumstances, we just had to rush. It's a two-way radio transmission, just suddenly terminated, as you heard it, as an angry mob attacked a news car. This is purely speculation, you understand, because we can't be there and just know what's going on. Perhaps the antenna was broken off when the people, as he said, swarmed over the news wagon. As was evident in the tape, Warren wasn't intending for his report to be made public, but we felt that you should hear it in spite of that, because of the extenuating circumstances and the condition of the area in general. We thought it would be better to give, all the information we possibly can. I understand now that we have a remote report coming up from veteran newscaster Gib Phillips from his home in Chillicothe. There's no telephone service connecting Peoria and Chillicothe at this time due to the power shortage, so reporter Phillips will file this live report from a neighbor's house using a two-way radio. All right, Gib, you go ahead.
Okay, ready, Phil. You can take it now. WHUN in Peoria. Yes, sir. It's okay, Phil. Go ahead. Just hold the button on the mic, or you'll cut yourself off. This is Gib Phillips in Chillicothe. Though the lights are out here and there is no telephone service, everything appears to be normal. The way it sounds here, you're having close to a riot or something there in Peoria. But nothing's happening here, though, except about an hour and a half ago, or close to that. A couple of my neighbors were outside talking about a bluish-green flash across the sky. And my neighbor Ted Wallace, whose radio I'm using to file this, just returned about 10 minutes ago from Princeville. And he tells me that aside from the power and communications difficulty, everything is normal there as well. And some people have left the area through Chillicothe and have told of being attacked by crazed half-human creatures. The massive traffic movement through this little community has created one of the worst traffic tie-ups imaginable. I'll stick by the mic here, and if you'll be needing any more information, this is Gib Phillips reporting from Chillicothe.
That was Gib Phillips reporting on the situation in Chillicothe. You're listening to WHUN Radio, trying to keep contact with this emergency, this power failure that has occurred in the area. Pekin police report that aside from the power blackout, there's no difficulty in that city either. Apparently it's localized here. We've just been in contact with Bob Fox at the police department. She reports the finding of another body at Doctor's Hospital. Let's set her in now, if you will. Right, here's Bob Fox.
This is Barb Fox reporting from police headquarters, where officers just finished filing a report on the discovery of a mutilated body in one of the rooms of Doctor's Hospital. The man, reportedly clad only in a crucifix, was found between floors. The upper portion of his body was left on the third floor when the elevator doors closed on him. The elevator descended, the body was dismembered. According to the report, the upper portion of the man's torso was riddled with daggers and glass 1/2 inch thick. The bleeding had completely ceased by the time the body had reached the elevator shaft. Interns tracing the trail of blood surmised the man had been dragged from a nearby office where the glass windows had been shattered. The report continues, because the body was without clothing, no identification was possible. Police are baffled by a length of what appears to have been a microphone cable that was clinched in the dead man's fist. This is Bart Fox reporting.
Ladies and gentlemen, panic seems to have swept our city. All of you who are listening, please, be calm under the situation. What reports we have, hundreds of people, maybe even thousands, seem to be running wildly through the streets in a kind of crazed frenzy. We have here numerous reports of fires, at least 300 deaths, and scattered incidents of looting. Civil defense authorities have issued a statement urging everyone to stay home tonight. There's a team of medical experts from St. Nicholas Hospital is attempting to isolate this bacteria, which has affected the behavior of so many of our citizens. Authorities are baffled by this strange phenomenon, we're told. They have yet been unable to isolate its origin. Several prominent physicians have recommended that the consumption of any foods other than cans be ceased immediately. You know, anything that is canned apparently is all right for the moment. Civil defense authorities recommend that if you're going to drink water, be certain that you boil it before you drink it. In any event, when police or the fire department must be contacted, the telephone company and the city police have provided mobile communication, and van-type trucks are located throughout the city. Perhaps you've seen them. I don't know. Each truck is equipped with a loudspeaker system, which will make you aware of its presence within your area. In the event of an emergency, do not leave your home until you hear the loudspeaker message in your area. Now, I'm going to repeat it for you, see if you can remember it. This is Civil Defense Emergency Communications Mobile Unit. That's the way they'll introduce it. Then they'll follow a number of some sort or other and the announcement of the intersection which the truck is nearest. We repeat, under no circumstances should you leave your home, except in the event of fire, of course. The police superintendent, Andrew Alexander, reminds all police officers that Lee's days off, of course, have been canceled. If you didn't hear it directly from him, you're hearing it now. This goes ad infinitum, apparently, until this thing is cleared up, until we find out what it's all about. Every policeman is to report to police headquarters at once. The superintendent emphasized that the situation remains under control, but Andrew has advised that all area residents who own firearms keep them loaded, keep them nearby in the event of some sort of someone should try to get in your home. In a prepared statement, the police chief said, and we're able to quote this, due to the extreme gravity of the situation which confronts us at this hour, I must advise all area residents to take any precaution which they feel necessary to guard against intrusion. Where health or safety is threatened, I advise all firearms owners to shoot to kill without hesitation. Police Superintendent Andy apparently was referring to those individuals who are affected by the plague. It seems to have swept our area when he issued the shoot to kill order. Medical authorities further advise that anyone who thinks he may have contracted this bacterial infection should have another member of the household in which he resides bind him, actually tie him down in such a way that his movement will be completely restricted. Persons living alone who feel ill are advised to perhaps take a sedative or some such thing if it's available, and just go to bed immediately. Lock the door, of course, and the windows and so forth. Civil defense authorities have been granted permission by the mayor and the police superintendent to do whatever is necessary to restrict movement on city streets. Because of the big traffic jam, which is now traffic at the bridge route going out of the city, state police have had to set up barricades to restrict any sort of vehicular movement from the city. Thank you. Late reports indicate that the vast majority of those affected by the plague are residents of the city. Therefore, the county sheriff's department is stopping all automobiles either going in or out of the city. And from what we were able to learn here in the WHUN newsroom, in a dire situation such as this one, more people are apt to be killed due to panic and fear than by whatever this dreaded thing is. It has been brought to our attention that students on the university campus have become completely panicked in the wake of whatever it is, this disaster that's going on. The mobile radio telephone unit, there is one near the fieldhouse parking lot. Students are reportedly dying at the hands of fellow students as the mobs attempt to storm this mobile unit in order to tell their parents about the crisis that we have here. The lives of fellow students, former classmates, it don't seem to mean anything to those students who are possessed with this one goal. The only important thing to students is making phone calls to their parents or relatives in order to get transportation out of the city, which, of course, no one can come in, no one can go out. There have been numerous reports of some very brutal confrontations, beatings. I don't know. What's that? Oh. Okay, go ahead.
This is Bob Fox reporting once again from the police department, where reports of patrolmen read like the diary of the Marquis de Sade. Murders, rapes, and an alarming number of suicides, the whole town seems gripped by the seething terror of an unknown foe. 8 persons were mutilated beyond recognition when a city maintenance truck overturned in the street and rolled through the plate glass front of a supermarket on the corner near Knoxville. 40 people were sprayed with fuel from the truck and ignited when the battery from the truck fell into a pool of high-octane fuel. In another incident, a bus returning from a church retreat with 38 youngsters aboard ran out of control while trying to avoid a collision with an ambulance on the Franklin Street Bridge. It plunged some 30 feet to the pilings below. The bus reportedly burst into flames on impact. Coast Guard officials report only 3 youngsters are known to be alive, 10 are missing, and the others dead.
Prepare to meet your maker! Let me alone! Leave me alone! I know you! You all die! Die! You won't be ready to go! You die here!
Well, we'll try to make further contact with Barb Fox at the police department. I must urge everyone to be just as calm as they possibly can. I've been in contact with numerous sources of information. Since our last report, these items have been brought to our attention. There's a hotel in the heart of downtown Peoria where 3 residents have flung themselves from the windows. One woman was seen just literally bouncing from the brick walls of the structure after breaking through the windows on the 13th floor. Identification of the victim is impossible because the body had been defiled by the mob just swarming through the street. Police say the situation does remain under control. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is they mean. It would seem that that isn't the case at all. Right now, at this time, radio communications between this station and our remote reporters, and I know you're anxious to hear what's going on, but I'm afraid I haven't been able to get through to them. It is difficult to predict for how much time we'll be able to bring you live reports from the scene. News Director Wilbur Wobus informs me that a policeman has delivered to our studios a tape-recorded message from Dr. Donald Curran. Now, in this recorded message, I'm told Dr. Curran claims to have isolated the source of the bacterial infection which has infected so many of us here in this area. Thank heaven we've been spared for the time, at least. I don't know quite what to say. This recording has not yet been heard by anyone on our news staff, so you and I are going to be hearing it for the first time. If you just be patient, we'll get it here. Understand, we just received this. Just a moment, please.
This is Dr. Donald Curhan speaking to you from Lutheran Hospital. A team of prominent Peoria physicians, including myself, believe that we have discovered the source of the unusual bacterial infection. Now, I must emphasize that we've been unable to develop a cure to combat this disorder, and that we can offer only the following preventative measures. Now, first, it is imperative that the consumption of tap water be ceased immediately. This is of cardinal importance, because our medical research has determined beyond a shadow of a doubt that these bacteria are multiplying in the capital city, Peoria. It is of utmost importance, cardinal, that I reiterate that all tap water must be ceased drinking.
It would seem that we are experiencing some sort of a technical difficulty here. We'll have it rectified just as soon as we can and bring you the remainder of Dr. Turner's report. While Dr. Turns was speaking, I did manage to get into communication on a two-way radio here with Gib Phillips in Chillicothe. He told me that the situation there remains as it was before, that apparently no one in that community has been affected by the plague, which has spread throughout Peoria. Phillips says that a number of persons who earlier got out of the Peoria area, apparently victims of the disease. However, sufficient manpower was available in Chillicothe to subdue those affected and to maintain some sort of order. The police in Chillicothe have since set up roadblocks to prevent others from entering the town from Peoria. As is the case there, law enforcement officers have been given the shoot-to-kill order, if that's necessary. Oh, yes. Now, again, we're going to have Dr. Donald Turan with a report that we interrupted a moment ago. You just go right ahead.
This is Dr. Donald Curhan speaking to you from Lutheran Hospital. A team of prominent Peoria physicians, including myself, believe that we have discovered the source of the unusual bacterial infection. Now, I must emphasize that we've been unable to develop a cure to combat this disorder, and that we can offer only the following preventative measures. Now, first, it is imperative that the consumption of tap water be ceased immediately. This is of cardinal importance, because our medical research has determined beyond a shadow of a doubt that these bacteria are multiplying in the capital city, Peoria. It is of utmost importance that all water must be...
Well, yeah, apparently the tape the doctor used to record the report that was sent to us, it just wasn't really good. Now, we're going to attempt to bring you Dr. Turan's report later in this broadcast. Word has reached me now that reporter Mim Morgan is located in one of our mobile units near Peoria's Courthouse Square, where civil defense authorities have set up an emergency treatment center and a communication facilities. So we'll take this report now, as Mim Morgan gives it to us right from the scene.
Pandemonium reigns at Courthouse Square on this chilly October evening. There are literally thousands thousands of people jamming the square. There's a human chain composed of policemen and firemen, special sheriff's deputies, and a number of persons who have not yet fallen victim to the plague threatening the city surrounding the perimeter of the square. Children are crying and running through the streets in search of parents who have either deserted them or who've been trampled to death by crazed victims of the plague who are roaming the streets in packs, like wolves, ready for the kill. It seems like a bad dream, a nightmare from which I know there's no awakening. Old men and women who were apparently overpowered by the infection lie gasping for breath in the streets and in doorways. Those who have not yet suffered from the effects of the strange bacterial infection are, for the most part, panic-stricken and are huddled for warmth in small groups within the small area which has been secured. Only a short time ago, it was like any other weekend night in Peoria. Suddenly, a bluish-green light streaked across the sky over the city, and since that time, there's been chaos and civil disorder of the greater magnitude imaginable. Speculation as to the cause of this night of terror runs rampant through the crowd here. Stories range from blaming a communist conspiracy to destroy population centers to tales of alien invasion from outer space. And who's to say what the truth might actually be? There's sporadic shooting as police fire into bands of the crazed once humans who periodically attack their own kind like savage beasts of the night. The injured lie everywhere, and medical teams are spread far too thin to be of any real value. It seems as though no one is immune from this dread disease. There's an unconfirmed report that the mayor, after issuing a statement from City Hall, fell victim to it himself and brutally attacked a reporter as he attempted to leave the building. No one's able to explain why some have been affected by the disease and others not. In many instances, some members of the same family have gone raving mad while others remain apparently normal. Symptoms of the disorder are easily recognized. First, there's dizziness and vomiting. Then extreme difficulty in breathing may be encountered. Secondly, the victim then falls unconscious for a short period of time. It is then that the skin loses its color, becoming almost gray. The eyes turn a deep red, almost glowing with luminescence. But when the victim regains consciousness, he's lost complete control of his faculties and attacks anything or anyone near him, resorting to the most carnal and bestial acts imaginable. As I speak to you, I stand beside the body of a small girl, clad in what appears to be the blood-soaked remains of a Cinderella Halloween costume. Not 10 minutes ago, the body was dragged here from outside the defense perimeter by her hysterical mother, who said the child had been attacked by a group of 5 or 6 of the bloodthirsty night creatures, who savagely beat and kicked the youngster before tearing her with their bared teeth. I don't know how much longer I can take the spectacle. Has the whole world gone mad? The cloud-shrouded starless night sky is crimson in the distance, and smoke lingers like a pall over the city as numerous fires rage out of control away from the heart of the city. Fire units stand ready here to guard against the possible spread of flames into this area. In the sky to the southwest, there lingers a faint bluish-green glow from within the clouds. The light which hovered for a time near the waterworks streaked across the sky to its present location and has remained there for the past 40 minutes with no appreciable movement or any change in its intensity. Police attempted to get near the area where the strange glow remains, but fires raged completely out of control near the site, and they have as yet been unable to get close enough to attempt investigation. Near the center of the square, there is... Wait! The blue-green light is growing brighter, and it appears to be moving closer. What? Yes, it is. It looks almost like a huge flare, dropping from the sky. And there's a sound which grows increasingly louder as it approaches this area. The sky above the city is not as bright as it is on the most brightly moonlit night. Falling over the clouds as the light gathers. look. It looks like a small capsule of some sort. There are literally hundreds of them falling like rain all about me. They're breaking as they hit, and there's a milky white liquid splattering on the pavement as they break. I see all the tape. People are falling. The police are fighting, but there's no stopping them. The trains and beams are breaking through the human chain around the square line.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just don't know what to add to this right now. You've heard just exactly what's happening in downtown Peoria. An eyewitness account. Nim Morgan, there at Courthouse Square. This is incredible. I don't believe there's any precedent for reporting on an event such as this. All our remote units are silent. I really can't get through anywhere. It appears we will be unable to bring you any further direct reports. Our engineer is working on it, but they say that it's just encountering a lot of difficulty in receiving any signal tonight. As a matter of fact, you may be having difficulty really in receiving us. Several Peoria stations, we understand, are now off the air. Those with studios in the downtown area have just ceased to broadcast. Apparently, equipment breakdowns, power failures. Of course, we've had this dark situation in the area for a long time. Absolute bedlam reigns in a Midwestern city where friends have become the bitterest of enemies in the wake of this insane confusion that has been brought on by, I guess, alien invaders from our studios. Now, understand, we're outside the city. It's difficult to assess the situation at this time. Our reporting facilities are broken down. There's no way of knowing. Officials at a downtown hospital have earlier confirmed that a badly mutilated body received there about half an hour ago is that of reporter Warren LaSalle. LaSalle lost his life when attacked by an angry mob while reporting from near the McCluggage Bridge. A team of investigators has discovered a lot of capsules. I might add at this point that the capsules found resemble those described just a short while ago by Mim Morgan. You heard Mim's report. Now, in her, from the courthouse, many of the capsules had either badly deteriorated or had broken, and they had kind of a milky fluid in them. They were scattered widely all around the area, especially on the riverfront and out near the waterworks. Capsules are strewn about in a path resembling the path made by the bright lights, which was reported earlier by one of our reporters. Preliminary medical reports indicate that the substance contained in the capsules is similar to bacteria found in the corpses of these disease victims. Telephone communications have been disrupted throughout the area. And from our studios, we can see that Bruce light it is over the city. I really don't know how well you're receiving it. This time we'll just keep going, someone from here. The flames over the town, the air is really dense with smoke. And it's all happened so suddenly. By the time word reaches other major population centers in the state, we may be gone. None of the wire services have carried news of what's happened here, yet it's almost as if we've been shut off from contact, by day from the outside. So, something or someone way beyond our comprehension. I don't know what's happened. I really don't. Why did they pick out our city? And why tonight? Seemingly, have we been the only metropolitan area affected by the invasion and the subsequent plague? We don't have any contact news with anyone else. We really don't know. Is Peoria going to be used as a sort of breeding ground for some strange bacteria which drives men mad and later forces them to submission before some alien intelligence? What puzzles me most is why some have been infected immediately by the plague and others not at all. At least for the time being. I don't know if anybody can hear me or not. Jack? Jack, you give me... I'm a little dry. Would you get me some water? Thank you. And of course, we're going to remain on the air, bringing you information about the crisis throughout the night. We are hopeful that police and civil defense officials will keep us informed, too. I don't know whether... Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Now, well, what I'm saying is that we're going to stay with it just as long as we possibly can. There's no one here other than my engineer and me. Everyone else has left by automobile, trying to get toward Bloomington, I guess, to get some sort of assistance, you see, for the folks, and to contact the governor's office in Springfield with the hope that National Guard units could be activated, brought into the area. Recapping here these events, it's about an hour ago that bright bluish-green light was seen first over the city near... Jack, come back in here right away.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
Hey,
you look sick. You want me to go get help or something?
Where did you get this water? Is it from the cooler in the hall?
No, the bottle's empty. I drank from the cooler about 20 minutes ago. So I got yours from the tap in the restroom. I thought it was all right.
No. Don't you see that?
Hey, are you going to be all right? Are I trying to get a policeman or something?
That's why some people got the disease and others haven't. They dumped that bacteria in the water supply. It must grow like crazy. Only those who have this... Only those who have had water in the past hour or so. Jack?
I've been so busy with tapes back here and the two-way and all. I never thought that something might be wrong.
Oh, no, it's not your fault, but you've got to get me out of here right away. Now, Jack, you know what happened to the others. Get me out of the building, lock the doors, no matter what now. And don't let me back in.
But I couldn't do that. You and I have known each other for 5, 6, 7 years. I couldn't do that.
No. I mean, there's so much interference, I doubt anyone here. Anyway, but, Come me up, Jack.
Due to circumstances beyond our control, we're now forced to leave the air.
The program you have just heard was a dramatization. Any resemblance between characters in our story and persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is WHUN FM in Peoria, Illinois. Radio 1.
Days, you sitting there beside the radio and I talking here into this microphone must make a decision. It must be the right decision. If we fail, we may never have a chance to make another, for civilization as we know it may disappear from the face of the earth. What you are about to hear is not designed to scare you, but it might, because it's true.
The fifth horseman. 4 horsemen rode across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death, and to these now is added a 5th horseman, the threat of the atom.
National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is the plain truth about the awesome significance of atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Starring Henry Fonda, this is the first in the series titled Rehearsal.
Some people know firsthand what happens when an atomic bomb explodes, but not many. No one was actually close enough to see with his own eyes what happened when that bomb was exploded over the ships here at Bikini a couple days ago. Pictures were taken by drone planes and from a distance of miles from towers on shore and ships. You've seen some of these pictures. You've heard the radio reports, read the newspapers. But the thing is, you can't be a close eyewitness to the explosion of an atomic bomb and live. We were on a ship 18 miles away from Bikini when the bomb went off. We've seen through our dark glasses the great blinding light and the majestic cloud rising to the sky. Right now they're tallying the damage done, assessing the damage to the ships, to the animals. Naturally, there are a lot of opinions.
Most of the big battle wagons are still afloat, aren't they? And many of the animals are still alive.
This was one of the reporters on our ship.
Yes, they're still afloat. But in another 10 days, many of the animals may be dead.
This is a scientist.
From the effects of radiation?
Yes.
But if these ships had a thick enough shield on the decks, the animals below would probably be safe.
Uh-huh. It would have to be a pretty heavy shield, several feet of concrete.
And so far as the damage to the superstructure is concerned, all that means is we've got to build the ships with no superstructure.
Uh-huh. But what difference does it make if a battleship is not sunk by an atomic bomb? If the families of the crew back in the United States are killed by one?
Well...
And what difference does it make if a battleship is not sunk by an atomic bomb, if our cities can be wiped out by them?
He's right. Atomic bombs are weapons to be used against cities and civilians, not against armies and navies. Make your ships unsinkable, but that will not save your cities and your people.
You sound as scared as Mr. Scientist here.
I am.
He was at Hiroshima.
The people of Hiroshima, those that are left, know what an atomic bomb does. And as for me, a bunch of us prisoners had been brought to Hiroshima the night before. We were quartered out to the edge of the city. I don't know if they plan to question us there or take us on up to Tokyo. We were up early.
There goes that little old squeaky siren again.
That's the second time.
Yeah, I thought it never would stop about an hour ago. Whee!
Yeah.
Woke me up right out of a sound sleep. Spoiled my dream. It did. And what was it for? I didn't hear no planes.
Ah, shut up, Mississippi.
Maybe this is the last call. Maybe they're coming now.
It stopped.
It must be the all clear.
I don't know why our guys would bother coming over here.
There's a strong garrison here.
How big? Well, we could overpower them and get away.
Oh. Sure, there's 5 of us.
Man, look at that sun out there. Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Sun shines here just like it does in Mississippi.
No.
I wouldn't be mad at nobody today if they'd let me go home. I mean it.
We ate our breakfast. Rice, fermented beans, soup, and pickles. We waited for the guards to come and get us. From the barred windows, we could see the people going to work. Kids playing. The streets were busy. Office workers, clerks, bankers going to their desks. Streetcars, automobiles, bicycles. That's the way it was until 8:14 that morning. Then the room we were in suddenly flooded by the brightest light that man has ever seen on this earth.
What's that? That light? I can't see. That heat, it's like a furnace.
He was standing in an open window. He had looked into the face of the bomb, perhaps from 2 or 3 miles away.
I'm blind. I can't see. I'm blind!
The 2 glass windows were blown in against us, frame and all. The door was blown in. The shattered glass flew through the room with the velocity of bullets. What didn't hit us embedded itself in the walls. I picked myself up bleeding.
A bomb hit us. A bomb hit us.
It must have landed right outside.
It just missed us.
Then a terrific wind roared through the room. In a few seconds, it stopped. Two of the fellows couldn't get up. They just lay there, bleeding.
Hey, guard! Guard, help!
No one came.
Guard! Hey, guard, help! Stay away from that door, Mississippi. They'll pick you up if you try to get out.
But these guys here...
Shut up!
We did what we could for the fellows on the floor. They were bleeding pretty badly.
Hey, look at this. What's this on my arm?
Where?
Right here across my forearm.
It's a blister. It's as big as a hen's egg.
That's what it was, a blister, the kind that rises from a flash burn.
I can't see. And my face burns. My chest, too.
The face of that boy was all flash burned. No, not all, we found out later. He was facing a barred window, and its shadow was tattooed on his face and on his breast. The skin was scorched, except where the shadows of the bars fell.
Hey, look at the wallpaper.
The wallpaper started burning. We tore it off and stamped the fire out.
Get that paper down! Get it down!
I tried to figure what had happened. It must have been a strange bomb to burn us like that and blow in the door and windows. It must have landed very close. But there was such a long time up between the flash and the blast, as if the explosion had occurred far away. I went cautiously to the open doorway.
There ain't no place a bomb landed out there that I can see.
I could see no bomb crater.
Hey, look at those buildings down there. They're all blown down.
The buildings around us looked as if they'd been demolished by a tornado.
One of them's on fire. Look!
And look at the woods over there across the valley. They're on fire, too.
Flames were sweeping through the woods like a forest fire. Then I saw the city.
Hey, the whole city down below's on fire.
A white sheet of fire was rising from the city. Not one fire, but 1,000 fires. And a great plume of smoke and dust rising thousands of feet into the sky above them.
What's hit us? What's hit us?
5 major enemy industrial targets and a strong enemy military installation were wiped out.
This is the scientist at Bikini.
Hundreds of thousands of American lives were spared, and additional Japanese cities were saved from destruction by that bomb at Hiroshima.
It stunned me.
The first damage was done by the shock wave.
I remember that, and then came that wind.
That was the wind blowing out from the bomb.
It was like a hurricane.
It was a super hurricane, about 1,000 miles an hour for a few seconds.
Yeah. When it was over, we were all on the floor.
It's no wonder. It was that wind that snapped off the trees and knocked over all but the strongest buildings, and carried away the lighter buildings and streetcars and automobiles like cigarette papers in a gale.
We fixed up the 2 fellows bleeding the most. Then Mississippi and I started out for help. We headed down the valley, down toward the city. The city was blazing. The flames were spreading out from the center, roaring with fury.
It's that wind. That's what's doing it.
The heat rising from the center of the fire was creating whirlwinds that whipped up the fire like a blast furnace.
Look out! Look out! That tree!
The whirlwind tore out trees by the roots and carried them whirling and blazing into the air. Great trees weighing tons, turning end over end, twisting crazily through the flaming debris that filled the air.
Get down! Get down!
We lay down and hung on.
Look at that. Every place one of them burning trees or burning planks comes down, it starts a new fire.
We could see the new fire springing up. We just lay there and looked. No pictures were taken of that fire. No close-up pictures of that fire appeared in any newspaper. The firefighting equipment of Hiroshima was knocked out along with everything else when the bomb fell. All preparations for emergency work were knocked out. That's what happens when an atomic bomb explodes over a city.
What could it have been? What kind of bomb could have done this?
I don't know, Mississippi. We started down toward the city again.
This heat.
The smell.
I can't breathe.
You want to stop?
No. We gotta find a hospital, a dressing station or something, if we can.
Pretty soon we found out what the smell was. Burned corpses. The heat was stifling. We made our way down to the river. People were lying along the river, some of them partway into the water, just lying there. Some of them were still living. Some of the dead were floating in the river. Some of the living had waded out into the water. All were burned. Some were naked. Some still had charred rags on.
This heat. Let's get down in that water before I keel over. Come on.
Yeah. We waded out into the water, up to our necks. The heat and the smell were unbearable. We ducked our heads trying to find some relief. Lifeless bodies floated against us. More victims were dragging themselves down to the shore, some of them crawling. We made our way back to the road. Metal light poles were bent double, like licorice sticks. And up from the city came the burned and the bleeding. We headed down toward the hospital. We came to a steel frame building.
Look at that. That building's still standing.
We walked over to it.
Holy! Look at the corpses in there. Not one living thing. Every one of them's...
That's what the blast wind does to buildings strong enough to resist collapse.
This is the scientist in bikini.
It's like an air hose being turned into a cup filled with sawdust. Those not killed by being blown against the machinery or the walls or by the collapsing floors are killed by the flying debris, steel splinters and bits of machinery that can decapitate a man or cut him in half like that.
The burned and wounded who could still walk dragged along or carried those that could not walk.
Help us, please. Help us. Look at that one. The burns on him.
Help us. Help.
He dropped. Look, he fell down. Come on.
We went over to him.
How could a guy... Oh.
He's dead, Mississippi.
Yeah.
There were dead everywhere. Some of them had been charred black. Some were in sitting positions. Some, badly burned, had crawled under streetcars and automobiles, thinking to save themselves from the bombs to come. And there they died.
How can we ever find the hospital? There can't be no hospital down there. Everything's gone.
As I stood there, my mind reeled. In the flash of an instant, a city had been destroyed. Everything suddenly had come to an end. The entire structure of society suddenly had been destroyed. All personnel, all records, all machinery, everything by which men work and live together. Industry had ended. Suddenly there were no telephones, no telegraphs, no trains, no streetcars, no automobiles. The stubs of buildings, twisted wreckage, rubble, smoldering fires, and ashes.
When the bomb explodes, it's as though the sun were suddenly placed there.
The heat was terrific.
It was about the same as having a piece of the sun, a ball of fire, millions of degrees hot, placed suddenly only 600 yards away.
That's what must have charred all the people who were not in the buildings.
Yes. And those who were protected and were not burned were shot through by radiations. And they died anyway.
We found what was left of the hospital. An atomic bomb does the same thing to a hospital as it does to an arsenal. It does the same thing to churches and schools as to navy yards. The things that might alleviate the suffering are wiped out the same time the suffering is caused. That's the way it was with the hospital.
These people have come here for the same reason we did.
Yeah.
Look at 'em. Laying all over the ground, waiting for help.
Bandages. Ointment. You bring ointment.
An old Japanese with the side of his face burned and one of his eyes matted closed with blood came up to us.
We're looking for bandages ourselves.
Ointment. Must have ointment. Please, you bring ointment.
We haven't any.
My wife burned bad. Burned bad.
Half these people here are still living with those burns.
A makeshift dressing station had been set up near where the hospital had stood. More people were drifting in. There was nobody there but a German priest.
Nothing can be done for them. All our dressings and all our drugs are gone.
None left at all?
None.
Oh.
We had only enough to dress the big wounds of the first ones.
Yeah.
Father, you come see my wife. My wife, please.
Where is she?
Quick, you come this way.
Yes.
This way, quick. My wife, she needs you.
The priest went with him over to where his wife was lying on the ground. He knelt down over her. We went over where they were.
Who would that none should perish who believed and trusted in thee? According to the multitude of thy tender mercies, look favorably upon thy servant, whom the true faith and hope of Christ do commend unto thee. Visit him in thy saving power, and through the passion and
She's lucky she's going.
What do you mean, lucky?
I mean...
Yeah, I know.
That might have been one of us.
It still might.
Yeah.
I am the resurrection and the life. He who believeth in me, although he be dead, shall live. And every one who liveth and believeth in me shall not die forever.
We stood there for a couple minutes looking at her, and at all the others lying there, scattered around the ground. Old women, young women with their kids huddled around them. Men, workers in rags, some in bare feet, businessmen, men in fine clothes, all come to the hospital for help. And there was no help. They just lay there, waiting to die. And they died.
I can't stand the smell. Ugh.
It stank.
Smells like an incinerator.
We looked down over the ashes and the rubble of the city.
95% of Hiroshima was destroyed with the one blow.
There were dead everywhere, Mr. Scientist.
Yes, about 100,000 of them in all, not counting the wounded and the missing.
The missing.
No one will ever know how many are missing. They simply disappeared.
Many more died in the days following.
Yes, they died on the roadside, in neighboring towns and villages. Some got to faraway cities, died there in hospitals or in streets.
We better get back up to our guys.
You go back, Mississippi. I still may be able to find some help.
Y'all can't find nothing down here.
You go back. Tell them what you saw.
Yeah.
A sort of terror whelmed up in me as Mississippi walked away. I wasn't scared, not in the ordinary sense. But it was the unearthliness, the ghastliness. Several Japanese came into the cleared area of the dressing station with litters. They lifted the dead onto the litters and carried them away.
They are taking the bodies away to burn them.
The priest crossed himself as they moved the bodies.
Will you help?
I? Yeah, I'll help.
Thank you. Give me a hand with this one.
Yeah. It was the old woman who had just died. It was like lifting a child.
Hachiro.
The priest spoke to the old Japanese, the husband of the woman.
Yes.
Do you want to go along?
Yes. I want to gather the firewood.
The priest turned to me.
All these people want to cremate their own dead.
We lifted another body, a young woman, onto the litter. Her brother, who brought the litter, helped us. He and the old Japanese took the front end of the litter. I carried the other end. We walked out over the rubble and the ruins. Where we were going, I didn't know. The two Japanese at the front end of the letter led the way. I could feel the heat of the burnt-out ruins through my shoes. We kept walking. We stepped over the dead. We walked around the dead horses. We walked around the twisted wreckage of the steel and concrete buildings. We kept walking. We put down the litter many times before we arrived at the entrance of the valley above the city. At twilight, we were there. It was like the end of the world, darkness descending and the city below still smoldering and smoking. We picked up the litter and headed up into the valley. I'll never forget that night. The two bodies we brought up went on a pyre with many other bodies. We gathered wood for hours, and when the pyre was lit, I just sat down and looked at it. At dawn, the fires had burned down to ashes. The old Japanese was gone. Lying on the ground near me was the young Japanese.
He is very sick.
A Korean doctor knelt over him.
He was not burned. He was not hurt by foreign debris.
Where was he at the time of the explosion?
He said he was in the basement of the building that collapsed. And he crawled out before the building caught fire.
In the next few days, he grew worse. I stayed there in the valley and helped with the cremations. Then, one day, I saw something I've never seen in my life.
Look, please. The blood is...
How can it do that? Right through the skin.
I don't know. Something has happened to his blood.
I took care of him as well as I could while the Korean doctor attended to many others that were suffering the same thing. There was no way to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, his respiration and pulse stopped.
He died from the effects of the gamma rays from the bomb.
Apparently he was not hurt when I first saw him.
That's the nature of such injury. The gamma rays, which travel at the rate of 200,000 miles a second, went through him at the instant of the explosion.
Right through him?
Yes, the damage is instantaneous. The radiations destroy the white corpuscles in the blood.
The corpuscles that fight infection?
Yes. The victim has nothing with which to fight infection, so he dies. That's what happened to that young scientist, Dr. Louis Slotin, at the Los Alamos Laboratory just a few weeks ago.
I don't know how many died the same way at Hiroshima.
No one will ever know. And, Mr. Reporter, that's what might happen to the crew of your battle wagon if it's close enough to the explosion, whether or not it's sunk by the blast of the atomic bomb.
The scientist turned to the reporter at Bikini.
You mean those rays can penetrate the armor of a battleship?
Like X-rays go through your skin.
Armor 3 to 6 inches thick?
Oh, armor of that thickness would cut down the rays. But they might still kill every living thing on the ship if it was close enough to the blast.
Immediately?
No, but in a matter of days. And then your ship would be a floating morgue. A ghost ship with not one living person aboard. Of what value is such a battleship, even if it remains afloat? And when atomic bombs are exploded underwater, then there's a great question whether any ship on Earth can stay afloat even several miles away.
What happened at Hiroshima was a rehearsal. The bomb dropped on Nagasaki a few days later was more efficient, more powerful. They can be made still more powerful. As I stood there in the valley above Hiroshima that night with the funeral pyres blazing into the blackness behind me and the smoldering city below, I shuddered at the thought of this happening to an American city, Indianapolis. Omaha, Trenton, Seattle, Birmingham, devastated by a single bomb. But never again will only one atomic bomb drop on a city. If atomic war ever comes, not one but many will be dropped all at once, or smuggled in and exploded all at the same time. And great cities like New York and Chicago and Los Angeles will disappear from the face of the earth.
Henry Fonda will return to the microphone in just a moment. You have been listening to the first program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman. The simple truth about the awesome significance of atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Now here is Mr. Fonda.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no exaggeration in what you heard tonight. All the facts are authentic. In the weeks to come in this series, NBC will show what atomic energy means to all of us and the grave problems that we face. Next week's program is titled Dawn, a story of the new age into which we are moving. I hope you will be listening. Good night.
The Fifth Horseman is written and produced by Arnold Marquis. The original music was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Good evening. This is William Bendix. Within the last year, your life and my life and the world we live in have been changed. It is difficult for us to understand that the way we lived yesterday and the way we thought yesterday will no longer do. The dropping of the atomic bomb has brought us, all of us, to the beginning of a new day. And we must start thinking in new ways and in broader terms. It is our only chance for survival.
The Fifth Horseman. 4 horsemen rode across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death. And to these now is added a 5th horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is the plain truth about the awesome significance of atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Starring William Bendix, this is the second in the series titled Dawn.
It happened on my last run that night. I'd been watching a woman sitting all by herself about halfway up the left aisle. Sharp-looking dame, about 35. Not the kind of a dame that usually rides on the subway. Anyway, not on my run. She was the woman I'd seen that same afternoon walk into the Belvedere Hotel. Yeah. She met some guy in the lobby. And they certainly were cozy.
Let him off, please. Let him off. Board. All aboard. Step forward, please. Step forward. Board.
Well, Frank Wharton gets on at this stop. You know Wharton, the guy that manages all those big office buildings and apartment buildings. And he goes up and sits down beside this dame.
Well, what are you doing out this time of night, Stephanie?
Visiting with a sorority sister of mine.
Mm-hmm. How's Otto?
Oh, fine.
Suppose he'll be at the station to meet you.
Yes. I wanted to spend the night with my sorority sister, but,
Yeah.
How's Emily?
Emily? Oh, fine. I'm pretty busy these days. Forming a syndicate to put up a coliseum, you know.
Oh, Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I read about that.
Sitting right behind Wharton and this dame is a woman. A fine-looking woman. And a man, about 40. I could see they didn't know each other. First time I looked at the man, I said to myself, there's something special about that guy.
My two sons are big enough, I suppose. One of them's 7 and the other one's 9. I'm uneasy when I leave them alone like this.
You couldn't take the children along?
Well, no. I got my husband's call at the home of a friend, and there wasn't enough time to get home and get the boys and get down to see my husband before he left.
Bad.
I thought I'd be home before this, but my husband's plane was delayed.
Well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to knock those papers off your lap.
That's all right.
Oh, here. Some of them went right down under my feet. I'll get them for you. There.
Thank you.
Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. The implication of atomic energy, the atom bomb, an absolute weapon. Well, pretty heavy reading, isn't it?
Depends on what you think is important.
Sitting right across the aisle from this woman and this scientist was Congressman Cumshaw. You know Bertram Cumshaw. Whenever Cumshaw's around, which is a lot of the time, he's downtown talking to the other politicians in the machine.
I didn't get your name.
Polzer. Sig Polzer.
Oh, yes, Polzer. Mr. Polzer, have you thought far enough to realize that OPA was regimentation, and regimentation leads to communism?
Well, have you thought far enough to realize what would happen to this country without OPA?
Mr. Polzer, what's your business?
Me? I work in the McKibben plant.
Uh-huh. Well, we get a little different perspective of things in Congress, Mr. Polzer. And let me tell you that we've got to stick by free enterprise. Law of supply and demand will take care of everything else.
Well, we were heading down under the river. The mother of those 2 boys was listening to that special-looking guy who turns out to be a scientist. I watched him. The guy talking very quiet, and the woman with that blank look that people have when their mind is 1,000 miles away. In the seat in front of them, Frank Wardle was talking very personal to Stephanie. And from what I could get, he wasn't talking about business either. He was getting very chummy. All of a sudden, the train stops.
Oh, I couldn't on Tuesday. Oh.
That was Stephanie.
Well, what's wrong here? Keep your seats, everybody. Keep your seats. Turn on the light. Keep calm and keep your seats.
Heavens, it's dark.
Something's happened.
We're right under the river.
Are we really?
Yes, I think we are.
Turn on the lights. Conductor, turn on the lights.
Come on, turn on the lights. Let's go.
I snapped on the emergency lights. And what I saw almost scared me. People in the aisles. Some of them jammed against the doors. Some of them standing on the seats.
Everybody in your seats, please.
Look at this. People trapped 30 seconds in the dark, and look at them.
Yes.
Are you scared, Stephanie?
Not me. I'm in no hurry to get home.
Well, we've got to get out of here. Look here, conductor, what's holding us up?
Well, they're trying to find out now.
Well, I've got business to attend to. Man waiting for me out in Exmoor right now.
As soon as they find out what's happened, we'll start.
I hope we won't be delayed too long.
I hope we won't, too.
Never can tell.
Look here, conductor. I'm Congressman Cumshaw.
He had that way that politicians have.
Your company operates under a franchise from the state, and you have some responsibilities to the public. Do you realize that we are right under the river? I found out what's happening. Let's get out of here.
I went up to the head end. The motorman was trying to find out what was wrong. I stayed and helped him for about 20 minutes. Then I went back into the car.
I've got business, Stephanie. Man who's going to be in on the syndicate's waiting for me in Exmoor right now.
Here comes the conductor.
Well, what did you find out?
There's no power.
Then we're trapped. Well, I'm going anyway. Get out of my way, conductor.
Sit right down where you were. Pitch black in that tunnel out there. We don't know what's happened. You'll get killed.
Get out of my way.
You're going to stay right where you are.
Let go of me, you...
Polzer jumped up and helped me.
Back in your seat. Ain't you got any sense? Take your hands off me. Do you know who I am?
Yes, I know who you are. You and all your buildings and your promotions. So what?
Then let go of me and let...
Polzer and I shoved him back in his seat beside Stephanie. And then the scientist started to talk.
You should not be frightened by this. You may have to live this way. If you live at all.
What are you talking about?
You're in the business of building management, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What do you suppose is going to happen to all those wonderful buildings if there's another war?
I'm not worried about that.
You got bomb shelters under them?
Underground shelters will be of little use if another war comes. It'll be an atomic war.
You seem to know.
I do. You could build shelters deep enough and cover them with enough lead and concrete to protect people from an atomic bomb explosion. But you couldn't keep all the people in these shelters all the time, unless you put all your factories and shops and offices there, too. So it's time you recognize those buildings and that coliseum of yours may be just empty dreams.
Look, all I'm interested in is getting out of here. We're trapped and under the river.
That's right. We're in a steel tube 10 feet underwater. Good protection against radiation if an atomic bomb explodes overhead. You know what? A few years from now, tunnels under the river may be as choice locations as Park Avenue penthouses are now.
Do you suppose that something could have happened
I don't
to
know, Mrs. Grover.
Well, I want to get out.
We're trapped under here the same as we're trapped in the new world. It's dark. There's very little light. And no one knows how long that light will last.
Everybody in the car listened. I, too. At first, I couldn't quite get what he was getting at about the world, or about the light. But what he said about people and shops and offices, and in penthouses being underground, that hit me like a load of bricks. Everybody having to live underground like rats in a hole.
We have reached a turning point. A new world is emerging. A different world. And we'd better recognize it. Are we going to change with it? Or are we going to let it be destroyed first?
We've always been able to take care of ourselves.
We will never again have this chance. Not with rockets and jet planes and saboteurs armed with atomic bombs. Atomic bombs will be bursting in our cities in a war 10 or 20 years from now. As sure as blockbusters hit Berlin and B-1s and B-2s hit London in World War II. A government worth its salt will not wait for this to happen. It will order most of the people out of the cities long before war comes. Disperse them over the country. With the cities half deserted, what will happen to your fine buildings and that coliseum you're thinking about? I'll tell you. They'll fall in with decay.
That stopped Whortle. Everybody settled down, and I went up to the head end to see the motorman again. We decided that the best thing to do was for him to take his electric torch and walk ahead up the tunnel and try to find out what happened. And for the trainman to walk back. And for me to stick with the passengers. When I came back and told the passengers, Whortle blows his top.
And what are we going to do here?
You're going to wait.
The air. Is the air still all right?
I think so.
We've been down here more than 3 hours now.
Unless there's been a fire somewhere along in the
Fire?
tunnel.
My poor boy. They're just tots. And they're alone.
The scientists sat there and answered questions about the bomb and all as fast as they fired them at him. Poser, the fellow that worked in the McKibbin plant, went over and leaned over him.
You said if an atomic war approaches, the government will order the people out of the cities.
If they don't do it before, it may be too late.
Well, they can't move me out of the city. I own my own home. All my savings are in it.
Your factory will be closed by the government and moved possibly to Wyoming or the Dakotas.
Ooh, what about me and my family?
What will be left to you? What to follow? There'll be no jobs in the city. And if you insist on staying behind, you might be ordered to follow it.
What are you talking about?
The cities will be the targets. Who will buy a home there? Even in World War II, many people who lived close to aircraft plants and military installations sold their homes for ridiculous prices and moved to where they thought they'd be more secure.
Cumshaw walks up to the scientist, and I can see that he's got something in his craw. So I moseys up right behind him. He puts his hand on the scientist's shoulder and pulls him around.
What are you talking about? The government moving people away from their homes. That's against the Constitution and the rights of the citizen.
Yes?
Yes. I have fought against dictatorship of this kind all my life, and I, for one, won't stand for it.
You fought to save your country?
To save the rights of men and free enterprise.
If you want to keep fighting for freedom, Mr. Congressman, you had better start fighting for permanent peace first. If you do not, everything else you fought for will mean nothing. There can be no individual freedom under the threat of atomic war, but only ruthless regimentation.
Regimentation. That's what I mean. Take OPA.
If we do not have permanent peace, we will have to have permanent regimentation, much tighter than OPA. A non-regimented nation will never be able to take a blow which might kill 1/10 or even 1/3 of its people in a single day.
Kill 10 million people in one day?
Yes. Or 20. Or 40. And the same number in other countries.
I don't know anything about this, but what about our Army and Navy? Can't they protect us?
What armies or navies did in any war so far would be of little use in a future war. How can you stop atomic rockets hurtling through space across the ocean? How can you keep atomic bombs from being smuggled into the country in small pieces and assembled? How can you keep our cities from being mined with such bombs, which can be set off by remote control?
But we've got the bomb.
That's the thing. We've got the bombs and the secret how to make them. And if we aren't foolish enough to give it away, who's going to attack us?
Yes, we've got the secret.
Everyone looks at the scientist to see what he's going to say. It seems to me Stephanie is right. Cumshaw stands there over the scientist with that self-satisfied look on his face. But he didn't faze the scientist.
There's no such thing as keeping the secret. The principle is known. There are no fundamental secrets about the atomic bomb. Could we keep the secret of flying after the Wright brothers flew the first plane? Could we keep the secret of the automobile after Ford first built it? Could the Germans or the Russians keep the secret of the rocket guns? No. Once the principle is known, and it's been shown that the thing can be made to work, there is no way of stopping any nation from making it. No matter how much we dislike it, it is only a matter of time, and a short time, before all the big nations will know how to make atomic bombs. And will make them.
Stephanie came over to me.
I think he's right.
That's the way I got it pegged, I said. And then Wardle barges in again.
I don't care whether he's right or wrong. When are you going to get us out of here, conductor?
Stephanie steps in before I could answer.
Why don't you do something about it, Frank?
I tried to get out and walk, didn't I?
To save yourself. Were you thinking about this woman here with two small kids home alone?
I'm all right. The children are, well, Timmy's 9 years old.
And what are you thinking about, Frank? Your property. And your syndicates.
Wait a minute, Stephanie. You got me wrong. Let me tell you something.
Cut it out.
How long have we been down here?
Nearly 6 hours.
What are we going to do for food? What if the tunnel is caved in? Or something happened to the city over us?
The river is over us.
Conductor.
Yeah?
You care if I go up front and see if I can help get the thing going?
No, I'll go with you.
Anybody else want to give me a hand? You, Wardle?
Oh, I don't know anything about things like that.
You don't know anything except what you've got. And what you want. And what you're going to do. Come on, Sig. I'll go up there.
Holzer was a mechanic. I left him and Stephanie up the head end. And when I come back, Wardle was talking to the scientist again.
Did I understand you to say that an atomic attack would kill 40 million people in one day?
Unless our cities are dispersed.
They'll never be dispersed. That's invasion of private rights, and the rights...
Oh, shut up.
That's regimentation.
Well, suppose our cities were dispersed.
In that case, perhaps only 2 million would be killed by the same number of bombs that would kill 20 million now.
2 million? That would bankrupt the insurance companies.
Some British companies are already putting clauses in their policies. Not responsible for deaths due to atomic bombs. But it really doesn't make a lot of difference anyway. Because most of the assets of the big insurance companies are tied up in properties that would be destroyed. Even if an insurance company were not bankrupt by millions of deaths, most of its assets would be a pile of rubble and ashes after the first attack.
Cumshaw was getting wise to himself. He was trying to keep from looking like a chump. He saw that he had his hands more than full with the scientist, so he comes up with another angle.
Very well. You're a scientist. I don't know anything about science, but I know this, that if we corner the raw materials, how's anybody else going to be able to make atomic bombs?
You mean corner all the uranium ores of the world?
Yes, go out after it. Buy it up.
But they wouldn't sell it.
Well, that's one thing. The only way we could get control of all the known uranium deposits would be conquering the lands they're in. The other thing is that every nation on Earth has been on an intensive uranium search for the last year or more. And we don't know where all the uranium deposits are.
Maybe the tunnel has caved in. We've been down for 7 hours now.
Water was beginning to look bad. Sweat was standing out all over his fat face.
It should be dawn pretty soon.
Dawn. Hey, conductor. What happened to the motorman and the trainman that went out?
I don't know.
They never came back, did they?
Listen to the silence.
The lights are burning out.
Conductor, don't you have any more batteries for the emergency lights?
That's the last of them.
Somehow it doesn't seem so bad to me now. I mean for myself. I'd always hoped that I could at least bring my children up. It's only them. What'll happen to them up there in this atomic world that I'm concerned about? They're not old enough to have any part in the decisions that must be made. And yet they will have to suffer if the wrong decisions are made. Won't they?
Yes, they will.
The light is glimmering out. It's going out.
Timmy's 9. Dickie's 7. I suppose they fell asleep waiting. They'll wake up looking for me. But I'm not so concerned about that. I'm frightened of what's ahead of them. What, if there is to be an atomic war, what should we teach them? I mean, isn't it only fair that somehow we prepare them for what they will have to face?
The lights went out.
The lights are out.
I hate darkness.
I can feel it. I can feel it.
I could feel it, too. The blackness closing in, making me all alone. Trapped down there in the darkness. Not a sound. Blackness and silence. I tried not to think. Down under the river and the city in that blackness. Buried alive. No one said a word. I felt like screaming.
What on earth can we, could we teach our children? Our school books don't prepare them for the kind of future that's ahead of them.
Unless war can be completely eliminated, our school books will have to be rewritten. But the hour's late.
Then the lives of my children, and all children, are really in the balance.
That is right. Your children and the millions of other children in this country, and in the other great countries of the world. Something's happened which has never before happened on Earth. A new force has been unleashed. An atomic bomb is not just another weapon. It's a decisive weapon. It's a weapon of saturation. Even if 90% of the atomic bombs directed toward one target were warded off, the other 10% would destroy us. And even if all atomic bombs could be prevented from falling on us, atomic bombs could be smuggled in to destroy us.
When he stopped talking, it was like everything stopped. The blackness rolled over me like an ocean. Not a person in the car moved in the darkness. I could feel my heart pounding at what he said and what it meant.
Isn't anybody going to do anything about getting us out of here? Are we just going to sit here and suffocate and die?
What have we to be afraid of here? It's those up there that we should weep for. I for my boys, my husband. You for your people. Deep inside me, I have been trying to tell myself that an atomic war will never come. I have been telling myself that it's too terrible. that no nation would dare to start an atomic war.
Terror has never stopped a war. When the attacking nation thinks it has a chance of winning by striking first, it doesn't count the cost. Fear of reprisal did stop Germany. It didn't stop Japan. It will not stop an atomic war.
You're a warmonger.
It was Congressman Cumshaw. I couldn't see him, but he seemed to fill the darkness.
Why don't you shut up? Don't you think this woman and all of us have got enough to incite us to panic without your rabble-rousing about how we're going to be blown to kingdom come by the atomic bomb?
Nobody said a thing. But I knew the scientists would talk.
Mr. Cumshaw.
Don't try to hand me that nonsense. I've seen your kind in Congress.
It should be clearly understood that no scientific discovery, no gadget or instrument of any kind will save us from ourselves if we fail in the responsibility that is now before us. We have reached a turning point in history. Everything's changed. We stand at the dawn of a new day. We have the opportunity now to end war forever. It is our only chance.
Only chance? What chance?
The lights are on. Everyone all of a sudden there. All of a sudden the lights were on. And everybody was in the aisles yelling and laughing and crying. The scientist just sat there in his seat, looking at all of it. And all of a sudden the train started to move. And here comes back from up front the guy that works in the McKibben plant. And Stephanie, the gal that went up there with him.
Polzer here helped to fix this.
Congratulations, Polzer. Congratulations. Who's running the train up there?
Well, the engineer. He came back after the power went back on.
What was wrong?
Just the switch.
Somebody ought to be made to answer for this. Somebody's responsible. There ought to be an investigation.
Yes, keeping us trapped down here under the river all night. And me with a man waiting out at Exmoor to sign the syndicate papers for the Coliseum.
What did you do about getting out of this jam? What do you do about anything that doesn't pay you money?
Now, wait a minute, Stephanie. Wait a minute.
When the chips were down, it was the little man. It was Sig Polzer that did something about it.
Well, Stephanie, about Wednesday.
Skip it. I'll be glad to get back to Otto.
The scientist and the woman with the two kids just sat there without paying any attention to the jabbering that was going on around them.
Stephanie's right, isn't she?
About the little people?
Yes.
Yes, she is. It's the people we meet in our everyday lives, the ordinary people, who must understand the jam we're in and must help us find a way out.
Oh, look. We're coming out into the light. A new day is starting.
Yes. It's dawn. I hope it'll be a nice day.
Nothing ever looked so good to me as that light as we came up from underground into the dawn. I was beginning to see what this scientist meant about the new day. Everything still looking the same, but everything different. And as we rolled along, I looked ahead at Sig Polzer and Stephanie, sitting up there together, and Wortle sitting up there in one seat, all alone, and Cumshaw sitting in another, and the mother sitting there beside the scientist. And I wondered if they'd change, too. Or if they'd go back to living just like they did before. The train kept rolling, and I just kept looking at them and wondering.
William Bendix will return to the microphone in just a moment. You've been listening to the second program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. The plain truth about atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. And now, Mr. Bendix.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, playing this role tonight gave me a deeper understanding than I've ever had before of the meaning of the atomic bomb. It's important that all of us realize what we are up against. It's no picnic. We can have a better world or no world at all. But we've got to make it. Good night.
Listen to next week's program of The Fifth Horseman, titled Promise, the story of the new world that can be built with atomic energy. The original music was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Glenn Ford. Everything in your life and everything in mine changed about a year ago when the first atomic bomb fell. These changes have to do not only with war, but also with peace. Right now we are facing the great decision of what to do about the control of atomic energy. A more abundant world than we've ever known lies ahead for us if man is wise enough to banish the threat of the atom and put atomic energy to work for him. The world ahead is ours for the making.
The Fifth Horseman. 4 horsemen rode across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death. And to these now is added a 5th horseman, the threat of atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is the plain truth about the awesome danger and the great promise of atomic energy, and the choice which faces mankind. Starring Glenn Ford, this is the third in the series titled Promise.
The first thing I remember was the droning. A sort of high-frequency hum. I stirred in my seat. Tried to figure out what it was. It was like a strange presence needling my consciousness. Slowly, I opened my eyes. 70 or 80 men and women were sitting around in what seemed to be a long aluminum and plastics living room. A dozen or more were dancing to the music that seemed to come from nowhere. I discovered I was seated in a deep sofa. There was a woman beside me. Suddenly, she turned toward the window and inadvertently touched me.
Oh.
She drew away from me.
Oh, I didn't see you. I didn't know. I wasn't aware that anybody was here.
I just looked at her.
I hadn't seen you aboard.
Aboard?
You get to know most of the passengers.
I looked out of the window. Sky. When I looked back, she was looking me over out of the corner of her eye.
Where is your destination?
I don't know.
Oh.
She smiled to cover her bewilderment. I tried to piece together the meaning of what she had said. I must have stared at her in my confusion. When my attention switched back to her, she was studying me only as a woman can do when she speaks of
How
her
long
things.
were you in Central Asia?
I've never been to Central Asia. She looked at me. All at once, I realized how different I looked from all the other men there.
Will you excuse me, please?
She got up, crossed the room, and disappeared through the door at the far end. I looked out of the window. I saw the horizon, the sky, and the sea far, far under us. I was flying in the stratosphere over the ocean. How did I get there? Where had I come from? Where was I going? The questions tumbled over each other and was lost in the swirling vortex of my mind. I'm in a plane, that's sure. Must be a giant. And something tells me that there's another deck below this. Sleeping quarters, probably. This plane must carry 400 passengers. Oh, no. No, there isn't a plane that big on Earth. How did I get here? Let's see now. There's the sun. We must be traveling eastward. What did that woman say? Central Asia? Then that must be the Pacific down there. An official came directly to me.
If you don't mind, sir, would you let me have your name?
I told him. He thumbed through some papers.
Your name doesn't seem to be on the passenger list, sir.
I didn't know what to say.
You must have boarded in Central Asia.
I've never been in Central Asia.
This is a non-stop flight from Central Asia to Samoda.
Is it?
Would you mind coming with me, sir?
ask me all the usual questions.
You must have some means of identification.
Yes, I do. I do. I took out my billfold. Here's my driver's license.
Yeah, thank you.
I just got it last week.
Strange-looking thing. Why, this was issued July 10th, 1946.
That's what I say.
This is 2050.
What?
This is the year 2050. That license was issued 104 years ago.
2050? The thought stunned me. What had happened to my family, my home, my friends? And how did I get here? How did I get here? 2050? 2050? Oh, no. No, that was incredible.
In about 2 hours, we'll be in Samota.
Samota? What is... Where is Samota? The captain looked at the first officer.
That's a little like asking where is Adamville, the big atomic community in Alaska, or the desert city in North Africa.
Atomic communities?
Samota was the first, you know. That's the reason for the big centennial they're now preparing.
The 100th anniversary?
Yes, that's what they're getting ready to celebrate. The 100th anniversary of the founding of Samota.
Most of our passengers from the atomic communities in Central Asia are en route to Samota for the celebration.
The people on this ship? All those men and women I saw in the living room, the club room?
Yes.
They live in Central Asia?
Yes.
They have everything in Central Asia that Samota has. A matter of fact, many of them originally came from Samota. They're coming back for a homecoming.
Where is Samota?
Where?
In North America.
The first officer looked at the captain.
Samota is an atomic community of some millions. The biggest atomic community in North America, larger than the one in the Yukon.
The Yukon? You mean up in Alaska?
On the border of Alaska, yes, up there in the northwest, around the richest nickel ores in the world. They have big industrial plants there. But the climate of Samota is much more pleasant, and this is the reason for Samota's great popularity. Just as people once flocked to California, they have for the past 80 years been flocking to Samota.
But where is Samota?
It seems a little strange to meet somebody who doesn't know. But the community of Samota is situated in what is still called by tradition the Great American Desert. Most of it is now fertile green land due to atomic power which made large-scale irrigation possible.
They took me to a comfortable library in the deck below. A dozen or so passengers were sitting there reading. They looked at me quizzically. I looked out of the window at the horizon and the great expanse of the Pacific. I looked at the books on the shelves, read the titles. Atomic Propulsion, Nuclear Fission and Power, Radiation Therapy, The New Tradition, To the Moon in an Atomic Rocket Ship. Oh. The Age of Space Travel. There was not one about war. Not one title mentioned atomic bombs. I sat down and tried to think.
I hope you'll forgive my gaucheness.
The young woman I'd sat next to in the living room above was there in the library. Her name was Star.
I was so startled that
So was I.
When you said you'd never been to Central Asia.
Yes. Yes. Are you going to Samota?
That's my home. I'll be so glad to get back.
I've never been to Samota.
Where have you been?
Were you born in Samota?
Yes. So were my parents and my grandparents. But my great-grandparents were immigrants. They came from New York. They never did like the crowded city. And when Samota was first laid out in the desert, they were among the first ones to come out there and settle. You see, great-grandfather was one of the men who worked on that atomic bomb.
Your great-grandfather?
Yes. In a small way, he was a laboratory assistant in that place in New Mexico when they made the first bomb. That's why he had so much faith in Samota. Most people at that time, back about 1950, didn't realize what could be done with atomic energy. There's no place like it today. Green and lush,
I like it better than the atomic communities in Central Asia and Central Australia. You haven't been there, I suppose.
No, I haven't.
Well, where are you from?
Well, I'm from Racine, Wisconsin.
Oh, yes. I'll bet atomic energy changed that town, all the factories. And...
Yes. Now, about Samota, you said it was green and lush, eh?
It is. The big pumping stations are run by atomic power, so there's plenty of water.
Well, where does the water come from?
They pump it up from under the desert.
Oh.
The fruits and vegetables are wonderful. Of course, my brother always raves about the mangoes and coconuts he gets up in the Yukon. But I notice when he comes home weekends, he eats as much of our Samota fruits and vegetables as I do.
Mangoes and coconuts in the Yukon?
They grow everything up there. Those big hothouses. Oh, listen.
San Francisco. 9 cases of the same strange sickness that has been reported from New York have been discovered here in San Francisco. All medical facilities have been mobilized to prevent the outbreak from becoming an epidemic.
Will you excuse me, please?
Of course.
I'm going to my stateroom to talk to my folks in Samota.
Everyone left the library. I stood there uncertainly for a minute. Then I sat down and looked out of the window. There was the coastline. The speed we crossed that coastline gave me the first inkling of how fast we were traveling. We were over the mountains, and there was the desert. And there was Samota. The biggest community I'd ever seen in my life. My heart pounded with excitement as we came down to a landing.
All passengers, this way, please, into the reception center. This way, please, into the reception center.
I hope you'll come and see us.
Oh, yes.
You me anytime. Here's my number.
She was gone. The guards were waiting to take me to the Office of Science Administration. The captain went along. I wondered about that sickness in New York and San Francisco. What kind of a disease is it, Captain?
No one seems to know.
The highways were freeways, 12 lanes wide and one-way traffic. The trees, the shrubbery, the grass, everything was green and lush. The air was clear.
That's because there's no soot or smoke here.
I was going to say...
All our power and heat here are created by atomic energy.
You don't use coal at all?
Oh, no. No coal and no fuel oil. And practically all our automobiles are run on light storage batteries charged from atomic power supply lines. In the rest of the country, there are still many old-fashioned gasoline buggies around, but we're about to pass an ordinance prohibiting them from entering Samota. Oh, you see that important-looking building over there?
Oh, well, with the great park around it, eh?
Yes, that's our central atomic power station.
That?
It supplies all the power for Samota. 10 million kilowatts. It would never have been possible to create an industrial community like Samota if we'd had to haul 1 million carloads of coal from dozens of miles away.
I tried to imagine the immensity of atomic energy, but my mind trailed out in vague bewilderment.
You see, 1 pound of uranium or plutonium gives the same amount of energy as 1,500 tons of coal.
I said yes, but I couldn't quite comprehend. We sped down the broad freeway into the heart of Samota. The gleaming, spacious houses, the plastic-paved streets, the broad, shady parkways. Everything told me that this was a different world, a different time. We drew up to a spacious hospital building. They examined me with strange medical equipment, then took me to the office of the head doctor.
You seem to be all right, but we have one concern about you.
You're afraid that I might have brought in that disease, eh?
Frankly, yes. It's moving inland from both coasts, and since we cannot seem to find out where you came from, it will be necessary to keep you under observation for a few days, if you don't mind.
They put me up in comfortable quarters with a solar patio, an excellent bath, swimming pool. For the next few days, I spent most of my time watching the television screens. I saw what was going on all over the world. Peace and plenty seemed to have settled everywhere. The new atomic cities in North Africa, Central Australia, Central Asia, Alaska, and Iceland, and on previously barren Pacific islands, had become centers of a new civilization. There was a great feeling of community between the citizens of these atomic communities all over the world, and it helped to bring the nations of the world close together. And then I saw New York. That's what shocked me most. What had happened to New York? The scientist dropped in frequently to talk to me.
This industrial development of Somota and other atomic cities would not have been possible if fuel oil or coal had to be brought in, or electric power lines carried far overland.
Oh, then coal is no longer transported around the country?
Only on short hauls. Nowadays, coal is used for better purposes, to make gasoline and lubricating oils and plastics and medicines and thousands of other things we cannot make from uranium. Coal is too precious to burn.
A few days later, when they released me, I began to realize how the world had changed, how new abundance had brought new ease and freedom of living and goodwill among nations.
Yes, I'll come over and pick you up.
I talked to Star by radio from my quarters.
I'll be there in 15 minutes.
We drove through the community, and I felt like a child being taken uptown for the first time in his life. Everything looked bright and prosperous, designed for free and magnificent living. We drove out to one of the great bauxite mines, luminous smelting works.
You act as if you've never seen anything like this in your life.
They refine the bauxite right here when they mine it?
Well, of course.
It seemed incredible. I remember how they used to mine the bauxite in one continent and haul it across half the world to be refined into aluminum where there was cheap water power. They do this with all ores?
Of course. They even extract uranium from the pitch blende ore and make plutonium right at the place it's mined, up at Great Bear Lake. And then they fly it in small amounts to all the places it's used. Here and all the other places.
And all the power here in Somota comes from that uranium?
Yes. That and plutonium. You know something?
No. What?
I don't know whether to believe you or not.
I learned that the war and the water under Somota had been traced by radioactivity. They designated the site for the community right over a subterranean lake. The engineers had sunk the wells with atomic energy, and for 100 years now had been pumping the water with atomic energy. The water had irrigated the desert and made the community. The impact of it all bewildered me.
I think I'm becoming ill.
I looked at Star. She was white.
My head aches.
It suddenly occurred to me she was really the only person in this new world that I knew personally. The only one who had any interest in me. She stopped the car.
You drive. Get me to the clinic, please.
She has the same thing that the others have.
The others?
We have 72 cases here, all developed in the last 12 hours.
Is it the same thing they have in New York and San Francisco?
Yes, and throughout the rest of the country. The epidemic moved inland from both coasts.
Well, what is it?
First, the medical authorities in New York thought that it was a recurrence of a virus epidemic that had raged 90 years ago. Now we're not so sure.
The death toll from the epidemic is mounting. Thousands died in New York, Washington, Cincinnati, Dallas, Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Francisco.
I offered to help in the clinic. I worked from dawn to dark. More and more victims were brought in with high fever, cramps, and paralysis. Some of them died. I wondered about Star.
She's just the same as the others.
That's all I could find out. They were working with hundreds of different radioactive elements and compounds in the hospitals at Samota, all made radioactive by atomic energy. With these radioactive preparations, they'd traced down the causes and found cures for many diseases. And when the sheep on the ranges outside Samota had mysteriously died, they had traced the deaths with these isotopes to contamination in the grass, and then to a contaminated well many miles away.
We think we have isolated the virus that caused this disease.
The scientist held up a small vial with a tiny bit of what looked like glycerin in the bottom.
Now we're going to identify this virus and prepare an antibody for it. With the help of radioactive isotope analysis, we have developed an identification system for proteins, and virus is a kind of a protein, much as police experts identify fingerprints.
They sent the virus for identification to the Central Protein Identification Laboratory in Cambridge, in England. They submitted it to different tests in which radioactive tracers played an important role. We tried out various keys to see which ones fitted the locks. That's how he described it to me.
Now the virus is back from England with the identification card showing the pattern of its structure. Now we can order from the Central Antibody Laboratory at Rio the antibody to fit this particular virus.
Star was growing weaker and weaker. 3 days later, a plane brought the antivirus compound from Rio.
We have not yet found an animal which could be infected with this new virus. Dogs and guinea pigs and rabbits all did not respond to it. So we have no other way but to try it out directly on humans.
I want them to try it out on me.
No, Star. No, let them try it out on somebody stronger. Give yourself a chance.
I want them to try it out on me. Tell the doctor I'm ready.
They tried it on her.
She has a very high fever and delirium.
I watched by her side all that day and that night.
Hello.
Hello, Star.
I think she's past the crisis.
What they learned that day at Samota went out to medical centers all over North America and all the world. The great research centers in Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, Greenland, Antarctica. All knew about it within an hour. As new discoveries were made, they were immediately radioed to all the other research centers of the world. Soon reports of the results of the new treatment began coming in.
San Francisco, the epidemic is slackening off here. Fewer new cases have been reported in
New York, the death toll from the epidemic has dropped off perceptibly here, and indications are now...
Chicago, no new cases have developed, and the death rate has returned almost to normal with a few cases.
By the end of the week, there was not one new case in Samota. I sat down and reflected at what had happened. An epidemic had endangered North America, and the science of the entire world had joined forces to overcome it. And now, Samota could go ahead with its centennial. For weeks I'd been so busy I hadn't thought of what had happened to my world, the world of 1946. And suddenly all this unreality became unbearable. It couldn't be true. It couldn't all this. It couldn't.
Where are you going?
Star came in. I'm going to leave.
Where are you going?
Well, I don't know. But I'm going to get away.
Leave me?
Yes. She stood there and watched me as I walked to the door. Goodbye, Star.
Goodbye.
I went out into the moonlight, got into the car they'd let me use. I'd send the money for it when I... What was I talking about? How could I send money back? I pulled away down the broad freeway out of Samota. Drove all that night, faster than I'd ever driven in my life. All the things that had happened since I wakened on that plane raced through my mind and kept time with the speeding motor. As dawn came, I began to get the feeling that I was in a familiar country. I seemed to remember having been on that road before. What it was, I didn't know. But I knew I'd come that way before. The road that turns, the mountains in the distance. By the time the sun was up, I was wetting my lips and driving faster, trying to get to someplace I knew. I slowed down for a big turn, and all of a sudden, there it was. Boulder Dam. Boulder Dam. That's what it was. I'd been there many times. There was the sign. What had happened to it? It was abandoned. It was filled with mud. It was falling into ruin. And then I remembered that this mighty structure had generated only 1 million kilowatts of power, only 1/10 of one amount of power that was generated in that little atomic powerhouse in Samota. And so it had become obsolete. It stood there like the forlorn vestige of a world long since gone. Then this really was the year 2050. I wondered what happened to the world of 1946. The nations must have gotten together somehow and prevented atomic energy from being used for war. But how did they do it? Then I remembered what I had seen. In the streets of Samota, there were several young Chinese, Spaniards, and Russians wearing gold badges with the letters ADA, and suddenly it struck me. That must mean Atomic Development Authority, the plan for international control that there was so much talk about back in 1946. It must have gone through. This was a new world, in the age of the atom. I knew then that I could never go back to the world of 1946. The only person I really knew in this world was Star. Oh, I got into the car and drove slowly back to Samota.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Glenn Ford in the third program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The plain truth about atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the fourth program in this series titled Crisis, a story of the 11th hour in man's fight for survival. Glenn Ford appeared tonight through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and is currently to be seen opposite Rita Hayworth in Gilda, and will be starred in the forthcoming picture Gallant Journey. The original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC.
Good evening. This is Robert Young. For just about a year now, we've been trying to figure out what to do about the control of atomic energy. We know that ways of controlling it must be worked out, or it will destroy us. Now we are nearing a crisis. Will we have the wisdom and the courage to do what must be done to save ourselves? Or must we go down to destruction?
The Fifth Horseman.
4 horsemen rode across the land, and their names were War,
Pestilence, Famine,
Death. And to these now is added a 5th horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is the plain truth about the awesome significance of atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Starring Robert Young, this is the fourth in the series titled Crisis.
Mr. Warden.
Charlie?
Haven't seen you down here to the club for quite a while.
No, I've been pretty busy.
Writing?
Well, how's it with you?
Oh, busy. You know, gotta turn over an honest dollar.
Yeah.
Well, here's to you.
Yeah.
Well,
Warden. As I live and breathe.
Hello, Smug.
Oh, Smug, how are you? Charlie. Well, Warden, what are you doing with yourself these days? Writing something new?
No, just vegetating.
Good thing to do if you can make a living at it. I've worked.
Hey, that's Hackamore on the air, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Hey, Mibbs, turn up the radio so we can hear Hackamore, will you?
Once again, the United Nations Atomic Commission has adjourned after a long wrangle over the matter of international control. It's a deadlock. It must be obvious to every thinking American that the matter of international control is now a dead issue. It is now 1948.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's got a big following.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
What he says, not only nonsense, it's poison.
Oh, Hackamore? I'd take his word any day.
Hackamore's all right. Who's he hurting?
The atomic bomb was developed in this country. All the technology of working with atomic energy were worked out by us and paid for with our money. It's time that we realize this. We can be thankful that we still have in this country Americans like Gardner Bellows, who has missed no words in his announcement that he will lead the movement against any further negotiations. Let the deadlock in the United Nations Atomic Commission prevail. This is Hackamore saying good night.
He's wrong.
Well, we've certainly given the other countries every chance.
That isn't the point.
They even offered to build atomic plants everywhere they might need atomic power. Promised to give their scientists and their engineers the know-how so that they could take over the plants and run them themselves. And all we asked in exchange was the right to make sure that these plants are not used for making bombs. Didn't we offer to let them check our plants in the same way? And what do? They suspect us of a sinister plot.
They distrust everybody and are afraid of us.
Well, what do they want us to do? Destroy our bombs and get nothing in exchange except their word that they will not make any? If they distrust us, what reason have we to trust them?
I think he's right.
This is not the kind of a problem you can settle by getting tough. What we need is truth and persistence. We've got to have international cooperation. It's that or the destruction of all of us.
Warden, you got yourself all worked up into a lather. Here, I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks. People today are trying to escape the terror of the bomb simply by not thinking about it. But the bomb is something you cannot escape. It's here. And so are rockets and jet planes and other means to carry mass destruction across continents and oceans. And if we don't somehow get together on international control, it's not just others who are going to face destruction, it's us as well as them. That's why Hackamore is wrong. That's why Bellows is wrong.
They draw an awful lot of water.
Frankly, Warden, what do you think you or any of us can do about it?
We've got to see that the United Nations Atomic Commission does not break up. Some nations are suspicious that our plan for international control is a conspiracy to keep American monopoly of the bomb. We know it's not so. We know the American plan was worked out by distinguished scientists, business executives, educators who had no other aim but to save all peoples from disaster. It's the consensus of their opinions reached after months of study and separate groups.
Yeah. But, Warden, what can we do if the other nations refuse to play ball?
We must keep fighting and rallying our people and all the peoples of the world. The people of the other nations must know that the American people is behind it. Did you hear Congress interrupting its squabbles over OPA or labor and solemnly and unanimously proclaiming its determination to see the plan through, as unanimously as they acted on Pearl Harbor Day? I didn't. Did you hear political parties, unions, professional organizations all supporting the plan and petitioning the Congress and President of the United Nations to act on it? I didn't.
And, if we don't?
An armament race will come the like of which the world has never seen. And in its wake will come regimentation and despotism and loss of freedom everywhere. And then atomic war will come. And the world we know will be destroyed.
And what do you wish of me, Mr. Warden?
You were one of the scientists on the atomic bomb.
I was one of several thousand.
Well, yes. But you have the kind of information I need.
For what?
To make people understand that it's the 11th hour.
More than a year before the first atomic bomb was dropped on Japan, we scientists came to the conclusion But the only hope for the world was to establish international control of atomic energy when the war was over. Everybody who has given thought to it since then has come to the same conclusion. It was accepted by the men behind the McMahon bill in Congress. It was accepted by the State Department in the Lilienthal-Atchison report. And it is the basic premise of the Baruch proposals of the United Nations.
That's what
But there is grave danger that no agreement on international control of atomic energy will be achieved.
But you scientists have not given up.
Far from it.
Then don't you think that international control could be worked out if people understood?
With Hackamore and Bellows out to fight further negotiation, the outlook is very grave.
If we can get powerful public support behind us, then the United Nations Commission will have to meet again to try to break the deadlock. If we cannot,
then the representatives of the other nations will go home, and the armament race will be on, irrevocably.
I need your counsel and your help.
You have it.
You wanted to see me?
Yes. By this time, Mr. Editor, you know what I stand for.
We've carried stories of your activities and of the activities of your new organization.
Mr. Editor, your newspaper has taken the position that the proposals made to the other countries in the United Nations Commission put the other nations on the spot.
Well, certainly, if they don't accept our plan for control, they will clearly show that they are thinking of aggression. And if so, we might as well use our superior strength.
Did it ever occur to you that the atomic bomb has made the strategic position of the United States worse than ever before?
Worse? I don't quite get your reasoning, Mr. Warden.
This is what we plan to discuss in our mass meeting at the auditorium tomorrow night. Will you come?
Well, no. I've got a lot of important things to do. But I'll send a reporter.
Listen to that. Listen to the hand they're giving him.
Why does a clever guy like Warden get himself tangled up in a thing like this?
Yeah, a lot of people here who don't agree with him.
Shh. Listen.
Let us clearly understand that we are not in a superior position because we have the bomb. Our advantage is only temporary. It'll take 20 to 60 years for them to catch up with us. Some nations may catch up with our present production in 5 years. Yeah. By that time, we'll be way ahead of where we are now. The only way to use our present monopoly is to go to war within the next year or two. If we are to use our atomic advantage, we must first mobilize our armed forces and put industry back to war work. Are you people ready to go to war within the next year or two? Even Gardner, Bellows, and Hackamore recoil at this thought.
He's going to get himself into trouble.
Hackamore will skin him alive.
The solution is not war. The solution, and the only solution, is international control. If atomic bombs are not eliminated by international control in a few years, we will be in greater danger than other nations. Who are you talking for? Whose axe are you grinding?
He ought to stick to his writing.
Yeah, that's what I always told him. He's too idealistic.
Idealistic? Well, that's a nice word for him.
Hey, we better get out of here.
He's going to hear about this.
What Warden said last night at the auditorium was not so much a matter of being right or being wrong. It's a matter of what Stephen Decatur said. Our country in her intercourse with foreign nations, may she always be in the right. But our country, right or wrong. Even if Warden is right about the United States being in greater danger than other countries, by publicly stating this, he has placed us in a detrimental bargaining position.
Do not be concerned about that, Mr. Warden. The lack of understanding of our dangerous situation is even worse.
last night when Warden again maneuvered himself into a corner by suggesting that we prostrate ourselves before the world. The amazing thing is not that Warden, a naive idealist, would urge international control, but that so many of his listeners last night at the auditorium apparently believed him. We foolishly went through the business of disarmament after the last war. We were the only ones to take it seriously. We scuttled our battleships. Are we going to make the same mistake again by scuttling our atomic bombs? Again, I say I stand with Gardner Bellows, who has pledged himself that...
I've got to go and see Gardner Bellows.
He will not see you.
I can't believe that he's willful. He simply doesn't know.
Many other men who worked on the bomb spent as much time with him as I did. But he was more bigoted, more dogmatic when I left than when I came.
Well, this is different. You're a man of science. I'm just... Oh, I'll get it.
Yes.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Warden.
Yes?
I've just been listening to Hackamore on the radio.
Yes, I heard him.
Oh, you did? Well, I just wanted to say that I was at your meeting, and I heard you talk, and you're right.
Well, thank you.
And if there's one man who's misinformed in this whole setup, it's Hackamore.
Well, you know what he thinks of me.
Yes, but Gardner Bellows is the real danger. But we're behind you, every man in my organization. And we'd like to know if you mind our quoting you.
I don't believe I got your name.
Sleazy, Lud Sleazy.
Lud Sleazy.
We've been supporters of yours ever since you started. It's either international control or nothing.
That's right.
Well, thanks for talking to me. Goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Oh, he hung up.
Someone you knew?
No, he said he was at the auditorium the other night and that he just heard Hackamore and called up to say that he thought we were right.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask him the name of his organization.
Did he mention Bellows?
Yes, he said Bellows was the real danger. I think he's right. We've got to get people to realize, to understand that...
Well, of course, Warden. I'm glad to do anything I can. Within reason.
If Bellows and Hackamore succeed, the negotiations of the United Nations Atomic Commission will not be resumed. The delegates will go home. An atomic armament race will start. And this civilization of ours will be destroyed. We've got to do something, and we've got to do it now.
And, what do you propose to do?
Organize to make every person understand what we're up against. And then petition Congress and even the President.
Well, let me know, Warden, when you get going, and then we'll see what we can do, huh?
I predicted. I have here in my hand documentary evidence of what I say. A letterhead of the GUN, as radical an organization as ever came across the board. And listed among the board of advisors is our friend Warden. These letterheads have gone out by the thousands with quotations from the speech Warden made at the auditorium the other night. Let Warden now go before the people and tell them that he is for international control for the sake of saving us. I say again, as Gardner Bellows has said, let us hold on to what we have. And let us recognize such false prophets as Warden for what they are. This is Hackamore saying good night.
I have come to speak for Mr. Warden because he would not speak for himself.
Warden's quarrel is with Hackamore and Gardner Bellows, not with me.
But your paper printed what Hackamore said as if Hackamore were right.
Well, here's a photostated copy of the letterhead with Warden's name on it, and with a quotation of what Warden said that night at the auditorium.
Mr. Editor, I was with Mr. Warden that night he was called and asked if he could be quoted. But he never gave permission to be quoted. And even if he did, what he said happens to be right.
Why is his name on the letterhead?
He was not even asked about that. But even the fact that they quoted him and used his name without permission does not alter the truth of what he said. We are in mortal danger, Mr. Editor.
Well, I'm willing to be convinced. But again, I say your quarrel is not with me. It's with Hackamore.
remember is that he had a name something like Sleazy. I couldn't find a trace of him.
What did the people you talked to say?
Well, they said that one of their members had turned in the quotation from my speech, but they wouldn't tell me who he was.
We've got to go and see Hackamore.
I'm not concerned with what he says about me.
That's not it. Hackamore's trying to discredit you. If he succeeds, nothing you say will mean anything.
I know.
Ever since we who worked on the bomb have been fighting for international control, there have been some who have slandered us as traitors or naive idealists. But we have gone on, for there's nothing else to do if we are to survive.
Let's go and call on Mr. Hackamore.
It's down in black and white here on the letterhead, and that's enough for me.
You know that Mr. Warden did not give permission for his name to be used?
But he did say what's on that letter, didn't he?
Yes, I said it, Mr. Hackamore, and I mean it. It's time you understood that we cannot prevent any nation from making atomic bombs. And once everybody has atomic bombs, having more of them cannot save us from being destroyed.
We've proved that we can outproduce any nation on Earth.
That means nothing. If the United States can be destroyed by 1,000 atomic bombs, what advantage do we have because we have 10,000 bombs?
Now, Mr. Warden, you're wasting my time.
I've waited a long time to talk to you, Mr. Hackamore.
I'm not interested in further conversation with one who obviously has placed the welfare of foreign nations above his own.
Wait a minute. I'm not through, Mr. Hackamore. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time.
I'll have to ask you to leave.
Come on, Mr. Warden.
It happens that...
Well, please leave, Mr. Warden.
Well, hello, Warden.
Hello, Charlie.
If you ever try to come back, I'll throw you out.
Having trouble, Warden?
Why,
wait a minute. Let it go.
Hackamore's been giving you a bad time, huh?
Hackamore has no understanding of what he's doing.
No, but, you know, when you tangle with men like Hackamore and Bellows, you have to expect
Bellows?
that...
Look, will you go and see him with me?
I?
No, you.
Yes. Yes, I'll go with you.
You know, I'd like to help in this thing myself, Warden, but you know how busy I am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bellows is not in. No, not today. No, Mr. Bellows is not seeing anyone today. Sorry. Mr. Bellows will be tied up all day today and tomorrow. I'm sorry you've come so far, but you cannot see Mr. Bellows.
Of course I've heard about you, Mr. Warden.
Yes, well,
And do I understand that you, sir, were one of the scientists on the atomic bomb?
Yes.
Hackamore wired me of your position.
I see.
Is there any reason why we should sell ourselves out?
No one suggests that we sell out to anyone. It's not a question of goodwill or humanitarianism or being suckers. It's good common sense. For in an atomic arms race, some nations will have several advantages over us.
With the bomb in our possession?
Yes, with the bomb in possession, Mr. Bellows. First, there are fewer critical targets in other nations than in the United States. Since we do not plan to start a war ourselves right away by bombing other nations, there will only be war after the other powers of the world have bombs too. And this will not be long. Then we will discover that the nation that is the best target is at a disadvantage. And secondly, whether we like it or not, the government planning in some foreign nations makes dispersal of cities and industries much easier than in the United States.
So you endorse regimentation. The very things that Americans dislike most.
I endorse nothing of the kind, Mr. Bellows. But other nations are thinking in terms of dispersal of their cities and industries right now. Are we?
You forget, Mr. Warden, that we have the bomb. The other nations do not.
Not yet. But they will. And then what will we do? Will we train secret agents to plant atomic mines in other countries to avoid the risk of interception of planes or missiles? Will we establish some kind of Gestapo at home to track down atomic bomb saboteurs who could be sent here?
Are you suggesting that we establish some kind of Gestapo in the United States?
We'll have no choice. But the greatest disadvantage we will have, if there is another armament race, is this. In some powers, because of the nature of its government,
A small group can make sudden decisions without delays due to vacillations of public opinion or for any other reason. In the start of an atomic war, that is all important. Are we prepared to put such power into a small group of men in this country?
Do I understand that although we alone have the atomic bomb, that we have more reason to fear it than other nations?
That is right.
Gentlemen, I've been very patient with you.
Mr. Bellows, in the atomic age, the United States is one of the most vulnerable nations on Earth.
That's like saying that because we're strong, we're weak.
Most of the population of the United States is concentrated in 85 large cities. Our great industries are concentrated in about a dozen localities. What do you suppose would happen if these concentrations were hit all at once with hundreds or even thousands of atomic bombs?
Other nations are facing the same danger.
They're not as badly off as we are.
We've been equal to every emergency so far.
Who would order people to leave our cities? Congress? And what do you think this whole matter of dispersal would do to our standard of living, and our free institutions, and our personal liberties? If we are to avoid this disaster, we must have international control, Mr. Bellows.
International control is one thing. Security is another. The Senate and the House Committee on Atomic Energy have agreed that no atomic secrets can be revealed to anyone until Congress so decides. This, Mr. Warden, is also my view. And it is also my view that I am in no way disposed to sell out any of the sovereignty of the United States. I am a realist. We must keep and develop our weapons and keep the right to use them when and how we wish.
Gardner Bellows is marshaling all possible strength to prevent reopening of United Nations negotiations on international control of atomic energy. Warden is fighting to rally public opinion to force a reopening of United States negotiations in order to break the deadlock on international control. Bulletin. The United Nations Atomic Commission will reconvene on Thursday in an effort to work out some solution of international control. Observers see this as a crisis, the last chance to prevent a rearmament race that will end an atomic war.
Well, back in town, eh, Warden?
Yes.
Here you put up a whale of a fight to keep the negotiations on international control from breaking down.
Well, they're in session right now.
Hello, Warden. I heard you were back in town.
Hello, Charlie.
I see that guy that used your name and quoted you walked into the paper and admitted the whole thing.
Yes.
Oh, that's Hackamore on the air, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, Mibbs, turn up the radio.
Nations headquarters that the decision to adjourn has been reached. So it's all over. The negotiations on international control have fallen through. And the delegates from all the countries are leaving. So the matter of international control of atomic weapons is dead. The United States will not have to yield one iota of its sovereignty. We have the bomb, and now if the other nations of the world want to...
Hey, wait a minute, Warden. Don't turn off that radio.
This time you listen to me. We can start saying our prayers right now. All of us. Our last chance for peace and freedom is gone. The race of destruction is on. For a short while, you can play at being free, independent, and secure. Soon you'll be regimented and guided and watched at every turn, all to protect you from the terror of atomic war. You'll hide underground, and you'll live and die where you were told. Then, one day, the war will come, and the city all over the world will crumble in dust. Epidemic will ravage the countryside, and our civilization will be a thing of the past. Don't blame extreme nationalists like Hackamore, nor isolationists like Bellows. Blame yourself. You had all the information offered you, openly and freely. But you and all the apathetic people, anxious for pleasure and easy life, did nothing.
Now go home. And look around you at everything you love. It's only a matter of time before atomic bombs start exploding among us.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Robert Young in the fourth program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The plain truth about atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Next week at the same time over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the fifth program in this series titled 0-1, a story of what happens in a world heading for atomic war. The music was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is George Coulouris. All of us know by now that atomic energy can be a blessing or it can destroy everything we love. Those who know most about it say that ways must be worked out to control it. But time is running out. Fear and suspicion are growing. If we fail, every nation will be forced to take measures to protect itself. This is a story of what could happen to our way of life in an atomic arms race.
The Fifth Horseman.
All horsemen rode across the land, and their names were...
War, pestilence, famine, death.
And to these now is added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is an account of the significance of atomic energy and the problems it poses to mankind. Starring George Coulouris, this is the fifth in the series titled 0-1.
How strange everything looks, Daddy.
Yes.
Everything seems to be so quiet.
We've only been gone 10 days, Allegra.
I know.
Seems a year.
This was not like coming home any other time. This was a reprieve. The streets were half deserted. There was a sort of hush. There were a few cars on the road, but no one hurrying. No one was sounding his horn. The people were just rolling back into the city, back to their homes. I could feel my nerves quiver and my scalp draw tight across my skull as I thought of what had happened just 10 days ago.
It's a fact. Came straight from Washington. War is imminent. Atomic bombs will be falling all over the country any minute. Let me out of here. Get out of my way!
Hundreds of thousands of people in panic, pouring out of the city like rats leaving a sinking ship. And us with them, Martha and Allegra and I. We were lucky. At least we had friends in the country. 10 days of holding your breath, waiting beside the radio, ready to hear that atomic bombs were exploding in our cities.
Oh, Daddy, you missed our street.
Huh?
You went right past our street.
Oh, I missed it too.
Well, drive around the next block. The quietness of the street was frightening. People solemnly coming back to their homes. The same people whose eyes were blazing with fright 10 days ago, driving pell-mell out of the city with their horns screaming. We've been waiting for this a long time, ever since all attempts to put atomic bombs under international control came to naught 10 years ago, back in 1946. Yes, we knew that all the countries had been working on atomic bombs ever since. The world divided into armed camps, secrecy becoming deeper and deeper, Suspicion growing. Tension more and more unbearable.
Oh, there's our house. There's our house.
It never looked so good.
Oh, and there's Mr. Brother next door. He must have just got home, too.
Yes. Well, we're home.
Thank heavens. Allegra, will you take in these blankets?
Oh, yes.
I'll take the other things.
I'll bring in the grip.
Don't drop those things now, Allegra.
Oh, no, I won't.
Well, you're back, are you?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Oh, to friends, 100 miles up the country.
I went out to the lake. Heard drinking water might be poisoned. I figured it might be smart to be near the lake.
Yes?
If you ask me, running the risk of our cities being blown off the map just for the right to fly over a faraway country is foolishness. It's not worth it.
Yes.
As things are now, nobody's going to be sure from one minute to the next whether atomic bombs are going to fall on us. We'll be in bed
Hello there. Well, did you get over your fright?
Oh. Hello, Noble.
Hello.
Didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Well, I figured if they gave us a whole week to get out of the cities, they wouldn't do it this time.
Who's going to hit us? With the stock of atomic bombs we've got, who's going to pick a fight with us? I didn't run away.
Listen, Noble. There's not going to be any warning.
Well, if you want to let them stampede you into panic, that's your business. Government's been spending money on planning and talking about dispersal for 10 years now, and nothing happened.
Up and down the street, I could see other cars coming home. People piling out of them with armfuls of bedding and clothes and going back to their houses. We sat around for hours that night, talking. We didn't feel like going to bed, and we didn't make Allegra go to bed. We wondered if the security police really would come now, as the government had said, and if they really would disperse us and our factories.
This isn't the last time. It's only the first.
Will we have to leave town like this again, Daddy?
I don't know. The next morning it started.
I'll get it.
I went to the door, too.
Security police, madam.
Yes?
By order of the security department, all buildings in town are being searched. Don't get excited. Routine inspection.
Well?
Go ahead, Sergeant.
All right, now, so you take care.
They went through every room in the house and down to the cellars. They spent quite a while there, knocking at all walls and handling queer-looking instruments. When they'd finished, they took Martha and Allegra and me back into the living room and checked every detail of our security records, which had been on file in the precinct headquarters of the security police for several years.
All of you report to the precinct headquarters for fingerprinting within 3 days.
All right.
Leather, next door, was over at our place the minute the security police were through with him.
Just what I said. The government's clamping down because they know the bombs might start exploding any minute. Mark my word. They're going to start clearing us out of the cities. Permanent. The security has information from our agents abroad. Of course, it's secret. They can't tell it even to the Congress. But they know what they're doing. They'll start with moving.
When I drove out to go to work, Noble stopped me on the street.
It's an invasion of privacy. Invasion of our constitutional rights. And I, for one, don't propose to let the government push me around. It's time we, as citizens, direct our representatives to speak for us in Congress. Is the whole world going to be turned on its ear because somebody gets...
I drove out to the plant. I didn't know if I'd still have my job or not. A bunch of the men I work with were milling around outside. I parked the car for Laws, and another fellow came over to me.
You might as well go home. The place is closed.
Closed?
Yeah, the government's moving the plant 2,000 miles away to a hole in the ground.
Our plant?
Yes. Try and get in.
They're dispersing it. And that's not all. 7 other plants in this town have got orders to move.
Well, what's going to happen to us?
I say we should strike. They just can't move our living out from under us like this.
The management's yelling, too. Putting the heat on the government to try to keep the sharp ear.
We got some rights.
And the government must think that war is certain to come. Martha and I talked it over.
Well, we can't take Allegra out into the wilderness like that. That's no place to bring up a young girl.
Where am I going to work?
I know, but leaving our home with every cent we have in it and moving out into the desert to some makeshift town.
I've heard that the factory's to be built right down into the rocks, and the houses and shops will be scattered over 100 square miles.
Well, you haven't been ordered to leave here.
Even with the 7 main factories out, this town will be one of the first targets for the atomic bombs. It's the communication hub for the whole region.
But we're not in trouble with anybody. The aviation dispute has been settled.
Well, the government apparently doesn't think so. They don't want to take chances. Then the strike was called. The workers in all the plants that had been ordered to move out west paraded through the streets. The streets were full of people, not only the workers, but businessmen, too. Everyone who would be affected by moving the plants out of the city.
I'm not going to move out of town, that's a cinch.
And Noble was down there, like everyone else.
What's going to happen to business here in town when all the industry is gone? It'll be a ghost town, that's what it'll be.
Well, it's not only our town here, it's every town that has important concentrations of industry.
Yes, and the big cities, too. Look what they're doing to Chicago and New York.
But people can't stay in the cities if we're expecting atomic war.
There's not going to be any atomic war. If we keep our heads, don't get into foolish disputes, and make other nations mad at us.
But all nations are mad at each other. Nobody trusts anybody else in the world. They don't trust us, and we don't trust them.
Listen, quit worrying about other countries. Thing for you and a lot of other people is to start thinking about what's happening right here in our country. Governments regimenting both labor and industry, moving people out of their homes into the desert. This is America. The government has no right to interfere in private affairs.
What was happening in our town was happening in almost 100 places all over the country. Afraid of atomic sabotage and spying, the government trebled the number of security police. They were everywhere. Relations with the rest of the world were almost at a standstill. Only very few people were permitted to leave the country or to come in from abroad.
The political fight is rolling up in the climax in Congress over the Emergency Power Act, which would empower the President and his advisors to act for the United States without consulting Congress. Defenders of civil liberties are fighting a losing battle against the argument that other nations, because of their form of government, can make instant decisions as to atomic warfare, while the U.S., because of its constitutional processes, can move only very slowly. The charge that the government is already...
We are at a disadvantage.
What are you talking about?
Don't talk to me like that, Noble. You were one of those that ridiculed the idea of international control of atomic weapons 10 years ago. Now look what we've got.
We don't have to be scared of anybody. The United States has got more atomic bombs and long-range rockets than any nation on Earth.
Let me tell you something, Noble. I heard on good authority that some foreign nations have bombs 10 times as terrible as ours, and that they've discovered a new kind of bacteria. And I heard
You heard?
Yes! When I was in Washington last month, I heard that rocket launching sites have been set up against us, even right here in the Western Hemisphere. They say that some countries have leased islands in the Pacific to be used as rocket sites against us, so we'll never be sure where the rockets come from.
There was no work to do. The plant was still closed. The workers were still in town. I sat by the radio all day.
And so the battle was ended with the victory for the Emergency Power Act. Effective immediately, the President and his advisors are empowered to make any military or economic move they deem necessary. The Congress has retained the right to investigate the actions of the government after the emergency is over. But when will it be over, if at all? With this drastic move, some of the fundamental
That's
principles of American
dictatorship.
freedom...
That's military dictatorship.
Soon it started. A force of security police came into town. Armed with Tommy guns, they were deployed around the plant. The machinery was being moved out, and they didn't want to take chances of anybody interfering with the removal. All who worked at the plant came down to see it, but the security police kept us back a good distance.
They're doing the same thing at all 7 of the plants, moving them out bag and baggage.
They seem to be in a hurry, too.
Yeah, but who's going to run those machines for them out there?
We are.
Not me. I got my home here. I ain't moving out into any wilderness.
Veloz was determined. I stood there a long time, listening to the talk, watching the machinery being moved out. I tried to picture what the town would be like with all 7 plants closed down. Well, where would I get a job? I went home.
Are we going to move away, Daddy?
I don't know.
There's just been an announcement on the radio. The trouble's broken out again in Asia.
Who made the announcement?
Came from Washington.
About that same thing, airplanes.
One of our planes has been shot down and 3 others forced to land.
Oh, that's why they're in such a hurry moving out the plant.
Are they going to bomb us, Daddy?
I went to the door. It was Blether.
Did you get the news?
Yeah, Martha just told me.
I don't see why they don't settle this thing. Are we going to get blown to pieces for the sake of aviation rights over someplace thousands of miles away? Why don't we fly around it or stay away from it completely? You know what I heard?
Oh, no, Blether, but I didn't want Allegra and Martha to hear any more of his rumors, whether he was right or wrong.
Shall I answer it, Daddy?
Yes.
What'll happen is that they'll just...
Security police.
Oh, security police.
They came in, asked for my identification card, and then asked Blether for his.
Oh, yes, Mr. Blether. We've just come from your house. Your wife told us you were here.
Yes.
Here are your evacuation orders.
Here are yours.
He handed sealed envelopes to Blether and me.
You will make preparations to leave with the draft to the factory dispersal areas on Saturday.
Leave? What about my house? What about my family?
You can take your family along or leave it behind as you wish. You'll find instructions in the envelope.
I went out for a walk, alone. I tried to figure it out. First, I hardly noticed the people on the streets. And then I noticed there were more and more. Many had their orders to move. As I approached downtown, I could feel the excitement. Thousands of people, helpless, all facing the same thing, all bursting to talk about it. And there, ahead of me in the crowd, was Noble.
This is a violation of our constitutional rights. Are we going to stand by and let a dictatorship move us around like cattle?
He's right, those fellows. They're not going to move me out of town without binding me hand and
What
foot.
has become of the Bill of Rights? And what has become of the...
Demonstrations broke out all over the country. A couple of million people had been ordered to follow their factories to the dispersal areas. I had 2 days left. That night, the government put a general on the radio from Washington. He was put in charge of the whole relocation. Martha and Allegra and I sat home, listening to him.
The nations of the world have now been working on atomic bombs for 10 years. Our country did all we could to prevent this development by international agreement and to keep our atomic secrets. But others have refused our outstretched hand. We now have intelligence reports that atomic bombs more efficient than those dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the last war are being produced in several foreign lands. We have tried during these 10 years since 1946 to work out some means of defense against this danger. We have had some success with interception of rockets, but not enough for making our cities secure from attack. The greatest danger in the crisis which now confronts us is the possibility of surprise attack. Our only chance to escape sudden destruction is dispersal. We are late. Very late. Dispersal in some measure has been underway since 1946. Now we must proceed with it full speed. Many of you listening to me tonight have already received your dispersal orders. More of you will receive them soon. It is in your own interest to follow them. Your chances of surviving an atomic war are 10 times greater in a dispersal area than in a city. By dispersing the launching platforms for our atomic rockets, much of our capacity to strike back will withstand the first enemy blow. We shall then strike back. Millions of us will not live. But we can hope that our country will be saved. I ask you, in the name of the government, and in the hope you and yours may be among the survivors, that you obey your dispersal orders and cooperate in every way possible. May we have a better tomorrow.
We're going with you, Allegra and I.
Oh, good. I didn't want Daddy to leave us.
We took what we could carry, blankets, clothes, personal things. Reported as instructed at the railway station. We like being exiled.
I'm glad to go. I'm really glad.
Leather took his family with him.
Only thing I'm worried about is my house. Who's going to buy it? Nobody's going to live in a city that's going to be...
Maybe the government will compensate you.
Come on, Allegra.
Are we going to get on now?
The laws from the plant came up to me.
Look at the security police everywhere. Like we're being taken to a concentration camp.
Yes.
I'd like to know how long they're going to keep us out there.
We're going to live out there
the rest of our lives, which may not be long.
There was very little talk on the trip west. Most of the men had their families with them. Nearly everyone just looked out of the window. Every once in a while, Blether came by.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to set up shadow factories, miles away from the operating plants like the one we're going to. So if the one we work in gets blown up, they'll have substitute factories already.
Allegra looked at Blether and then looked at me. Blether left. I walked into the next coach and sat down with Falaz.
You see this fellow coming down the aisle?
Yes.
He's the man that spoke on the radio that night, 2 days before we left.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. I'm going to ask him something. Pardon me, would you tell me something?
If I can.
Isn't it true that even though the first atomic attack may kill 20 or 30 million people and smash a good part of our production, that we'd do the same thing to the attacking nation? And after that, it'd just be a war of armies like it's always been.
Well, that's hard to say. After the atomic bombs explode, airborne troops may parachute out of the sky and try to use the confusion to seize strategic points all over the country.
You think all our cities will be hit at once?
Very likely. New rockets have been developed to reach any point on Earth. They may bring not only atomic bombs, but also germs to spread epidemics, kill crops.
The train stopped at a siding out in the country. They took us by trucks to the dispersal areas assigned our plant.
Where's the school, Daddy? Isn't there any school?
I don't know, Allegra.
Oh, there must be. There's so many children.
Maybe it's one of those barracks right down close to the ground.
The carpenters were working feverishly on emergency housing. The living quarters were dispersed over a wide area. No two houses were close together. The plant was a long distance away. A bus picked us all up every day.
Why hasn't there been any information about the trouble in Asia?
I don't know.
Maybe the whole thing's blown over.
I don't think so, Falaz. If it had, why are they working day and night on that deep shelter near the plant?
The general said on the radio before we left that they're going ahead with dispersal full speed even if the present crisis is solved. In case another comes.
But I can feel something's coming.
Who's going to attack us?
Well, I'll be glad when they get that shelter done. But I've heard that if they blow radioactive dust down into it, we'll die like rats down there. And if we don't, we won't be able to come out for days without being killed by the radioactivity all over the ground above.
There was no place to go in off hours. There were no theaters to go to. As long as the crisis lasted, they didn't want too many people together in any one place. So, we talked among ourselves. Allegra told us what was happening at school.
They call it general disaster training. All of us get it.
And what is this, Allegra?
Oh, all kinds of things. They give each one of us a place to go in case of alarm. They teach us how to handle instruments to measure radiation and how to clean contaminated things.
Oh.
And tomorrow we'll start getting first aid instruction. And then you know what?
What?
They're going to teach us how to fight fires.
Did you hear about Falaz?
Falaz, what do you mean?
He's been arrested. He's a saboteur.
Saboteur? Nonsense.
Yes, he is. The security police picked him up. They caught him with part of an atomic bomb.
Falaz? Oh, no, that can't be.
It's true. He was going to blow the plant up. You know, with an atomic bomb, you don't have to put it right under the thing you want to blow up. All you have to do is...
Within a matter of minutes after Blether left, the security police were at the door.
Your registration cards, please.
We gave them to them.
All buildings in the area are being searched. Hurry on, Sergeant.
They went over all the nooks and crannies of the house. From our place, we could see security police taking up positions at corners, and across the rough terrain, we could see them in squads moving in and out of houses. At last, they were through searching our place.
A curfew has been established. You will not leave your house until tomorrow noon unless you hear the warning siren. In that case, you will at once go to the nearest shelter.
Hope has not yet been abandoned that an agreement can be reached. But the President has now placed the entire nation on alert. The President asks that every man, every woman, and every child remain calm and stand by to carry out orders. Our forces are disposed and prepared to take whatever action necessary. We are now leaving the air, but leave your radios on to receive instructions.
Do we have to just wait now?
Yes. Just wait.
We waited. We talked about our home and people we knew. I wondered where they were. Outside it was getting dark. We stood at the window and looked out. Shadows were settling over everything. Gloom. After a while, we couldn't make out anything. Allegra asked me to tell her about when I was her age.
Listen, the siren. That's it.
Are the bombs going to come now?
That means we've got to go to the shelter, Allegra.
Oh.
Let's get some blankets and clothes to get them out. Or the bus should be here to pick us up any minute. Hurry. Everyone huddled together in a bomb shelter. Families, friends. All you could hear was the muttering and the praying.
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done.
Martha held Allegra in her arms, and I just sat there on the stone floor beside them. The general went from one group to another, reassuring them. Leather spoke up, and everyone listened.
This is the 0 hour, isn't it?
Well, it may be a false alarm.
Then why are they sounding the siren?
Well, the men on the radar watch stations are new. They're nervous.
I think it is the 0 hour.
If it isn't, it's 0 minus 1.
Why didn't somebody do something to prevent this? Why didn't somebody do something?
I know now, sitting here, with my arm around Martha, and with Allegra looking up at me, that the life as we know and loved it is past, and there may never be a tomorrow. People are sitting like this, huddling in shelters all over the world, everywhere, waiting for disaster and death. And in other shelters, their sons, brothers, fathers are keeping their fingers on the switches to let this disaster loose. And none of them wants it. None. They all want to live in peace and be free and safe. Why can't they break out in the last moment before the first button is pushed? Why can't they?
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard George Coulouris, starring in the 5th program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. An account of the significance of atomic energy and the problems it poses to mankind. Next week at this time over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the 6th program in this series of 8, titled Doomsday, a story of what can happen to our land should control of atomic energy fail and war come. The music for The Fifth Horseman is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Dan Clark. What you are about to hear is a story. It is fiction. Something that has not yet happened, but which could happen. The other day, President Truman signed the Atomic Control Bill, which provides for control of atomic energy within the United States. The administration has submitted an international atomic control program to forestall the use of atomic power for military purposes. For the past several weeks on this Fifth Horseman program, we have dramatized the problem of world control of atomic energy. Distinguished scholars, businessmen, scientists, educators who have studied this vital problem say that if some form of international control is not worked out, that our civilization could be destroyed. Our story tonight is about how this could happen sometime in the future.
The Fifth Horseman. Four horsemen rode across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death. And to these now is added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is an account of the significance of atomic energy and the problems it poses to mankind. Starring Dane Clark, this is the sixth in the series titled Doomsday.
July 26th, 1965. A report is coming in.
Confidential. The situation with Nation X has not changed. Talks between the President and his staff and the representatives of Nation X are continuing.
Wexley,
Yeah?
relay this confidential to the old man at once.
Yeah. Nation X isn't budging, huh?
No, hurry it up, will you, Wex?
Yeah.
Where do you suppose those talks are going on?
Not in Washington.
No. Washington's not the place for the high brass since the alert.
Yeah.
Remember how we used to be able to go down to Washington, or over to Philadelphia or New York, have a good dinner and go to a show? Come and go as we please?
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah. Every once in a while I get a yen to bust out of all this. Go down there, just to see what a big city looks like.
There's not much fun down there now. Girls and kids all evacuated. Only essential workers are left bustling around with scared faces.
When's all this going to end? Us here, waiting day and night for the bombs to start dropping on us? And our people a couple of 1,000 miles away in the wilderness.
Well, you can be glad Mary is there.
Yeah, but we were going to get married. Are you glad Ridgely and your kids are out there?
I'm not any happier about it than you are, but I think they're better off in Wyoming than they are here.
Then you think this is it with Nation X?
Nation X isn't going to back down. It has its own reasons for wanting to dominate Africa.
Why are we meddling with Africa?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Confidential. Replenish munition and food stores at all advanced retaliation stations to full war strength. Confidential reports show extensive preparations on the side of Nation X.
July 27th, 1965. Supplies have been coming in all night. Food, repair parts for the equipment, munitions, and atomic warheads for the rockets that have been stored here at the center since the alert was proclaimed. More and more reports are coming through. The President and the representatives of Nation X are still talking, but no one knows where. July 28th, 1965. The arguments going on down in Congress are relayed here through the center.
We've yielded 3 times now. They're bluffing.
Well, is it worth risking half of our population and all of our cities?
We've got atomic bombs, too, you know.
Listen, all Africa's not worth the life of a single American woman or child.
They're bluffing, I tell you. They want to force a deal out of us by threatening us.
You think they haven't got bombs?
Oh, probably not. Or perhaps 1 or 2.
Well, they have got bombs. They got bigger ones than we've got in this country. And I have that on reliable authority.
And I have something else on good authority. Their rockets are no good. They'll never reach the United States. They'll blow themselves up if they try to send atomic bombs to America.
Attention, waterway P207 has been blown up. While the ship was moving westward through the strategic waterway, suddenly the entire ship was blown to pieces. All installations, including the dam, have been demolished. The extent of the damage is not...
July 29th, 1965. A report is coming in.
Representatives of Nation X are making strong denials that their country in any way was responsible for the destruction of the waterway. They have issued an official statement that it must have been done by some nation to take advantage of the crisis between the U.S. and Nation X, to incite the two nations to destroy each other.
Nation X did it. It's trying to cover up. It's to their advantage to prevent our ships from moving through the waterway.
I wonder how many of our cities are mined like that.
Wait a minute. Perhaps Nation X did not do it. Perhaps they are right, and it is provocation.
What other nations got anything against us?
Well, there are other nations. Ever since the attempts to establish international control of atomic bombs failed, every nation's been looking out for itself. And several nations would like to have our competition out of the way.
I say that we ought to press the button on Nation X right now.
How can we be certain they did it?
Good heavens, do we have to stand by and wait until they press the button? What chance have we got if they hit us with atomic bombs first?
July 30th, 1965. Instructions to security police are pouring through the center today. Security police are scouring every city. Ships in all ports are being inspected from stem to stern. Merchandise in warehouses everywhere is being examined. It has been revealed that the ship that blew up in the waterway was thoroughly inspected before it started through. Now the searching is even more exhaustive. The bomb that blew up the ship is now supposed to have been placed on board the day before in an oil barrel when the ship took on oil. Suspects are being rounded up all over the country. Many workers in cities, fearing that the cities have been mined, are disregarding orders to stay on the job and are fleeing into the open country. July 31st, 1965. No word has come through today about the negotiations with Nation X. We have our radar screens searching the skies day and night.
Have you heard anything from Ridgely?
No. Have you heard anything from Mary?
Well, she wonders if we're ever going to be together again. If we're ever going to be married. Sometimes I feel I've just got to see her. What kind of existence is this?
You can't run away from it, Ben.
No, but at least you can die with the ones you love.
Look, Ben, if this thing blows over, I'll see if I can fix it up with the old man so he can go out to Wyoming.
Yeah.
Attention. Because of definite reports from all our agents abroad that Nation X is making ready for immediate atomic attack on us, the President has requested Nation X to allow an immediate inspection of these bases by a neutral commission. The President made it clear that failure to agree within 3 days will be considered an open challenge to us.
You'll see. They'll back down now.
Hey, look. Look at this.
What? What is it, Wexley?
Look at that spot on the radar screen.
That's a rocket. That's a rocket coming this way.
Wait a minute.
That's what it is, a greenish-blue luminous spot moving across the screen, and that means a rocket.
There's another one. And there's another.
Listen, wait a minute. That's from headquarters.
Attention. A flight of rockets is approaching the coast at stratosphere altitude. Plotters are now working out their probable targets. Stand by.
A whole flight.
They did it. Didn't I tell you they'd do it? We
couldn't press the button on them while we were still talking.
I'm not going to stay here. I told you they...
You stay at your station, Ben.
Look at that screen. The luminous spots, one after another, coming from 3 directions.
There must be 100 of them. Well, are we just going to wait here until they go...
Attention. The President has made an announcement to the nation as follows. We are being attacked by atomic rockets. I have ordered our retaliation centers into action. Our defense stations are already intercepting incoming rockets. I ask all men, women, and children to exercise the greatest fortitude.
They're firing the defense rockets out there.
But they couldn't stop all the rockets coming this way.
Well, they might be able to stop some of them, and some of the others may miss their targets.
What difference does it make if some of the rockets are coming this way or deflected? They're going to hit somewhere.
Look at this. The whole screen's covered with dots. Those rockets must be coming in waves.
Attention.
Hold it.
Plotters have now determined flight of a group of enemy rockets heading for C-1000. Calculate rockets will hit C-1000 area in 4 minutes. Stand by.
Relay that right out, Ben.
Yeah. Good heavens.
Attention.
Report coming in.
An atomic bomb has exploded in the bay approach to C-1000.
Attention. American attack atomic rockets have now been set off against Nation X. The full power of the assault has been concentrated on cities and strategic centers of Nation X. Stand by.
Attention. C-642 has been hit.
Did he say C-642?
Yeah.
That's my hometown. My mother and sister are there.
Attention. C-1000 calling all points.
C-1000 is still there.
Atomic defenses have destroyed some of the first assault bombs and deflected others. Stray bombs have hit 4 places in the vicinity of C-1000. Stand by.
My hometown is gone.
Watch that radar screen, Wexley.
I told you we should have pressed the button on Nation X.
Attention.
Hold it, Ben.
How many places have been hit by the first flight is not yet known. But a number of places are known to have been struck.
Look! Look at the screen. A whole new flight's coming.
Attention. C-1000 calling all points.
They still haven't hit C-1000.
How can
The
they miss?
rockets are approaching C-1000 at all different altitudes from three sides. Every man here is still at his post. C-427 across the river is in flames. Smoke from the fires is now... Oh, there's a flash.
They've been hit. C-1000 is gone.
Ben, try to contact C-1000. Try to contact it.
Yeah. C-1000, come in. C-1000, come in. Communications Center 49 to C-1000. Come in. It's dead.
August 1st, 1965. It's just after midnight. The blackness of the sky is lit up by the fires in C-1000 80 miles away. Near the horizon, the sky is yellow and red, and it blends upward into purple and blue. How many fires there are between here and C-1000, no one knows. We have lost all contact with the stations in this sector. Now and then a report comes in.
Attention. Several advanced assault rocket launching platforms along eastern and western seaboards damaged by sabotage.
Sabotage?
They hit my hometown and my mother and sister.
Hey, I wonder if they hit any of the dispersal areas. I wonder if they hit 382 in Wyoming.
I don't know.
Why can't we try to raise him? The old man isn't here.
You know you can't do it, Ben.
Well, don't you want to know if your wife and kids are all right? Or are you satisfied just to wait here cooped up?
I'm just as anxious to find out about Originally and the kids as you are about Mary, but we can't do it.
For all we know, the rest of the United States may be blown to pieces.
If a bomb hit that dispersal area out in Wyoming... Look, why do I have to stay here? Just stay here and not know what's happened.
August 1st, 1965. 2:30 a.m. Few reports on what has happened in other parts of the country have come in. Communications must have been shattered. We are waiting what happens next. The report is coming in now.
This report is being relayed from Station W, 40 miles north of C-294. All communications in C-294 destroyed by explosion of 6 bombs. First bomb exploded in Bay vicinity. North area of C-294 wiped out. Succeeding bombs scattered over area of 40 square miles.
That means that bombs are falling several thousand miles from here, too.
But if communications are down, how are we going to find out what's happened in the rest of the country?
Look, that report came in from Station W. That means that some of the communication centers like this one are in operation.
If 382 out in Wyoming is hit, I don't want to live.
August 1st, 1965. 4:10 a.m. The dawn is beginning to break. The air is heavy with the smell of fires. Not one word has come in about C-1000. It must have been hit by a salvo of atomic bombs. Ben and Wexley and I have sat here for the past hour, talking about C-294 and C-1000 and wondering if the president and his staff were killed or if they are...
Attention.
Here's a report now.
C-738 is badly hit. The downtown is a mass of rubble all enveloped in flames. How many bombs hit C-738 is not known. The flames and the high radioactivity of the entire area have made it impossible to approach the area. The number of
Attention, several areas in C-965 have been destroyed. Area from the docks to Midtown must have been hit by several flights. 2 suburban areas are hit by 2,000 or 3,000 bombs in the second flight. Thousands of fires are being fanned into one roaring blaze the length and breadth of the area.
No, it's impossible.
They've hit us on both coasts and in the Midwest. That means rockets are coming at us from both directions.
By this time, we must have knocked out their assault stations.
What of it? Look what they've done to us.
We don't even know what they've done to us.
August 1st, 1965. 5:45 a.m. It is daylight now. The acrid smell in the air is heavier. Not one report has come in about C-1000. Ben has talked for the last half hour about setting out across the country to try to reach 382 in Wyoming.
I can walk, and I can swim if the bridges have been knocked down. And what if I don't make it? Am I just going to stay here with Mary out there?
You wouldn't get a mile from here before you'd be picked up.
You can say that, Wex, because you...
Oh. Because my mother and sister are dead. Go ahead, say it.
I didn't mean that. I didn't... Well, I...
Don't you think I'd like to get back to my hometown or where I was? Maybe they're not dead.
All right, shut up, both of you. You know why we're here. You know why we've got to stay.
Attention.
Watch it.
Following is incomplete report from available information. About 150 atomic bombs have exploded so far. About 100 have gone astray and exploded in the countryside or off the coast. The following cities have been hit: C-1000, C-642, C-965, C-294, C-351, C-376, C-589.
August 1st, 1965, 6:20 a.m. From what we can see from the communication center, nothing has changed. Only the smell in the air is stronger. The sky is filled with the smoke of burning cities. The sky is dull gray. Wexley and I are going out to the emergency storage for food.
It doesn't seem possible. This path is just like it was before. The trees, the
But
bushes.
it has happened, Wexley.
What are we going to do? Are we just going to keep on staying
Look,
here
we've
until...
got enough food cached away here in the hills to last us 6 months.
Hey, look at this. My Geiger counter.
Yeah?
Listen. There's radioactivity here. Listen to this counter.
Come on, let's get back to the center.
We've got to get the food. We've got to eat.
That radioactivity will kill us.
How'd it get here? Way out here in the hills? No bomb exploded near here. It must have been dusted from a plane or rocket.
Come on, let's get back as fast as we can. We'll have to go hungry until that radioactivity is cleared out.
A report came in while you were gone. An enemy submarine surfaced off C-674. The crew was mounting some kind of gear on it when one of our reconnaissance planes spotted it and sank it.
Sank it? Good.
What kind of gear was it?
They didn't say.
Hey, there's somebody at the door.
I'll get it.
Help us.
Oh.
Help us, please.
Oh. Look at them. The burns. Come on, Wex, Ben. Let's get him inside. Help this woman. I'll take the little girl.
Oh, careful.
Easy.
Oh, don't touch me.
Get that medicine quick, Wex. Get the ointment, will you?
Yeah.
Hurry. Come on. Lie down over here.
I want to be with my mama.
It's all right, dear. These men will help us.
Will they?
August 1st, 1965, 7:35 a.m. Both the mother and her child were cruelly burned. We gave them first aid. They are lying here, side by side now. The child nestling close to her mother talking to her burned face.
It's all gone. We were just driving back, seeing my husband when it happened. Flash, an explosion, and another. That's all I remember.
What happened to us, Mommy? What did it?
I don't know, darling.
Oh.
When I came to, the car was overturned in the ditch, on fire. Mildred and I were inside it. I don't know how we got out of it. The road was filled with people, burned, bleeding.
Where did all those people come from, Mommy?
I don't know, darling.
But what was it, Mommy? What did it?
It was those things I told you about, Mildred. The bombs.
Oh.
Somebody picked us up in a car. It was dark when they let us off. I don't know where we were. And then we walked. We've been walking all night.
Attention.
Oh, Mommy.
Just a minute, please.
The National Guard and the Emergency Rescue Organization has been fully mobilized. Our retaliatory strikes are taking effect. No bombs have fallen in the U.S. for the past 24 hours. Indications are that the enemy, thinking that we are totally disorganized, might send an invasion force to take us over. We are ready to meet and annihilate them. Every person will stay at his post.
Thank you.
We'll stop them in their tracks.
I wonder how badly we've hit them. Hold it.
Attention. Reports have just been relayed in that several cities and airfields have been sprayed by radioactive dust by a high-flying enemy plane. Cities sprayed are C-72, C-69, and C-48. These areas are being marked by yellow posters barring all entry except on express order of the military. The sprayed areas are being evacuated, but little hope is held for those that probably have received a deadly dose of radiation.
I'd rather be hit by a bomb.
Maybe my mother and my sister were lucky.
Maybe they are, Wicks.
Oh, I hope it landed right on them. I hope they weren't just like...
Oh, Mommy, it hurts.
It'll be all right, darling.
I wonder if they hit 382 out in Wyoming. Or if they sprayed it with dust.
Let's not talk about 382, Ben. August 1st, 1965, 9:50 a.m. Orders had been coming through all night, mainly about evacuation and mobilization to repulse the expected invasion from the air. Our fighter planes have been hampered by the spraying of airfields with radioactive dust. We've shared the last food we had here in the center with the woman and her child. Wex is now watching the screen.
Hey, look at this. More rockets? No planes. There must be hundreds of them.
Let me see.
See? Those are no rockets.
Why don't we intercept them?
With what?
Why, we certainly must have some...
Attention all points.
Quiet.
Flight of high-speed enemy planes approaching from the east. Estimate they will reach coast in 18 minutes. Stand by.
That means they'll reach here in about 21 minutes.
August 1st, 1965, 10:17 a.m. We have been waiting almost in silence for 15 minutes. None of us has ventured out since we discovered the radioactivity outside. The woman and her child possibly have been injured fatally by the radiations. Wexley and I may also have been. We haven't mentioned it. The communication center here is heavily camouflaged. It may be that...
Listen!
That's the planes.
Are they going to hurt us, Mommy?
Just stay here close to me, darling.
Have you spotted them?
Yeah, they're carrying paratroops.
Airborne troops. Here, let me see.
Right there, see?
Yeah, they're passing us.
Yeah, they're passing right over us.
Give me those glasses, Ben.
Yeah.
There must be 30,000 enemy troops up there.
I know what they're going to do. They're going to jump behind us and cut off the interior from the...
Giant troop-carrying airplanes in force are now crossing the coast at 7 points. Our anti-aircraft defenses are destroying hundreds of them. Our fighter planes are rising from poisoned airfields. The enemy planes which penetrated the coastal defenses appear to head inland. Our army is now fully mobilized. Tank corps are rushing as soon as a landing is reported.
They're going to cut us off from the interior.
We're going to destroy them all. The general has it all ready for them. They think we're finished. We've just started the fight.
Wexley, watch that screen.
Huh? Yeah.
Will the soldiers come here, Mommy?
Yes, darling. They might.
If they're dropping troops here, they could be dropping them in Wyoming, too. I should have got out of here when I had the chance. I should have...
Attention all points. A strong force of enemy paratroopers have landed at C-24. Supplies and equipment are now being dropped where the troops are consolidating their position and moving westward toward C-217 and eastward toward C-263. Our 1st and 2nd Army are moving to intercept and destroy them. Stand by. Hold on. A new flight of rockets is approaching. A new flight of a...
They're hit.
Yeah. Look at the screen.
Look at them come.
August 1st, 1965, 10:42 a.m. I'm writing this hurriedly. This may be our last moment. Ridgely, all our adult life, we have lived under the shadow of this terror. Every minute I've been here, I've wanted to be with you and the children. We will destroy the enemy, I know. But what will our country be like when this is over? We thought nobody would dare attack us. And they thought that we were weaklings. And that we would collapse after the first bombs exploded. I hoped, Ridgely, that you and I...
Light! That flash of light out there!
It's a bomb! It's a bomb!
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Dane Clark, starring in the 6th program in NBC's series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. What you have just heard is a story, a fictional account of what could happen in the future if atomic war should come. Next week at this same time over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the 7th program in this series titled Aftermath, a story of the consequences of an atomic war. Dane Clark appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of Stolen Life, in which he appears opposite Betty Davis. Warner Brothers are this year celebrating the 20th anniversary of Sound Pictures. The music for The Fifth Horseman is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, this is J. Carroll Nash. What will happen if atomic energy gets out of hand? We are just beginning to understand what great blessings could come from its beneficial use. We already know its destructive power. The men who have studied atomic energy say that if some sort of control is not worked out among nations, it could devastate us. What you are about to hear is a story of what our country could be like after atomic war.
The Fifth Horseman.
4 horsemen rode across the land, and the names were...
War, pestilence, famine,
death. And to these now is added a 5th horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is an account of the significance of atomic energy and the problem it poses to mankind. Starring J. Carroll Nash, this is the 7th in the series titled Aftermath.
Your name?
Stanchion.
Initials?
A.D.
Uh-huh. Where did you come from? Your home?
St. Louis.
Where were you at the time it happened?
I was just outside of Brookfield, Missouri. That was my territory.
Mm-hmm. Family in St. Louis?
Yes.
As I remember, St. Louis was hit by the first flight.
Yes.
I know this is painful for you to talk about, Mr. Stanchion, but we've got to have a record of everyone here in dispersal area 743.
I understand.
You go back to St. Louis?
Yes. The roads were crowded with people, some in automobiles and trucks, most of them walking, nearly all of them burned or bleeding.
Did you get into St. Louis?
No, the troops stopped me at the outskirts. The city was still blazing. The guards said the place was so radioactive no one could go in. I drove my car to a side road and headed. And that night went in on foot. The next afternoon, twilight, I found the place. The place where our house had been.
Uh-huh.
It was smashed and burned to the ground like all the rest of St. Louis. 5 atomic bombs hit the city. I could find no trace whatever of my family.
Perhaps 1/2 of the population of the United States were destroyed in the 2 days of war.
Is there anything else you want of me?
Yeah. How did you get out here?
I drove out. I wandered all over the country hoping to find a trace of my family. I got gasoline from abandoned automobiles, abandoned pump stations, anywhere I could find it.
You have any gasoline still in your tank?
About a pint.
Your car is now the property of this dispersal area. It would be used for the common good. There are only a few gallons of gasoline left here. We don't know when we can get more.
Yeah.
You will be assigned to a house with several other men. You will work along with all the others. You will share with all of us in this area food that we have.
The director assigned me to a house with 3 men.
Who does that director think he is, a dictator?
That was Mac from Omaha.
This place is going to be just what we make it, Stanchion.
And that was Harmon from New York.
They're not going to keep me here, law or no law.
And that was Kane from New Orleans. All able-bodied men worked cutting wood. The winter was coming. There was no fuel.
The last news we got over the radio was that we had annihilated the enemy airborne troops that had been sent to take us over.
We crippled the enemy with our retaliation bomb, and that's what we did.
Yeah, but they crippled us, too.
I couldn't believe it had happened.
We've sunk into a complete paralysis of production and communication, Stanchion. There's no power. The dams and power stations have been smashed. The coal mines have been abandoned by the miners looking for food. Planes have been grounded by lack of gasoline. The railroad centers have been destroyed and abandoned, so there are no trains.
No trains have come through since the disaster?
No.
No supplies being brought in at all?
Where to be brought in from?
Yeah, the only place nearby that's got anything is 608, the dispersal area upstate. It was foolish of me not to stay there. And they're looking out for themselves.
They've got a group of scientists up there that's trying to work out some
Scientists. They're the guys we can thank for this whole mess. Science should be prohibited here and everywhere in the world.
We cut wood all day and hauled it into the area. It was fall. The cold winds were beginning to blow. At night, we went down to the mess hall for our food.
Beans, squash, and corn. Beans, squash, and corn. Is that all we're ever going to get?
That's all there is, Kane.
Yeah, I'll bet the director has meat.
Yeah.
Where would he get it?
Why doesn't he eat down here with the rest of us?
If we're going to live at all, we've got to live on what we've got until we can raise some more. There is no sugar, and when meat's brought into the area, all of us get some.
That's the way the talk went every day. No one talked about what happened to his people. But it came out little by little. Mac's parents, mother, father, and 2 sisters were hit in Omaha. Kane's wife and 2 kids died from radioactivity in New Orleans. Harmon's sister, the only relative he had, was killed by the atomic bomb that hit New York. Kane and Mac had drifted across the devastated country from one dispersal area to another until they got here to 743.
Well, I'm not going to stay here.
You know it's against the regulations to leave, Kane.
Who made the regulations? The director. By what right does he make the laws for me?
After supper, the director came down to the mess hall.
Our only hope of survival is to work together, to share what we have. Every person that can work must work. There will be no mercy for malingerers. Winter is coming. It's going to be cold. We've got to have fuel, and we've got to get it now. Those who do not work will not eat. No one can leave this area without my authorization. And until someone among you can run this area better than I can, I'll run it.
That night at the house, Harmon and I talked late. There was no light, except for the candle we'd made.
How can we preserve what we know for the generations to come, Stanchion? That's what worries me.
I don't know.
Most of the libraries and the universities are gone.
But even if they weren't, most of the people who know and understand what's in the books are dead.
I wonder if I could get every person here in 743 to write down everything he knows.
Well?
I know it sounds impossible, Stanchion, but if we don't, everything we know or have learned, all the experience we've had, might die with us.
I know.
What we ought to do is organize some kind of school here in 743 as fast as we can. At least you and I, all of us who are here now, saw civilization and culture. The coming generation will never have seen it at all.
We talked until the candle gutted out. We talked for an hour more in the dark.
Where are Kane and Mac?
Kane and Mac didn't come in.
Bet they've run away.
I lay there in the dark thinking about them almost till dawn. Then I fell asleep.
Police, open the door. Police, open the door.
Harmon went to the door.
Yes?
Emery Kane here.
Why, Stanchion, is Kane here?
Kane? Well, I don't know.
I'll have to search the place.
They searched the house.
Kane must have tried to leave in the dark last night with McAllister. We caught McAllister. He's in jail right now, waiting to be taken before the director.
We all went to work in the woodlots as usual that day. At night, word was passed that Mac was going to be brought before the director.
Wait a minute. By what right do you say that I can't leave here? What right do you have to send your men out to drag me back here and lock me up? Who appointed you director? Who elected you?
I was appointed manager of this dispersal area by the government before the disaster. And I will stay on the job until the government relieves me.
What government? There's no government left.
The government ordered before the disaster that once a man is registered in the dispersal area, he must stay there until the emergency is over. You left without permission, McAllister, and it is my judgment that you must surrender your liberty for a period of 30 days. You will be locked up. Then you will be put on probation.
If there's still a government, I have my civil rights.
Come on, McAllister.
Let go of me. Let go.
On Sundays, we gathered to listen to Harmon, who'd been a resettlement worker in New York before the Atomic War.
What we must do is return to spiritual values. Because we and all the other people neglected them, the land we loved and all the world we knew was devastated. Now we must do all possible to save what is left. All of us face the great responsibility of putting our lives together.
After Mac had served his time, he came back to work.
This is like being in a prison camp.
Where would you go if you left here, Mac?
Oh, at least I could get out of this cold.
That's why we've got to gather all the firewood we can now.
We're never going to be able to get enough to last us all winter. And where'll we be with these clothes?
They've been talking about making clothes. As soon as we can get something to make them out of.
Yeah, what's going to happen to us before we get them? And how about shoes? Look at mine.
We're going to have to make our shoes, too.
With what?
What we wondered about most was whether we'd have enough food to see us through the winter. The beans and corn and squash were rationed. Some grain was coming in by wagon from the farmers south and west of the area. But there was nothing we could pay with. Money was worthless. We bargained away what little we had in belongings, or furniture, extra clothes. All the gasoline for the cars was gone. One night, after work, the word was passed to come down to the hall. Our mechanics had built a wind motor and kept the batteries of the radio there charged. But for a long time now, no regular broadcast had come in. Only weak, unintelligible signals from small, faraway stations. Now, for the first time, a nearby station came in clearly.
No one knows for sure how much of it's true because all we can do is relay the reports that we've heard through our radio pickups. This morning we heard a report from Area 226 that they'd picked up. It said that Army scouts have now explored Washington, D.C. It was so radioactive that it could not be entered for several months. The Capitol was found destroyed, and so were most of the big government buildings. There's been nobody to clean up the rubble, so grass and weeds are beginning to grow everywhere. A small group of men who were in the government at the time of the disaster have set themselves up at Bethesda near Washington as the legal head of the government of the United States. We heard something about Chicago, too. There isn't a living being in the city, but there are several 100,000 corpses all over the city rotting in the rubble. Well, I guess that's about all the information we can give you at this time. Signing off now.
Everybody hung around and talked after the broadcast. It was the first radio most of us had heard since the disaster.
Washington, grown up with weeds.
It'll be a long time before there's any kind of real government there.
But that radio shows that we're making some progress.
Yeah. What are they going to do when some of the parts they're using wear out and they've got to have new ones?
I don't know. But that fact alone should make you see that we've got to do everything that we can while we're still living to make a new start with civilization. If we don't, our children and our grandchildren may go back to a dark age.
Okay, but how are we going to get through this winter without food?
We still have food.
But not enough to last through the winter. I know that if I got out of here that I could rustle up enough food for myself somehow.
608 has promised to send us some food when their end of the railroad is repaired.
When the railroad is repaired? How do we know they're trying to repair it at all?
We've got to take their word for it. And we've got to stay here and work until they send it, or until we can grow some ourselves.
We'll never get through the winter.
We worked gathering wood every day. Harmon and I worked on a wagon, hauling it into town.
Every time I hear that fellow talking on the radio from 608, I find myself yearning for some music. You know, the way it used to be.
There probably isn't any available in 608.
Yeah, probably no records of any kind. Or maybe they haven't any equipment to play records.
No.
We never appreciated what we had, did we, Stanchion?
I guess not. But maybe they'll play some music when they come on tonight.
I don't know if I'll go down. I don't feel very well.
After supper, Harmon and I went down to the hall.
Report that came in said that they're trying to get some small factories going, but they're not having much luck. There's no way of getting materials or rounding up workers. That's the way it is here in 608, too. Another reason here is the sickness. There's a lot of it. And yesterday we got some foreign news through the station in Maryland. Said that a Congress of Eastern nations has proclaimed a world government and declared the United States a protectorate. Some say that we won't acknowledge a government not of our own choosing. But if they have ships and men to send over here, we're wondering how we can prevent them from taking us over. Oh, I guess it's all this time. Signing off.
Then we don't have an independent country anymore.
Nope, not anymore.
What right have they to order us around?
Nations that were weaker than we were before the war are now stronger, if they weren't in the war.
Let's go back to the house.
Why should we be a protectorate?
Please, let's get back to the house. I don't feel well.
Mac was in a talkative mood. Harmon went to bed. He said he had a headache and chills. Mac kicked about the food. The rations had been cut. He lay there in the dark talking, and finally I went to sleep listening to him. Next morning, Mac and I got up to go to work. Harmon didn't get up.
I'll be all right. You go ahead.
Oh, here. I'll put my blankets on you.
No, you don't know what I've got. You'll need them.
Well, use them anyway.
Yeah.
I put my blankets over him, and Mac and I went to work. About half the workers didn't show up.
Everybody's sick.
I wonder what it is.
Remember that guy on the radio mentioned the sickness up in 608?
Yeah. I reported Harmon's illness. When we got back at night, the medic was there, a fellow that had some experience around hospitals.
You've got influenza, Harmon.
Oh?
You think it's the same thing they've got up in 608?
Maybe.
The medic told us how to keep Harmon warm, and then he told me something I hadn't thought of.
There's no medicine. And there probably won't be any of the kind we had before the war for years.
Isn't there anything we can do for him?
Heaven help us if anyone needs surgery.
Well, least thing we can do is keep him warm. He can use my blankets, too.
That night, down to the mess hall before we ate, the director made an announcement.
Now the winter is setting in. We've taken all possible measures to provide for ourselves during the cold months ahead. If we cut down on our rations, perhaps we can make it. This we will do, starting with this meal. Seats, everyone.
What about that food that 608 was going to send us?
I don't know.
You know what I think? I think they're not going to send us a thing. They're going to keep everything they got.
Well?
Figure it out. They ain't friends of ours. They're looking out for themselves. It's like we were different tribes with not enough for both of us.
We brought food for Harmon. He was worse. He didn't eat any of it. He wanted to talk.
Lying here alone, I've been thinking, Stanchion. I want you to help me. When I get better, we've got to organize some kind of school here. We can teach in the houses or down to the hall.
That's right.
We've got to find some way of imparting to the small kids and To the grown-ups, too, all we know. And all that's been passed on to us by the generations that went before. Don't you think so?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, I do, Harmon.
Everybody's got to exchange knowledge. We've got a dozen school teachers here, and engineers and doctors, and well, even the simplest man in this area can teach us something.
Yes, I know, Harmon.
We don't know how long we're going to be stuck here. How long before there'll be any kind of communications or railroads or telephones or telegraphs. Next spring we can start planting crops if we can get some seed. But right now, during this winter, we've got to get started. Teaching everything. Right out of our memory. History, geography, arithmetic, everything.
Yes, Harmon. But you'd better rest now.
Oh, I'm all right.
I know, but let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's. By all means, let's.
But go to bed.
You see, it's so important, Stanch.
I know.
Preserve what we have.
Listen to that wind.
The next morning was frosty.
We got snow before night. I'm still chilled from not having any covers last night. And almost no food today. I'd like to go down to those railroad tracks and walk until I got to 608. I know they got food there.
You'd starve to death before you got there, Mac. You wouldn't find even a crumb of food on the way. The twilight came early. Before dark, snow began to fall. We went directly from work to supper.
How do you think we're going to live on this?
McAllister, half the population of this farm area is sick. We can't starve them.
Mac grumbled, but he saved some of his beans for Harmon.
Let's listen to the broadcast before we go back.
We went down to the hall.
We got our first snow here in 608 today. We've all gone on short rations. They're still working on the railroad, but they haven't got anything to do the repairing with. We heard some news from abroad. India and China are probably going to be the centers of civilization for the next century. India and China weren't in the war, so they weren't smashed up like we were. And neither was Japan. Japan has declared itself free from the conditions that we imposed on it after the last war. Well, that's about all this time. Signing off.
We hurried back to Harmon with the food.
Sometimes it scares me, Stanchion, to realize how our country's smashed. What do you think about that stuff about China and India and Japan?
Well, they weren't destroyed as we were.
No.
We went into the house with the food for Harmon. He was dead. Harmon was one of the first to go. About half the people in the area came down with sickness.
Oh, it's so hopeless. There's almost nothing we can do for them. No medicine.
No. And how's a man going to fight sickness on these kind of rations?
The winter settled down on us, snow and cold. We all helped with the burials. There were no more get-togethers at the hall. Mac and I were alone in the house now. We worked together during the day, went to the mess hall together. At night, we talked in the dark.
How many do you think have died in the area?
I don't know, Mac.
Well, most of them that got it died. 7,000 or 8,000, maybe.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
That'll mean more food for the rest of us.
He said it without malice. And as he said it, I looked at him. I compared him with how he looked the first time I saw him here months ago. He was thin and haggard. His whiskers and hair was shaggy. His clothes tattered. I knew that I must look the same. Harmon was gone. Men like Harmon had seen before the atomic war what must be done to prevent war, but they had not been able to prevail. A lot of them were killed the day the atomic bombs started falling, and many have died since. I wondered what men like Mac and I could do.
What do I know? I don't know nothing.
You know a lot, Mac. A lot that would be valuable to the young people growing up. And you should pass it on to them. I mean, what you do know.
Look, Stanchion, let's quit worrying about tomorrow. Let's worry about today. It's every man for himself. If I could have kept moving around, I'd be all right. But here I am, snowed in, out in the wilderness and starving.
Mac got one of Harmon's blankets. I got the other. Still, we were cold. More snow came. It was dead winter. The broadcast from 608 dropped off. Day after day, we waited for some word. Mac never went down to wait anymore. I could feel trouble was coming. Once in a while, something came over the radio.
From what we hear, some of the dispersal areas must have starved out. We don't hear anything from them anymore. The Army has taken over all the seed for growing crops. There's no news about the world government and its plan to make America and Europe its protectorates. Well, that's about all this time. Signing off.
The weeks passed. Mac didn't talk at all anymore. All we did was try to keep alive. Our rations went down next to nothing. I went to see the director.
We've got to believe that 6 or 8 has told us over the radio.
Yeah, but they haven't mentioned anything about food for weeks. Do you think they will help us, or is that a matter of...
There's no transportation station. The railroad's out of commission, and that's the only communication between here and there. If there were transportation, we could... What's that?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I'll look out the window.
Well, what is it?
It's a mob coming here.
A mob? What are they?
McAllister's leading them.
McAllister?
What do they want?
We've come here as a committee to talk to you.
Yes?
Yes. You've run things here just like you wanted ever since the war, and we haven't had any say.
I'm the director of this area, and the government's backing me up.
What government? There isn't enough food in this area to last 2 weeks more. And then what are we going to do?
We're going to make it last until spring.
We're going to do nothing of the kind. We're going to take the food we got, and we're going to head up the tracks for 608. They've got food, and they're going to give some of it to us.
We're going to do nothing of the kind. We'd never get there.
Some of us would get there.
And I'm Mac. How could the women and children in this area make a walk of that kind? How could most of us? We'd die of exposure and sickness and starvation before we ever got there.
We didn't come here to talk, Stanchion. We came here to tell this man who thinks he's our boss what we're going to do. All right, fellas, grab him. Come on.
Wait a minute.
Get out of the way, Stanchion. From now on, this committee's going to give the orders. And if you and this man don't want to go along with us, you can stay here. But we're taking the food.
Hey, you take your hands off me.
Hey, what's that? What? That sound. Listen.
It's a train whistle. It's a locomotive whistle.
We all rushed down to the tracks. We stood there with tears in our eyes as the train came in. It brought food, but not from 608. For 608 had no more food than we. It brought seed, so that in a few weeks we could start our planting. The crops are in now, and everyone in this area is working on them. One train comes in about every 2 weeks, and they bring us not only supplies, but information about what's happening in the rest of the country. In 2 or even 3 years, there'll be materials for homes. By the same time, some of the water power stations will be restored, and industrial electricity will become available again in some areas. Coal mining is being resumed. 1/3 of the normal production may be reached by next year. The world government has asked us to join it as an autonomous unit. We probably will have no choice but to join. I hope before I die that I can once more visit a center of civilization such as we had here before we were devastated by the atomic war.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard J. Carroll Nash, starring in the 7th program in NBC's series The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. Next week at this same time over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the last program in this series titled Memo to Mankind. One man's reaction to the problem of what to do about the control of atomic energy. J. Carroll Nash appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor production Holiday in Mexico. The music for The Fifth Horseman is composed and conducted by Thomas Palouse. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Charles Bickford. By this time, nearly everyone knows what an exploding atomic bomb looks like. We've read about the damage they do. Yet we don't quite grasp what they mean to us. Most of us regard atomic war as something dreadful, which somehow we hope will never come to pass. But many, knowing that we now have our last chance, are asking, what can I, as one individual, do about it? Our story tonight is about a quest for the answer to this question. The Fifth Horseman.
4 horsemen rode across the land, and their names were...
War.
Pestilence.
Famine.
Death. And to these now is added a 5th horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is an account of the implications of atomic energy and the problems it poses for mankind. Starring Charles Bickford, this is the last in the series titled Memo to Mankind.
You hear that? That's a metronome. The same kind of instrument that ticked off the seconds before the explosion of the atomic bomb at Bikini. It's ticking right now, this moment, all over the world, day and night. Day and night. Is it ticking off the seconds before atomic bombs start exploding among us? I don't know, but I'm wondering. For the past year, I've heard a lot of talk, like this.
If what the scientists say about atomic bombs is true, the thing for me to do is to get out into the country somewhere.
What are you talking about?
Well, if it's only a matter of time till all our cities and our industries are blown
The
to...
whole thing's overrated. Sure, the bomb's a more powerful weapon than we've ever had before. But every new weapon is more powerful than we've ever had before. Discovery of gunpowder didn't mean the end of everything. Neither will atomic energy.
At first, that kind of talk didn't mean anything to me. But after I began to understand what it meant, I began to hear the metronome. I began to hear it after that War Department statement on the explosion of the first bomb in New Mexico.
A revolutionary weapon destined to replace war as we know it or end all wars was set off for the first time a year ago. Its blast signalized man's entrance into a new physical world.
A new physical world.
Success was greater than the scientists dared to think. A small amount of matter was made to release the energy locked up within the atom from the time matter was created. A fabulous achievement, an unheard of power for good or evil, for progress or destruction.
I remembered what happened at Hiroshima.
A whole city was destroyed by one bomb. Everything within a circle of 4 miles in diameter was devastated. All buildings in the area were shattered by the blast and destroyed by fire. And the people injured or killed by the explosion were...
I began to think.
The atomic bomb is a dramatic introduction to a new age, the age of atomic energy. We may be privileged to be alive and to witness the birth of this new era in man's progress, or we may be damned to be witness and victim of self-destruction.
That's what a scientist who had worked on the bomb said. I asked myself, what happens when a new age is born? Does everything change?
Yes, everything changes, even if you don't see it at once.
That's what the scientist said.
We have reached a turning point in human history. From now on, we will live in a world full of explosive forces never dreamt of before. We must adapt ourselves to this world, or our civilization will be destroyed.
You hear the words, but you don't quite grasp what they mean.
Long ago, scientists found that only the animal that can adapt himself to his environment survives. The animal that cannot dies. Atomic energy has created a new environment for man. Will he survive?
Figure it out for yourself. We've got the bomb. We've got the secret. We've got the greatest productive capacity of any nation on Earth.
Let others worry. We're in no danger.
We can't keep the secret forever.
Relax.
The scientists say that other nations will develop their own bombs in a few years. Secret or no secret.
Yes, I read that. I also read a statement that it'll take them a generation, if they ever succeed.
But one thing was evident. There was a growing consciousness that something important had happened in the world. A feeling that somehow or other it would change our lives, even if we didn't know in what way. So I started to take notice of what was happening in Washington.
You see this about Attlee coming over here from England and Mackenzie King coming here from Canada to talk with Truman about the bomb?
Yes.
I hope we're not going to be suckers enough to give away the secret.
As the time for the meeting came, there was more and more talk about the secret. And I felt like a lot of other people that as long as we'd developed the bomb and paid the bill, about $2 billion, there was no reason why we should give it away. Then the President and Attlee and Mackenzie King issued a joint statement.
The statesman stressed 3 points. First, the unprecedented destructiveness of the bomb.
I was beginning to realize that part of it.
Second, the absence of any defense against the bomb.
I hoped some defense could be worked out.
Third, the need of establishing international arrangements or institutions to prevent the use of atomic bombs in the future.
Well, I'd heard about international control before, but I thought it was just dreaming by unrealistic people. Now the President and the Prime Minister were saying it. I was shocked.
How do you like that? We developed the bomb, work out the secret, pay the bill. And now they're talking about submitting ourselves to international control. That's preposterous.
Well, if there's no defense against the bomb...
What do we need defense for? We're the only nation on Earth that's got it.
There's no way to keep the secret. Every nation on Earth knows the principle and can make bombs in time.
I was listening with more and more interest to what was being said about the whole problem. Still, it seemed to me that somehow it would be figured out.
Why, sure. During the war, we had to adjust ourselves to many changes. Get along with less gas, with no tires, to find defenses against planes, submarines, magnetic mines. But it all worked out, didn't it?
Then somehow I began to get the feeling that maybe this time it would not work out. Not without a great change in our ways of thinking and living, here and everywhere in the world. After Truman, Attlee, and King came out for some kind of international control, I realized that all nations would soon have atomic energy, secret or no secret. I began to take an active interest in everything that was said and done about atomic energy.
Atomic energy will have many peacetime uses. It will be of great value in medicine and biology. Also, it will be of great value in engineering and in industry.
That's what the scientists said.
But unless we work out some way of controlling it so that it is not used for destructive purposes, we may never have the opportunity to put atomic energy to peacetime uses.
Congress went to work on the matter of atomic control within the United States. And at the same time, Secretary of State Burns and Bevan and Molotov were considering the bomb. In December 1945 in Moscow, the three of them made a recommendation.
It is our recommendation that the United Nations appoint an Atomic Energy Commission to consider control of the use of atomic energy and effective safeguards against its use for destructive purposes.
Naturally, this caused a lot more talk.
It means that the problem is of such importance that the highest assembly of men on Earth is going to try to do something about it.
So the United Nations set up an Atomic Energy Commission representing 12 nations. And Truman appointed Barney Baruch as American representative on this commission. So this commission went to work.
Let me ask you something. You think that if other nations have bombs, we can bind them by agreement not to use them on us in case war breaks out?
No. That's why steps have got to be taken so that no nation has atomic bombs to use against other nations.
My friend, you're just dreaming.
Well, even before the United Nations Commission got working on the problem, a couple of bills were introduced in Congress for control of atomic energy within the United States. And also, at the same time, the State Department named a board of consultants of 5 distinguished Americans to look into the problem.
David E. Lilienthal, chairman of the Tennessee Valley Authority, Chester I. Barnard, president of the New Jersey Telephone Company, Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer of the California Institute of Technology and University of California,
Dr. Charles Allen Thomas, Vice President and Technical Director of the Monsanto Chemical Company, and Harry A. Winnie, Vice President of the General Electric Company in charge of engineering policy.
I studied the list. Practical men, every one. Not dreamers, but far-seeing men who on their own achievements had proved themselves.
Because of their different backgrounds, the 5 members of the State Department Board of Consultants had, at the outset, differing opinions. For weeks now, they have been visiting the atomic installations at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and at Los Alamos, New Mexico. They have talked with scientists, industrial experts, geologists, with the people who know most about atomic energy. How soon the consultants will be ready to leave.
I watched the papers to see what they'd say.
I'd like to lay you money that they won't be able to agree on any plan.
Why do you say that?
Watch what I tell you. Practical men like those businessmen on the board will blast the plan for international control to bits. It's daydreaming. The businessman's point of view is realistic. What we've developed and paid for, we keep for our own profit.
Well, I waited and watched the papers. Then the State Department report came out.
We have tried to develop a report that will be useful not as a final plan, but as a place to begin, a foundation on which to build. The government and the people of the United States must develop a rational and workable plan before the already launched international atomic armament race attains such momentum that it cannot be stopped.
What armament race? Who's racing with us?
Every major power on Earth is already working on atomic energy.
I found out other nations are working on atomic energy.
The enemy has interfered with our peaceful work, but we shall catch up. We too shall have atomic energy and many other things.
That's what the Russians said, word for word.
The British government has decided to set up a research and experimental establishment covering all aspects of the use of atomic energy.
That's what the British said, word for word.
Atomic energy production in France within 2 years is now a possibility. At the head of the French Atomic Commission is a famous atomic scientist, Frédéric Joliot-Curie, and assisting him are Pierre Auger and Francis Perrin, both of whom worked with the United States and Canada on the atomic bomb.
So you see, the atomic armament race is already on.
But those other nations are not talking about giving us any information, are they?
I read carefully the State Department report.
It is our conviction that a satisfactory plan can be developed, and that what we recommend can form the foundation of such a plan. The plan contemplates an international agency conducting all intrinsically dangerous operations.
The making of atomic explosives, such as uranium-235 and plutonium, which can be put into bombs.
With individual nations and their citizens free to conduct, under license, all safe operations.
That must mean individual nations can develop atomic energy for peacetime uses.
An international agency might take any one of several forms, such as a United Nations Commission, or an international corporation or authority.
An international authority, beyond the control of any one nation, for the control of atomic energy. 100 questions sprang into my mind.
Such an international agency must have authority to own and lease property, to carry on mining, manufacturing, research, licensing, inspecting, selling, or any other necessary operations.
I tried to think what that would mean. An international body made up of representatives of many nations having control of atomic energy in the United States, as well as in Germany, England, France, Russia, Japan, and in all the other nations. An international body that would actually buy or lease property in the United States so that certain parts of the United States would not be under the control of the United States, but under the control of an international authority.
We'll be giving up part of our sovereignty.
We have our choice, working out some kind of control with other nations, or having every nation develop atomic bombs as weapons.
I went back to the report.
The United States now has a monopoly on atomic bombs and production facilities. But whether or not we embark on a system of international control, we cannot maintain that monopoly. Other nations can, in time, equal or perhaps surpass us.
Suppose they do get atomic bombs. Other nations have got airplanes and battleships the same as we have, haven't they?
But with atomic bombs, a smaller nation could destroy a larger nation.
With our power to strike back, no nation is ever going to attack the United States.
Japan attacked us. Germany went to war against us. The thing to remember is this. Fear of reprisals never stopped a war.
You think an international authority can stop war?
I went back to the report.
If an international agency is given responsibility for the dangerous activities,
the making of atomic explosives,
and nations and their citizens are given the right to develop safe activities,
peacetime uses,
and if the international authority is given and carries forward affirmative development responsibility, furthering the beneficial uses of atomic energy, and at the same time making sure that nobody makes atomic bombs or produces and stores atomic explosives that could be put into bombs, then there is good prospect of security.
Prospect of security. I turned it over in my mind. What these 5 distinguished practical Americans said meant that there was no prospect of complete security in the new atomic world. Certainly not for a single nation, be it as powerful as the United States. But there was a promise of security for all nations together, united in a common effort.
By not recognizing this, you might have a carefree life for a while, but you will have it at the sacrifice of the lives of your children and your grandchildren.
What are you trying to do, scare us? Let's get down and talk about the things that really matter.
Look, the most important matter today is what are we going to do about atomic energy? What else matters besides?
I ask myself, if we don't settle the matter of atomic energy, what difference does it make if we solve every other problem, domestic or foreign? Well, when the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission convened, I listened. This is what Bonnie Baruch said. Quote,
My fellow members of the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission and my fellow citizens of the world, we are here to make a choice between the quick and the dead.
The quick and the dead. That's the way he started.
Behind the black portent of the new atomic age lies a hope which, seized upon with faith, can work our salvation. If we fail, then we have damned every man to be the slave of fear. Let us not deceive ourselves. We must elect world peace or world destruction.
What did I tell you?
Quiet.
Science has torn from nature a secret so vast in its potentialities that our minds cower from the terror it creates. The terror created by weapons has never stopped man from employing them. For each new weapon of defense has been produced in time. But now we face the condition in which adequate defense does not exist.
I thought of our way of life. The right to come and go pretty much as you please. The right to say what you think. The right to advance as far as your talents and capacity permit. I thought of what we have as compared with a lot of other people's. Good houses, automobiles, refrigerators, radios. And then I tried to think of what it would be like with all these things destroyed.
There's no water, not even enough for drinking. There are no electric lights, no telephones, no telegraphs, no streetcars, no trains. No automobiles are running, no trucks, no buses, for there is no gasoline, no oil. There's no food. The stores are empty. There is no transportation to get such supplies as still exist. So there's starvation. There's disease. And since there's no medicine, There's no way.
I listened to Barney Baruch's report.
Only by lasting peace are liberties and democracy strengthened and deepened. War is their enemy, and it will not do to believe that any of us can escape war's devastation. Victor and vanquished and neutrals alike will suffer.
I don't see how he figures. If we've got more bombs and bigger bombs than the other countries.
Having more bombs or bigger bombs can't prevent atomic rockets from blasting our cities and our industrial centers.
So how is this going to stop them?
The United States proposes the creation of an International Atomic Development Authority to which should be entrusted the development and control of atomic energy.
I listened to the recommendation.
The International Authority must own or manage all atomic energy activities potentially dangerous to peace.
The making of bombs.
It must have the power to control, inspect, and license all other atomic activities to make sure that they are used only for the declared peaceful purposes.
Beneficial uses.
When an adequate system for control of atomic energy has been agreed upon, we propose that, first, manufacture of atomic bombs shall stop. Second, existing bombs shall be disposed of. Third, the authorities shall be in possession of full information as to the know-how for the production of atomic knowledge.
Uh-huh. But how is an international authority going to keep other countries from making bombs?
With its control and inspection powers, the authority will be able to know and report to the world any attempt to make them. There will be no way of making them secretly.
One other point in this report of Barney Baruch of the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission. Under the United Nations Charter, a nation can be penalized only by concurrence of each of the Big Five. If one of the Big Five exercises its veto, the nation cannot be penalized.
There must be no veto to protect those who violate their solemn agreement not to develop or use atomic energy for destructive purposes.
Several things have happened in the 2 months since those recommendations were made by the Atomic Energy Commission.
The explosion of the atomic bomb in the test able at Bikini on July 1st sank 2 transports, 2 destroyers, and 1 Japanese cruiser. It damaged 30 of the 73 vessels in the test. Most animals on the ship survived the blast, but died from the bomb radiation.
And 3 weeks later,
the explosion of the underwater atomic bomb in the test Baker at Bikini sank the 21,600-ton battleship Arkansas, the 33,000-ton carrier Saratoga, the Japanese battleship Nagato, and 3 smaller vessels. It heavily damaged a battleship, a transport, and a destroyer. The radioactivity left after the explosion was so terrific that many ships could not be boarded for weeks.
In case you've forgotten what happens when an atomic bomb goes off.
It was nowhere near as bad as some said it was going to be. No complete destruction of the fleet, no tidal wave.
Never before has one bomb done so much damage to a fleet. And we can only guess what the effects of radioactivity would have been on the crews. But what an atomic bomb does to ships is one thing. What they do to cities is another. Remember Hiroshima?
Everything within a circle of 4 miles in diameter was devastated. All buildings in the area were shattered or destroyed by fire, and the people injured or killed by the explosion.
Only one atomic bomb hit Hiroshima. If war ever comes, hundreds of bombs will hit our city.
one other thing happened in these last few weeks.
President Truman has signed the Atomic Control Bill, vesting in a civilian authority, almost complete authority, over the development of atomic energy within the United States.
So we've settled the matter of atomic control within the United States in a manner consistent with our traditions. The matter of international control is still unsettled. Are the seconds ticking off as they did before the explosion of the bombs at Bikini? Are they ticking right now, this moment, all over the world? Scientists of other nations are already talking about their atomic bombs.
Forget it. The whole thing's overrated.
Well, I'm beginning to think the best thing to do is move out of the city. Out into the wilderness. As far as I can go.
Who's going to start anything with us?
Are the seconds ticking off? I hope the people of the world and their statesmen are asking the same question. I'm wondering what I can do. I, one man. All we love is still here, intact. It could be destroyed in an hour. What can I do? This is the question I've asked myself 100 times. And this is the answer I found. I've got to inform myself in every way of what atomic energy means and what it can do for us and to us. And on the basis of this information, I must act. If enough of us press for a worldwide solution, the threat of atomic war can be averted. But what happens to us and to people everywhere is in our own hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Charles Bickford, starring in the 8th and last program in NBC's series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. Charles Bickford is soon to be co-starred with Joan Bennett in an RKO picture titled The Woman on the Beach. The music for The Fifth Horseman was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a fantastic parable about the dehumanization of human beings. In the negative utopia described in my story, man has been subordinated to his own inventions. Science, technology, social organization, these things have ceased to serve man. They have become his masters. A quarter of a century has passed since the book was published. In that time, our world has taken so many steps in the wrong direction that if I were writing today, I would date my story not 600 years in the future, but at the most 200. The price of liberty, and even of common humanity, is eternal vigilance.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System and its 217 affiliated stations, present the premiere broadcast of the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, part one of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. We are proud to have Mr. Huxley as narrator for these broadcasts. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley, and these are the sounds of the brave new world, of test tube and decanter, of hissing injectors and gurgling blood substitute. The year is AF 632, 632 years after Ford. We are inside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, And this is the fertilizing room, an enormous laboratory where the temperature is never allowed to fall below 98.6. And here comes the director of hatcheries and conditioning in person, bringing with him a group of
Tomorrow
young
you will
students.
be settling down to serious work. Today I just want to give you a general idea of things. These are the incubators, and here is the week's supply of ova, kept at blood heat. Come along, boys. Now here, we immerse the eggs into a warm bouillon containing free-swimming spermatozoa. Immersion continues until the eggs are all fertilized. And over here is where we bottle the alphas and betas. In short, gentlemen, the perfect process for manufacturing healthy babies. Are there any questions?
Sir, will you explain the Bakhanovsky process?
I'm glad you asked that. Students, take this down. Bakhanovsky's process, where in olden times one egg made one embryo which made one baby. Today we've improved on all that. Now the egg will divide from 8 to 96 buds, and every bud will grow into a perfectly formed embryo, and every embryo into a mature baby, making 96 human beings grow where only one grew before. Progress.
But what advantage is it, sir?
Oh, my good boy, can't you see? Where in olden times nature allowed us only to have twins or perhaps triplets or so, today we can create scores of identical individuals. We can manufacture men and women in uniform batches. Think of it. An entire factory staffed with the product of one single egg. 96 identical individuals working 96 identical machines. At last, society really knows where it stands. Remember, it was our Ford who gave us the concept of the assembly line when he was on Earth many centuries ago. And now, boys, we will go up to the bottling room where we shall see how we create each class of society, alphas, betas, deltas, etc. Come with me. Well, Lenina.
Oh, Director.
Oh, charming. What are you injecting into our embryos today, my dear? Typhoid antitoxins?
Yes, sir.
Are you busy this afternoon?
Oh, not after 5, sir.
Good. Suppose we get together then on the roof.
That would be fine.
I've admired you for some time, Lenina. I'm looking forward to a closer acquaintance.
Thank you, sir.
And now, boys, we're off to the bottling room.
You are a lucky girl. The director of hatcheries and conditioning.
Oh, hello, Fanny.
Oh, you can trust the director to be the perfect gentleman. I saw him pat you.
He wants me.
You see? That shows what he stands for. The strictest conventionality. And it's about time you started belonging to someone else, my dear.
But I like Henry Foster. We've only been with each other 4 months.
4 months? Well, what would the district world controller say? You know how he disapproves anything intense or long-drawn. And it isn't as though there were anything painful or disagreeable about being with 1 or 2 other men besides Henry. After all, everyone belongs to everyone else.
You're quite right, Fanny, as usual.
Good girl.
Fanny, do you know Bernard Marx?
Bernard
Marx? Why not? Bernard's an Alpha Plus. Besides, he asked me to go to New Mexico, to the Savage Reservation with him.
But his reputation. They say he doesn't like obstacle golf.
Oh, they say.
And that he spends most of his time by himself alone. They say somebody made a mistake when he was still in the bottle. Thought he was a gamma and put alcohol into his blood substitute. That's why he's so stunted.
Oh, what nonsense.
Oh, very well, Lenina. It's your life, my dear. But I think you're heading for trouble.
And here we have the bottling room. Little embryos carefully bottled being rocked gently to and fro as they did in olden days when carried by their mothers. Now, boys, you must learn to distinguish between smut and science. I am going to use that word again. As scientists of tomorrow, you must learn to cope with it. Mother. Oh. There, that's better. As a matter of fact, there is an area in our world where humans are still viviparous, still give birth to their children. The Savage Reservation in New Mexico. I visited there once myself, many years ago. Dreadful, filthy place. Naturally, civilization has improved on all that. It is here we control the embryo's growth, each batch carefully regulated to produce the exact class of citizen we desire. And here is our Mr. Henry Foster in charge of bottling. Oh, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Please explain the process to the students.
Oh, delighted, sir.
By the way, Henry, before you begin, I made a date with Lenina Crown this afternoon.
Oh, really? I'm delighted, sir. I'm sure you'll enjoy belonging to her.
Good. Very pneumatic girl. Now, please proceed.
This way, gentlemen. Here, we advance the process. One by one, the eggs are transferred from their test tubes into these larger decanters and moved along to the labelers, carefully labeled as to heredity, date of fertilization, sex, name, serial number. Gentlemen, there are 88 cubic feet of card index in this room. Now, here is where we actually predestine and condition. Nothing is so unstabilizing to society as unhappy people. We avoid all that by preconditioning our embryos. And now we are entering the heat conditioning room. Hot tunnels alternating with cool tunnels. Exposure to cold is accompanied by exposure to X-rays. By the time these babies are decanted, they have a perfect horror of cold. Thus, they are perfectly prepared to emigrate to the tropics, to be miners and acetate silk spinners, and steel workers.
And that is the secret of happiness and virtue, liking what you have got to do. All conditioning aims at that, making people like their unescapable social destiny. Oh, 10 to 3, boys. Time to visit the nurseries.
And so the director continued on his tour. Meanwhile, in his rooms high above the city, Bernard Marx nervously paced the floor.
I'm taking Lenina Crown in New Mexico with me, Helmholtz, to the Savage Reservation.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be frank, Bernard. There's been a lot of talk about your behavior at the College of Emotional Engineering. Of course, I've been defending you.
And I'm supposed to be grateful? Because you're a successful feelies writer? Because you're tall, well-built, have all the girls you want?
Oh, Bernard. Now, you know how I feel. I want to write. I mean, seriously, not slogans or feelies. I want to write something important. Lately, I've been cutting out my committees and my girls. The director called me in just the other day.
Are you in trouble, too?
There's a poem I wrote, too emotional, he said. He gave me the lecture about being an alpha plus, about remembering to behave even as a little infant.
I know. I tried to explain to Lenina, but she doesn't understand, or won't understand. All those other men she belongs to, Henry Foster, Benito Hoover, they treat her like a side of beef. It's disgusting.
It's socially proper. We share and we share alike, remember?
But I want her for myself, alone.
Bernard, you're my closest friend. Now, you listen to me. You can't win this way. Follow the rules. Play the game. Be happy.
The nursery was on the 5th floor. The sign over the door said, Neo-Pavlovian Conditioning Room. It was a large, bare room, very bright and sunny. Half a dozen nurses, trousered and jacketed in the regulation white viscose linen uniform, were engaged in setting out bowls of roses in a long row across the floor. The nurses stiffened to attention as the director of hatcheries and conditioning came in, followed by his students.
Set out the books.
In silence, the nurses obeyed his command. Between the rose bowls, the books were duly set out.
Now bring in the children.
They hurried out of the room and returned in a moment, each pushing a kind of tall, dumb waiter, laden on all its 4 wire-netted shelves, with 8-month-old babies, all exactly alike, a Bokanovsky group, and all, since their caste was Delta, dressed in khaki diapers.
Put them down on the floor. Now turn them so they can see the flowers and books.
Turned, the babies at once fell silent, then began to crawl towards those clusters of sleek colors, those shapes so gay and brilliant. From the ranks of the babies came little squeals of excitement, gurgles and twitterings of pleasure. The swiftest crawlers were already at their goal. Small hands reached out uncertainly, touched, grasped, unpetaling the roses, crumpling the illuminated pages of the books.
Watch carefully, students. All right, nurses, pull the lever. And now we proceed to rub in the lesson with a mild electric shock. That's enough. All right, take them away, nurses. Observe. Henceforth, books and flowers will be associated in their minds with loud, unpleasant noises and electric shock. And after 200 repetitions of the same or a similar lesson, will be wedded forever. What man has joined, nature is powerless to put asunder. They'll be safe from books and botany all their lives.
But, sir, since these are lower caste children anyway and will never read, why bother to condition them against flowers?
Simple economics. If gammas, deltas, or even epsilons like flowers and nature, soon you'd see them wasting their time visiting the countryside. And of what economic use is that? A love of nature keeps no factories busy. It was decided to abolish it, at least among the lower classes. Any further questions?
Sir, would you tell us about sleep teaching?
I'm glad you asked that. The most ingenious development of all, sleep teaching, is given to all our children as they grow to maturity. A little voice murmurs slogans in their ear all the night long while they sleep. Of course, it's useless for teaching, but as a method for giving post-hypnotic suggestions, it is invaluable. It's what conditions our minds to love our future role in life. Now, boys, tell me some of the lessons we've all learned through sleep teaching.
A gram is better than a dam.
A good example. We have learned to take a gram of soma whenever we feel out of sorts. Euphoric, narcotic, pleasantly hallucinant. It transports our minds into a beautiful sleep filled with wonderful images. It gives a soma holiday, thus preventing unnecessary impulses such as anger, jealousy, envy, anxiety. Next.
Ending is better than mending.
Good. It's better to throw away something than to repair it. New clothing, new possessions keep our factories humming and make us happier. Next.
I'm glad I'm not a gamma.
Ah, yes. We're all taught in our sleep to enjoy our own caste, whatever it may be. Gammas are taught to think, I'm glad I'm not an epsilon. Betas learn to be glad they're not deltas or gammas.
And glad they're not alphas, because we alphas sometimes have to use our minds, and that's very painful.
It's very good indeed. Well, students, I think our tour is over for today. I'm sure most of you have dates with pneumatic young ladies. Some, of course, will be wanting to get in a game of obstacle golf. But before we finish, I'd like to add a few footnotes to the things you've seen today. Today, we have a controlled society, a happy society. We have stability. There was a time when these things did not exist.
Didn't people grow old and feeble in those days, sir?
Indeed they did. Old men in the bad old days used to renounce, retire, take to religion, spend their time reading, thinking. Now, such is progress. At 60, we have the tastes and the powers of a 17-year-old. The old men have no time, no leisure from pleasure, not a moment to sit down and think. They're much too busy scampering from feely to feely, from girl to pneumatic girl. Fortunate boys, no pains have been spared to make your lives emotionally easy, to preserve you as far as possible from having emotions at all. Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
And solemnly and devoutly they made the sign of the T and hurried off to join their fellow citizens at play. In spite of Fanny's dire warnings, Lenina Crown made a date that evening with the eccentric Mr. Marks, partly to show Fanny her courage, and partly because she was curious. When they were safely in their helicopter and climbing above the city, she turned to him.
Shall we play escalator squash or go to the Feelies?
Escalator squash is a waste of time.
But what else is time for? All right, then, let's go to the Feelies. You know, they're showing love on a bearskin rug, and everyone says it's terribly exciting. You can
Lenina,
actually
please,
feel...
couldn't we just go for a walk and be alone together?
But, Bernard, we'll be alone all night.
Well, I meant alone for talking.
Talking? What about? Oh, you're beginning to feel nasty. I can tell. Take a soma, Bernard.
I'd rather be myself. Myself and nasty, not somebody else, however jolly.
A gammon 9 saves 9.
Oh, for Ford's sake, be quiet.
Bernard.
Lenina, don't you ever want to be just you? Not enslaved by your own conditioning, to be free?
But I am free. I'm free to have the most wonderful time. Everybody's happy nowadays.
But wouldn't you like to be free to be happy in your own way and not somebody else's?
I simply don't understand you. Bernard, do you really like me? Everyone says I'm awfully pneumatic.
Eventually, Bernard took Lenina to the Westminster Abbey Cabaret, where Calvin Stopes and his 16 saxophonists were playing. Also featured was London's finest scent and colour organ, and all the latest synthetic music. With the aid of 4 soma tablets, Bernard managed to spend a successful evening with the girl, and the next morning he agreed to apply at once for a permit to visit the Savage Reservation. He was quite nervous as he stood before the large desk of the Director of Hatcheries and Conditioning.
Oh, going to take Lenina Crown, I see.
Yes, sir.
Very pneumatic.
Yes, sir.
New Mexico Reservation. How long ago was it? Let me see. 25 years? I must have been your age then.
Sir?
I had the same idea as you. Wanted to have a look at the savages. Got a permit for New Mexico and went there for my summer holiday. With my girl of the moment. She was a beta minus, I think. Oh, yes. She had yellow hair and was especially pneumatic. Well, it was terrible. We rode about on horses and all that, and the last day of our stay, she got lost. Somewhere in those horrid mountains. Lost. We never did find her, poor girl. Must have fallen in some crevice. Yes, we searched for days, but no luck. Miserable trip.
You must have had a terrible shock.
What? Oh, don't imagine there was anything unethical about it. Nothing emotional or long drawn. It was all perfectly healthy and normal.
I'm sure it was, sir.
What's that? Oh. Mr. Marks, I should like to take this opportunity of saying I'm not at all pleased with the reports I receive of your behavior outside working hours. Alphas are so conditioned that they do not have to be infantile in their emotional behavior, but that is all the more reason for their making a special effort to conform. And so, Mr. Marks, I give you fair warning.
Yes, sir.
If ever I again hear of any lapse from a proper standard of infantile decorum, I shall ask for your transference to a subcenter, preferably to Iceland. Good morning.
The journey was quite uneventful. The Blue Pacific rocket lost 4 minutes in a tornado over Texas, but was able to land at Santa Fe less than 40 seconds behind schedule. Lenina and Bernard slept that night at Santa Fe, and Lenina was very happy.
Imagine 60 escalator squash racket courts in the hotel, and obstacle and electromagnetic golf, too. Oh, Bernard, it's simply too lovely.
There will be no scent organs, television, or even hot water once we get out on the reservation.
I can stand it. You'll see. Only progress is lovely, isn't it?
They took a rocket ship into the interior, and from there they traveled on horseback. And all Bernard could think about was Iceland, and how cold and barren it would be. The director's warning had made him even quieter and more sullen than usual. And then, that evening, they reached their destination. Before them was the village of Malpais, situated on a mesa. Adobe hovels growing out of the stony ground, dust and squalor, and the smell of wood smoke.
What an awful place. I don't like it. Who's that man coming toward us?
He's to be our guide.
I'm frightened, Bernard.
Quiet.
We shouldn't have come.
Oh, good morrow. You're civilized, aren't you? You come from outside, from the other place?
My name is Bernard Marks. This is Lenina Crown.
My name is John. Come with me.
He speaks English. That's strange.
Probably trained as a guide.
Where is he leading us?
To that hut, I believe. There seems to be some sort of activity over there.
Orgy, porgy. Why, it's like our lower caste community sing. Only look. Now they're beating themselves with whips. Oh, no, Bernard.
It's got something to do with their religion. What a wonderful intensity of feeling it must generate. I often think one may have missed something in not having passions like that.
Nonsense. Bernard, what's wrong with that man?
Where? Oh, he's just old, that's all.
Old? But we don't look like that when we're old. He's so wrinkled, oh, it's horrible.
That's because we age all at once. We stay 17 until we're 60 or so, and
then we die, and they burn our bodies and recover the phosphorus for the good of the world state, just as it should be. But this...
What is it?
That woman! Oh, Bernard, no! Take me away! Take me away!
She's only nursing her baby, Lenina. That's her child. She's the mother.
Bernard, how can you be so vulgar? I think I'll be sick. Please, Bernard, anywhere. Anywhere.
Is something wrong?
I think we'd better take Lenina inside.
Over here. Follow me.
My soma. I'm out of soma. Bernard.
I'm sorry, Lenina. I didn't bring any.
Oh.
Here. Inside. This is my home. This is my home. You are welcome to remain here.
John? John?
Yes, Mother?
Mother?
These are people from the outside, Mother. They have come to see the reservation.
From the other place? You're from the other place.
Don't come near me.
But don't you see, I'm from there, too. I'm civilized. I don't belong here. It's all a terrible mistake.
This is my mother, Linda.
Were you born here?
No, I tell you, I was decanted like normal people. Oh, thank Ford someone has come. At last, thank Ford.
Bernard, please keep her away.
Could you tell us about yourself, please?
Well, I came here 25 years ago with a man. His name was Thomas. We went riding together on horses. There was a terrible storm. I got lost in this horrible place. It was the last day of our stay. He left me here, alone.
Lenina?
Yes?
You will be interested to know that our director of hatcheries and conditioning is named Thomas, and that he came here 25 years ago.
Oh, no.
And that...
It can't be.
But it is. He told me so himself. What a discovery. This boy is our director's son. Our director is a father.
Oh, it's too horrible.
Mother, what is he saying?
Iceland indeed.
Bernard, stop it.
Well, we'll see who tells who where to go now. John.
Yes, sir?
How would you and your mother like to return to civilization?
Do you mean it? Oh, please, do you? Listen, they're crazy here. I was a beta minus. I always worked in the fertilizing room. I was a good worker. But how can I tell them? They don't understand. They mend things. They don't know what a helicopter is or soma. They have babies like dogs. Oh, it's too revolting. Oh, thank Ford. If it hadn't been for my son, for John, what a comfort he has been to me.
Your son? How can you? You were beta minus.
I know, but he's been a comfort to me just the same. If only I'd had soma. Oh, do you mean it? Will you take us back to civilization?
Of course. We'll leave tomorrow. You and your son back to civilization.
And Bernard was as good as his word. That very night, he and John and his mother and Lenina took the Blue Pacific rocket to London. For Lenina, it was a happy trip, since she had taken 4 somas the minute they got back to the hotel. For John, it was a voyage of discovery. Poor Linda, his mother, could only weep for joy. But for Bernard, it was a moment of triumph. Triumph such as he had never known before.
Brave New World, Part 1, by Aldous Huxley. A startling, shocking account of what can happen to our civilization 600 years in the future. And more importantly, a warning to all of us against the destruction of moral standards, family life, and the soul of man. Join us next week when we will continue with Part 2 of Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future of what could become the brave new world. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a study of the future as it may be unless we are extremely careful. It depicts a society in which man has replaced nature by science, morality by drugs, individuality by total conformity. It is a hideous prospect, yet we seem determined to follow this path of self-destruction. But Brave New World need not be our future. The choice, after all, is always in our own hands.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, part 2 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. And we are proud to once again have Mr. Huxley as our narrator. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley. In the garden outside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s among the flowering shrubs. And strolling across the smooth turf came the director of hatcheries and conditioning, followed eagerly by a group of new students.
And here we have playtime for our little tots. Notice the games, all carefully constructed to use as many mechanical devices as possible. In olden times, children used to play simple games using only a ball and a bat. Oh, madness. Nothing was added to increase consumption. Then came our Ford. He taught us the principle of mass production in the assembly line many centuries ago and changed all that.
Good morning, Director.
Sir, what an unexpected pleasure. Boys, this is the resident controller for Western Europe. This is his Ford ship, Mustafa Mond.
Boys?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I was just showing the students the children, sir.
Lovely children. Busy as bees at their unrestricted play.
Controller, if you have the time, I wonder if you might tell the students something about the bad old days.
I might. Where are you taking them?
To the Hatchery and Conditioning Center to see the manufacturing of the babies.
Very well, I'll walk along with you. Yes, in the old days, children lived in a place called home. A rabbit hole with suffocating intimacies. Maniacally, the mother... please don't be shocked at that word. The mother brooded over her children. Her children. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud was the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. Unpleasant as they may seem, students, these are facts. People used to be viviparous, gave birth to their children. What were the consequences? A world dominated by mothers and fathers was a world full of every kind of perversion, from sadism to chastity. There were also husbands, wives, and lovers.
Now everyone belongs to everyone else. Thank Ford for progress.
Yes, thank Ford. Actually, we still preserve a few outmoded ethics of pre-stable societies in our savage reservations. Did you ever visit a reservation, Director?
Yes, I once went to look at the savages in New Mexico. Well, that must have been 25 years ago. Mother's, father's marriage. Oh, very repulsive.
Yes. Well, here we are. I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Controller, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And now, boys, if you'll follow me inside the hatchery. And here we are, a hive of activity. Alpha's superintending, Beta's doing the skilled work, Gamma's in green, busy at routine jobs, and Delta's in khaki, incapable of doing anything except sweeping the floor. Every member of society perfectly content to belong to his predestined caste. Except for a few criminal exceptions, which reminds me, one of those criminal exceptions is meeting us here at 11. An Alpha Plus, no less, Mr. Bernard Marks.
What has he done, sir?
What has he done? He refuses to participate in mechanical sports. He is lax. Here he comes now.
Good morning, Director.
Mr. Marks. You and Lenina Crown returned from the Savage Reservation last night, I understand.
Yes, sir. We visited some of the places you told me about last week, Director. In fact, we
Silence. Your attention, please. Everyone step this way. If I have interrupted your labors, it is because a painful duty constrains me. This man who stands before you, this Alpha Plus, the highest level of society, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sports and Soma, by his scandalous refusal to be promiscuous. He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I am ordering his immediate transference to a subcenter of the lowest order. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example. Bernard Marks, can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?
Yes, I can.
What did you say?
You told me you visited the Savage Reservation 25 years ago, Director, with a young Beta Minus, I believe. You told me she was lost during a storm, and that you returned without her. I thought perhaps you'd like to see her again. Linda?
Thomas! Thomas! Oh, Thomas, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Linda. Oh, I knew I'd recognize you, Thomas. You look just the same. No one ages here. Thomas, look at me. I'm Linda. Remember? Hug me. Hold me.
What is the meaning of this? Who is this hag?
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, it's Linda. Linda, you're Beta Minus. John, look, it's him. It's your father.
Father.
What's the meaning of this disgusting joke? Who is this savage and this dreadful woman? Take them away!
It isn't a joke. It's absolutely true. I'm his mother, and you're the father.
Father, it's me, John. I'm your son.
And now who is guilty of antisocial behavior, Director?
Oh, no.
A father as director of hatcheries. It was out of the question. The controller asked for his resignation, and all upper caste London was wild to see the savage and his mother. Bernard Marks became a hero, and even Lenina Crown had her share of reflected glory.
Good morning, Lenina.
Oh, good morning, Fanny.
Well, you certainly seem pleased with yourself.
Yes, I am pleased. Bernard called up half an hour ago. He has to go to a party at the controller's, and he asked me if I'd take the Savage to the Feelies this evening.
Oh, lucky girl. What's he like, Lenina? I've heard he's terribly good-looking.
Oh, he is, but so very odd.
In what way?
Well, the day Bernard and I left the reservation, the Savage came into my room. I'd taken a Soma, so I didn't notice him until suddenly I awakened, and there he was bending over me.
What happened?
Well, naturally, I assumed something was going to happen, but instead of that, he just ran out of the room.
Well, how odd. What a terribly ungentlemanly thing to do. Doesn't he like you?
Oh, I'm sure he does, so I can't make it out. And, please don't tell this to anyone, Fanny. It upsets me, because I like him. I mean, I really like him.
Lenina.
I know it's immoral, but I just can't help myself. I do like him.
The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head. His diffidence turned to bumptiousness. His nonconformity was forgotten, and he became completely orthodox. The resident world controller appointed him official escort for the Savage and asked him to make regular reports on the young man's reactions to civilization. This Bernard did assiduously.
Today I sent the Savage to the Feelies with Lenina Crown. The feature was 3 weeks in a helicopter. Instead of holding the knobs on the chair arms, thus enabling him to experience the sensations of the lovers on the screen, the Savage refused to participate. Lenina tells me he called the film vulgar and indecent. The Savage refuses to take Soma and seems most distressed because the woman, Linda, his M-O-T-H-E-R, remains permanently on summer holiday. In spite of her senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the Savage frequently goes to see her and appears much attached to her. What do you mean you refuse to come down to dinner?
Bernard, I'm sick. I've eaten civilization and I'm sick.
Do you realize that I've invited the most important people in London tonight? The Ford Chief Justice is here. The arch community songster of Canterbury has flown in just to meet you.
You've changed, Bernard. You used to feel the way I do about things. I talked to Helmholtz Watson. He says you've changed, too.
I haven't. Listen, if you don't come downstairs for my dinner party, I'll be the laughingstock of London.
I'll come. Just let me read this to you first. One day, many years ago, I found this book in my mother's room. One of the Indians had found it in a cave. It must be hundreds of years old.
It's called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard of him. We don't allow it. Smut.
But he says all the things I feel about Lenina. Listen to this. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? O sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week.
Marriage? Oh, Ford, no.
Bernard.
Oh, marriage, that's too good, really.
Bernard, stop it.
And mother. Oh, sweet my mother. Oh, he's positively vulgar.
You stop
Wait
it.
till I tell Helmholtz about this.
Stop it, or I'll hit you.
Oh, come, now, where's your sense of humor?
Bernard.
Can't you see how funny it is?
Get out. I said leave me alone.
I'm leaving, John. I'm leaving.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
The next morning, a pneumatic young girl, crisply clad in a beta-minus viscose linen suit, stood outside the door of the Savage's apartment and somewhat nervously rang the buzzer.
What? Lenina.
You don't seem very glad to see me, John.
Not glad. Oh, if you only knew.
May I come in, then?
May I kiss your hand, Lenina?
My hand?
Admired, Lenina. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. I wanted to do something first to show I was worthy of you.
What are you talking about?
Lenina, tell me something. I'll do anything you tell me, anything at all. I'd sweep the floor if you wanted.
But we've got vacuum cleaners here. It isn't necessary.
No, of course it isn't necessary. But some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something noble, just to show you how much I love you, Lenina.
Do you mean it, John?
Yes, but I hadn't meant to say it, not until I... Listen, Lenina, on the reservation, people get married.
Get what?
For always. They make a promise to live together for always.
What a disgusting idea. Answer me this question, John. Do you really like me or don't you?
I love you more than anything in the world.
Well, then, why on earth didn't you say so? Come here to me, John. Hug me.
Oh, but Lenina...
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Lenina, what are you doing? No, get away from me. Don't come near me.
Hug me, honey.
You strumpet.
A gran is better than a dad.
Get out.
But don't you want
Get
me?
out of my sight.
John!
Before I kill you.
Oh, he's mad. He's gone mad.
O thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Savage. Who's ill? Linda. My mother dying. Yes, I'll come at once.
Welcome to the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying. You've come to see someone in the galloping senility ward?
Yes. My mother.
Oh, how vulgar.
You know who I mean. Linda.
Oh, yes, room 43, bed 16. She'll be dying any minute now. This way, please.
Is there any hope?
Well, of course not, or else she wouldn't have been sent here. Through these doors.
What are these children doing here?
Death conditioning, of course. It starts at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week in a hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept here, and they get chocolate ice cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. This way. Oh, here we are. Well, I must go. I've got my batch of children coming. Time for their chocolate ice cream.
Linda? Linda, it's John. Your eyes are open, but you don't know me, do you? It's John, your son. Linda? Linda, don't you know me?
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Linda. Linda? Mother.
The menial staff of the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying consisted of 162 deltas, 84 red-headed female twins, and 78 identical mongoloid male twins. At 6, when their working day was over, the 2 groups assembled in the vestibule of the hospital and were served their daily soma ration. It was into this crowd that the savage walked, so overcome with his grief and his remorse that he did not realize he was shouldering his way into the gathering throng.
All right, here it is, soma distribution. In good order, please. Oh, hurry up there. Stand in line for your soma.
Linda. Linda died because of this.
Oh, now don't grab. There's enough for everybody. 1 gram for an evening's delight, 2 for a trip to the gorgeous East, and 4 for a weekend in paradise.
How beauteous mankind is. How brave new world that has such people in it. Stop! Stop!
Ford is a savage.
Listen, I beg you, lend me your ears. Don't take that horrible stuff. It's poison.
Mr. Savage, please. The people are waiting.
You're slaves, all of you. Don't you want to be men? Don't you want freedom?
Freedom? Ford Almighty, call the police.
From somewhere behind the milling, angry crowd, Bernard Marx saw the savage. He and his friend Helmholtz Watson had been searching for John. Now they hurried forward.
Helmholtz, he's mad. They'll lynch him. Oh, Ford, help us.
Ford, help those who help themselves, Bernard. Come on.
Where are you going? Come back.
It's a fight, a real fight. I've been waiting all my life for this. Men at last.
I'll make you free whether you want to be or not. Give me those soma boxes.
Sir, Mr. Savage, no. Stop it.
Helmholtz, join me.
Yes.
Throw the poison pills away.
By all means, throw them away.
Stop it.
Freedom! Be men and be free!
Over here, officers, this way. Give them the
Throw them away.
spray.
Freedom!
Stand up as men. Win your freedom.
Soma spray.
Win
John!
You're
John!
Take him to the resident controller's office. All right. All right, it's all over. We're all happy now. We're so happy we all love each other, don't we? Oh, yes, we all love each other. Line up for your Soma.
So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?
No, I don't.
John, you're talking to the resident controller.
We don't need your comments, Mr. Marks.
I think civilization is horrible.
And yet people are happy. They get what they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're well off, they're safe, they're never ill, they're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant of passion and old age, they're plagued with no mother or father, they've got no wives or children to feel strongly about, they're so conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. And you ask them to chuck this all away for liberty? My good boy.
All the same, it seems quite horrible to me.
Of course it does. Actual happiness always looks pretty squalid in comparison with the overcompensations for misery. And being contented has none of the glamour of a good fight against misfortune. Happiness is never grand.
They call this happiness. Working at an embryo assembly line, manufacturing babies.
Science, my boy. Besides, they like it. Well, Mr. Marks, the time has come. You are being sent to an island.
To an island? Oh, please, sir, don't send me to Iceland. I promise I'll do what I should. I'll conform to the rules.
One would think he was going to have his throat cut, whereas if he had the smallest sense, he'd understand his punishment is really a reward. He'll be sent to an island where he'll meet the most interesting set of men and women in the world. All the people who weren't satisfied with orthodoxy. Everyone, in a word, who's anyone.
Then why didn't you go to an island yourself?
Because, finally, I preferred this. Sometimes I regret it. Happiness is a hard master, particularly other people's happiness. Well, gentlemen, there are many islands available. Which climate do you choose, Mr. Watson?
Well, I should like a thoroughly bad climate. I think I'd write better if I had to contend with difficulties.
How about the Falkland Islands?
That would be fine.
Good. You may leave now. You too, Mr. Marks.
Goodbye, Helmholtz. Goodbye, Bernard.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, John.
One more question.
Of course.
Where is God in this scheme of yours?
It's a subject that has always had a great interest for me. You've never read this, of course, the Holy Bible, New and Old Testaments. I've got quite a few revolting old books like that here.
But if you know about God, why don't you tell the people?
This book is old. It's about God hundreds of years ago, not God now.
But God doesn't change.
Men do, though. No, my friend. Call it the fault of civilization. God isn't compatible with machinery and scientific medicine and universal happiness.
But when you're alone, it's natural to believe in God. When you're quite alone in the night, thinking about death.
But people are never alone now. We make them hate solitude, and we arrange their lives so that it's almost impossible for them ever to have it. No solitude, no God.
Is that why there's no self-denial here? No God, no reason for it?
Of course. Industry and prosperity are only possible when there is no self-denial. If there were, the wheels would stop turning.
But God's the reason for everything noble and fine and heroic.
My dear young friend, civilization has absolutely no need for nobility or heroism. You're conditioned so that you can't help doing what you ought to do. And what you ought to do is, on the whole, so pleasant. So many of the natural impulses are allowed free play that there really aren't any temptations to resist. Anybody can be virtuous now. No temptations, no inconveniences.
But I like the inconveniences.
We don't. We prefer to do things comfortably.
But I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin.
In fact, you're claiming the right to be unhappy.
All right. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy.
Not to mention the right to grow old and ugly and impotent. The right to have cancer. The right to have too little to eat. The right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow. The right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind.
I claim them all.
You're welcome.
Bernard and Helmholtz left for their islands, but the savage was not allowed to go with them. The controller wished to continue the experiment. 3 weeks later, the savage ran away. After some days of wandering, he took refuge in an abandoned lighthouse. But his desire for solitude was not to be fulfilled. His hiding place was discovered. There were articles in the papers. Sightseers came by the thousands. One Sunday, Lenina Crown came for a picnic with 3 of her latest boyfriends. The day after her visit, 2 young reporters came to call, hoping for an exclusive interview. The door of the lighthouse was ajar. They pushed it open and walked into a shuttered twilight. Through an archway on the further side of the room, they could see the bottom of the staircase that led up to the higher floors. Just under the crown of the arch dangled a pair of feet. They called. No one answered. They saw him. At last the savage had found solitude. He was alone, quite alone.
Thus concludes Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. We wish to thank Mr. Huxley for appearing on these broadcasts as our narrator. And we would also like to thank you, our listeners, for your enthusiastic response to this new series. This is William Conrad inviting you to join us again next week when we present George Stewart's dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm. The following week, listen as Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviews William Shakespeare. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Parley Bear, Doris Singleton, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.